क्या सीन देव भाई, क्या सीन आते ही। हाँ, मैं सोचा एक 10-15 मिनट गाना वाना म्यूजिक व्यूजिक सुनेंगे, आते ही दे डाला यार। देव भाई थैंक यू सो मच फॉर द 10 फैंस। रुकते ही नहीं है बे, रुकते ही नहीं है। हेदलोस हेदलोस कैसे हेदलोस हाउस द यूज व्हाट इज अप हैशटैग ओबी ओबी। सोया नहीं सोया ना, मस्त 50 मिनट। थक गया यारो, बहुत पार्टी कर करके थक गया यारो। कैसे हो कैसे? हाजिर बंगाल सब बढ़िया। ये घने सुंदर बालों का राज क्या है? बाल तो है। कैसे हो? एक दिन रेस्ट ले ले लो ले। कद्दू मेरा थंबनेल चेक करो। क्यों, क्या हो गया थंबनेल को? बराबर तो है, ये मी है, सब बराबर है। थंबनेल नॉट मैचिंग मतलब बराबर है। कल वाला है।
मेरा हेडफोन सुन।
क्या बात कर रहे हो? मैचेस भी कल वाले हैं क्या? क्या सीन है? डिमांड स्लेयर टी शर्ट कल वाला है। एक सेकेंड एक सेकेंड, लेट मी चेक। पॉजी ने कहा दिया है मुझे। पॉजी
ओपन कर, ओपन कर, उधर ओपन कर।
यही तो है। 9:30 12:30 बराबर है।
और तू वहां पर देख।
टीएच वर्सेस कोई सही है। सही रे बाबा। वॉच पार्टी नहीं, पैसे बराबर। बस मैं आज एक स्टोरी बोलने का मन कर रहा है, बोलो डन सीन है यार, बोल दो यार। ये देखो अंडी मंडी है, अच्छी बात है को, वो टॉपिक मत छेड़ना वापस। अच्छा स्टोरी बताओ। अच्छा स्टोरी। Abhishek, bye. Thank you for the hundreds. Lots of loadies to you. टाइटल ठीक है, ठीक है,
सब ठीक है।
ठीक है।
ये इनसे बात कर रही।
आज स्टेज पर कैसे जिसकी कार है ना मैच। हाँ
Why did you do that? Why?
ले ले हजार है।
नहीं। आधा।
बस मैं सब कुछ सब कुछ और सब कुछ।
नहीं,
मैं कैसे हो, क्या हाल है? सब
सब
बढ़िया है।
गुची नहीं है, सब थाईलैंड है।
डिमांड स्लेयर,
थाईलैंड से लिया था तुमने।
डिमांड स्लेयर
बैंकॉक से लिया था।
नहीं, बस एक स्टोरी वही वाला बस। ना 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 ना, मत करो यार, खत्म हो गया, मत करो यार, प्लीज प्लीज। ना 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 ना।
राय का
लव यू
पहाड़ नहीं
अभिषेक भाई,
बनाते
लव
हुए
यू।
आगे बढ़ते हैं।
डिमांड स्लेयर रेस्ट लिया लिया ना 50 मिनट मस्त।
डिमांड स्लेयर तो है।
Bunks by any site to order Razer products for, you can check Amazon only.
What? What?
सुशांत ब्रदर लेट्स गो। टी शर्ट कहाँ से लिया? बैंकॉक।
बैंकॉक से।
सच बता तो गेम खेल रहा था ना, सोया नहीं मैं सोया रे,
सोया
सोया
सो गया था।
तो वही तो बोल रहा हूँ।
मैं भी तो वही बोल रही हूँ, सो गया था।
पीछे का लाइव ऑन कर भाई, मेरे को इतना लाइव देख के ना उसकी बल्ब बंद हो गई है, इतना लाइव देख
दूसरा
के ना।
लाइट भी नीचे गिर गया, सिर्फ रॉकेट ऊपर है।
आज कॉपी देवराव भाई ना मान रहे भाई, देवराव भाई नहीं मान रहे। थैंक यू फॉर द 100 पाउंड्स। देवराव भाई हल्का सा आप खुद कैलकुलेट करके बोलो कितना किए करके, कि बहुत किए। 300-400 तो हो गए रहेंगे ना चैट।
Hey, they're listing now. Put the volume now. Listing the card.
ए मेरा एक ही जगह आवाज आ रहा है। अभी आ रहा है।
Hmm.
It's their mascot. That is liquid. Okay, we put it in B because you guys said B. I'm not involved with this. And a fanatic loss. You can't put that in B.
Oh,
B is
bye.
I mean, it's at least
It's
an
A.
A.
It's not
pretty,
S.
Yeah,
It's not
I would
S.
say
I
A.
mean, with everything the Fnatic has done, this is it.
They could have. They could have put
Nah,
like a
nah.
twerking
S.
This is the
twerking
trade-off,
even
though.
in
Or
the-
even, you know,
S,
The
by
thing though
S.
is that you have the
Yeah,
S tier
yeah,
team and then the A tier, player card.
Okay, so Koi and BBR are winning everything this year. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
All right, I'm fine with that. I'm
Impeccable
fine with
analysis.
that.
S by
Squiggy,
Fnatic.
take a screenshot. This is for you, and tell us how we did. But yeah, for now, let's talk
ये
a
लोग
little
भी
bit
player
more
card
about
को
the
rank
game
कर रहे
in
हैं।
itself. We'll leave that there for a
अपने
second.
आज का मेरा
I believe
reaction
Kuka,
देखते तो
you
नहीं।
got something prepared for us.
Oh,
आज
yeah.
आपके बेटे से
Gecko,
अंकल
huh?
बुलाया
Yes,
मैंने।
yes, yes.
आ
The thing that we're
ये
really liking about the region is that we're seeing some
बेटा
diversity
rank
in
कर
the
रहा है ना, मैंने
compositions.
दिया
Love
था
to see
टोचन
that some
बराबर।
teams are thinking
बेटे को
outside
जरा
of the
लाइन पे
box
लाना
when it
पड़ेगा।
comes to how to interpret the different maps that we're having and the changes that we're seeing within them. We've also seen a lot of this, and this is please Valorant, we need to find a way to fix this. As I said a couple of days ago, we also had that problem at the beginning of the game with flashes,
Gecko
and
का
I
वो का blind?
think it's only fair to do the same with Gecko. Now I'm going to show you a couple of clips of something that happened on Bind on 2 different matches. We're going to start with FUT versus Heretics, and if you take a look at FUT's composition,
गेको वाला क्या, गेको वाला जब
it's, you know,
पीछे से
not what
ब्लाइंड
you're
आता है वो।
usually going to be seeing here on Bind. You see the Gecko, you see CNET on
शर्म
Neon.
करो,
But
शर्म
what I
करो।
wanted to show is how on main A they're going to swamp with utility, and it's going to be impossible to react to it. So if we please roll the clip,
Splitter
you
से
guys are
करो,
going to be
splitter।
impersonating and seeing what Benji Fishy had to deal with after they've seen that there's an echo round.
ये
And you
मेरा
see
वाला
that,
setup है,
the
पता है,
Astros
raise
put
होता है, लेकिन
the
वहाँ पे-
smoke at the entrance. They decide to completely swamp. You have the Dizzy, the Fragment. And he also gets additionally flash. So it's impossible for him to survive. It's just one of the little
बाप रे।
things that you can do implementing Gecko and that extra power.
Match
But
पे
another
ध्यान
team that I
दोगे,
personally
chat?
love and I
हाँ?
think had different ideas on how to
Match पे
execute
दोगे
with
ध्यान?
Gecko is going to be Navi. So this happened yesterday. And if we roll the clip, I want to show you how they're going to be executing on B. Different side, but you know,
Zoro भाई splitter से।
the moment that BBL understand that they're going to execute and start throwing, as you see in the
ओहो,
volley
slow
that is going
motion,
to fall
slow
on
motion में
the
execute।
CT door, we're going to see that there's a little bit of disparity of how things happen. Zippen throws the grenade. After they could get hookah control, Artis is going to flash, and just after that, Zippen is going to come after. But if you take a look at the positions from BBL, they are prepared for this. Everybody's playing in an anti-flash position. So the moment the Zippen goes in, he gets annihilated by Pora. Beautiful stuff to see, but
भाई
it's
slow
not
motion
over
में
because
कैसे
there's a
दिखता है ना ये
second
game?
element to all of this. They still
हाँ?
need to be guarding the positions from what's happening.
ऐसा
on
लग रहा है
B
सब
long,
लोग
and of
lime
course,
juice
all the
पी के खेल
utility
रहे
that's
हैं।
still yet to come. Artis is going to be ulted, and it's not going to be enough, even though they
अरे कुछ
combo
दिखाई नहीं दे रहा
also
है।
with the DC. An additional flash, like there is a lot that you can do and unravel with this kind of combinations. But I think the BBL's response was beautiful to it, keeping the
तेरा गाय
awareness
कल
from
से शर्म
Brave,
करो,
Pora,
शर्म।
and Reese. Now, this is just a bit of what we're seeing with Gecko. This is just a couple of
चश्मा
examples that,
बोला।
of course, you can use in your games, and I'm sure that
चाइना का स्टेज देखा भाई, देखा भाई, किसने तो मेरे को ट्विटर पे टैग किया भाई, डब्लू था यार,
बताओ, मेरे को पता,
डब्लू था,
बता ना।
ढूंढना पड़ेगा। फुल डब्लू भाई, लोग भी इतने ज्यादा थे और लाइट्स और बाप रे, मतलब इमेज बेस्ट भाई, इमेज बेस्ट। हाँ ठीक है, कंट्रोल सी कंट्रोल वी से हाथ हटाओ भाई, ठीक है। चाइना का था भाई, लेकिन प्रोडक्शन हाँ पिंकी फ्रेम में वो खाना खा रही है, डिनर कर रही है. हो जाए चाइना. मन तो हुआ लेकिन body नहीं मान रहा अभी.
Even that map that they played Gecko on, it's not like they lost because he played bad or anything like that. It's that they, you know, they just didn't play well in general. But being able to be flexible and good on different types of agents
Rated death rate
and
क्या है?
different, categories of agents is really important.
And I think it's also considering the entire ecosystem that is created around it and everybody coming from different places, but being able to slot in all the differences that K-Corp need alongside the matches. Not only the agent you're playing, is the responsibilities that you're taking and learning your spot with new people around
Language
you, being so
actually.
young. But
Hello Bunks bhai, hello Bunks hello.
Yeah, there's a few of those rookies on
Scream
K-Corp
की
as well.
team
It's not
OP.
just the raid, but on the other side of this,
What
we
is
also
Scream
had
की team मतलब Scream
a
सच्ची
rookie
का owner है
making
क्या?
his debut, Kakuka in mini boo. That was also incredibly powerful and impressive.
I think both him and Boo had
Hello,
an
hello.
amazing performance the other day, and we cannot wait to see what is going
I
to
love
be
the
next.
makeup and
Also
the
having a
necklace
debut
and
for a duelist that is,
everything.
you know, very 2024. No Jets, no Rays, just playing the Neo and
Everybody's
the Euro
pretty,
and still having
pretty.
the performance that he had. Everybody knew that the expectations from Heretics, having
तूने
someone
क्रू
that
का
is
देखा?
not
Last
from
year
home,
Ryzen
you're
था अच्छा.
also
No sleep
having
today
a
only.
substitute.
क्रू
The
का
way that he
क्रू का कार्ड and everything.
हाँ.
Pink.
हाँ.
Pink.
PRX का देखा था क्लासिक.
Pink and purple है, but उसका pure pink.
गए पैसे इसके भी.
नहीं. नहीं है मेरे पास पैसे. पीसी लेने का है मेरे को. पीसी.
पीसी लेने का है. पूरा पीसी लेने का है.
सोच रहे हो.
क्या मतलब तेरे कंपोनेंट्स चाहिए पूरा पीसी चाहिए?
पता नहीं. देखता है. GPU, CPU, कूलर.
जीपीयू सीपीयू और कूलर. बस. और कुछ नहीं.
अभी के लिए इतना काफी है.
रैम
रैम है मेरे पास.
मदरबोर्ड्स
मदरबोर्ड हो सकता है.
ग्राफिक कार्ड
GPU क्या है?
जीपीयू है.
तो ग्राफिक कार्ड क्या है?
जीसी हुआ. ये देखो जैसे एफसी है वैसे जीसी. हाँ. बाप प्लेयर स्क्रीम है पता है बाप प्लेयर. मॉनिटर
मॉनिटर है.
वाह कल आता हूँ. कल क्या था भाई? बिंक्स वर्स्ट.
Now and just hope that Heretics are going to ban it.
I think they need to keep playing the mind games on the information that
भाई
they
वहाँ
have,
पे
which
बारिश
is the
हुई
other
थी
maps that
बे.
the team has played. It's not focusing on what they didn't want to play that one time. It's actually what they chose, what they actually put
भाई वहाँ का
extra
weather
work
मस्त
in,
लग
and
रहा
they
था
have
ना.
already
हाँ.
field tested. I think that
जाके
that
देखे
is
क्या?
इंग्लिश का पेपर फोड़ के आया हो किसके सर पे? सेंटर वाला एक्सक्यूज मी. लाइक करने वालों बग्स भाई लाइक करो. आपका नॉलेज कमाल का. थैंक यू.
एडिट खेल रहा था वो बोलता है.
बारिश हो गया था रे. ऐसे ही रहता है वेदर. हाँ क्या वेदर मस्त है. म्यूट मत करो बंग्स भाई.
We were really good on Split, and that was Team Heretics' second ban in the first series. So when you're thinking like, oh, we have all these maps, what do I do? That's a
Pomodoro
concern
wouldn't
when
play
Heretics
was one
looks
of
good
the
on
best.
a
हाँ
bunch of
क्या?
different maps, and it doesn't line
देखते
up
हैं
with like the map pool.
Oh, I'm excited to see where we're going to go.
Team
We're gonna
Heretics
find out in due
खतरनाक
course.
team
Both
है
of
लेकिन.
these teams, they won their
हाँ?
opening games, and it's time can see how they face.
She
Time to see
loves
even
goals,
how
yeah.
they will face
It is very good.
fair against each other. Here is Team Heretics and K-Corp playing for a spot at playoffs.
प्लस लेट्स गो. ओ भाई है बे. इसमें भी है. देवराव भाई ना मान रहे. देवराव भाई नहीं मान रहे. क्या हर स्ट्रीम का वो है क्या लिमिट? देवराव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 pounds.
Welcome to VCT EMEA.
Bienvenidos
Hey, be.
a la VCT EMEA. Bienvenue au VCT
EMEA.
VCT EMEA.
EMEA.
EMEA. Love you, Zero bhai. Love you. Thank you so much.
Ah yeah.
Oh fuck.
भाई सीट्स भी मस्त है यार, comfy दिख रही है एकदम.
भाई मिमी बैठी है यहाँ पे.
Heretics once
Huh?
again getting back onto the stage. The first time we saw them, it was all about whether they could exceed expectations from last
उसने
year.
क्या
And
पहना है
they
देख?
did just that. And
क्या
today
था ना?
they're facing another team that had the exact same storyline coming into this. A new Kickoff.
वो एंगल से क्या सबका बाल वो कर रहा है रिकॉर्ड.
Than they did last year. And so far, both of these teams, they have exceeded those
Embarrassing
expectations.
bestie.
They won their opening game, but the question is, how deep are these rosters? What are their match
4v5?
like you said, Steel? And can they go further? Can they do more than just winning one match?
कल डेली वॉच पर मिस हो गया था. ये दो वॉच पर
basically
इसका मिला क्या रे.
series.
Love you यार
Both
कुणाल
teams
भाई.
played really well,
Love
but
you.
we also have to keep note that it's not like they blew out the other team, right? These were close games, 13-10, 13-11. It's not like it was like a one-sided
भाई
match.
हेरिटिक्स
But both teams
टीम
going up
भाई
here
ये लोग
against each
कितने
other.
होंगे भाई.
I
हेलो.
don't even know if they prepared for each other like
मैंने
ahead. I'm
अभी
like, oh,
देखा
yeah, we have to beat out this
जाने का
team, and
फैसला
then we're
पे
gonna have to
भाई
play against
बाप.
them.
And would have.
सब कुछ
Yeah,
कर
I think
वैसे
Antec
अगर आपका
for
मन हुआ
literally
तो
10
बस
teams.
ईडीजी का
I would not be
प्लीज.
surprised.
तो
I would not be surprised at all.
हम
but
भी
also
कांग
we
कांग
need
भाई
to
को
think
मिस
that
कर
the
रहे.
answer- that in their heads, this has
बट
to
सिर्फ
be
एक
different.
मैच
I
करने
do
के लिए
not
वॉच
wanna see
पट्टी
that, oh,
राइट्स
we're the
मतलब थोड़ा
underdogs,
मुश्किल.
people do not expect us to win. No, you have already surprised all that people. Now the pressure's on you.
एक
because
काम करो,
one
सिर्फ
of you,
कांग कांग की
as you
टीम का
said,
स्ट्रीम
Vincent,
कर
will
लेना.
advance directly to playoffs. The other one, if they lose here, even if they win their next match, they
देखूंगा
have
तो
to
सही
go
बे
through
उसको.
the play-ins. Of course, everybody loves having some repetitions, but I think that for such young
भाई youngest player कौन है?
getting
Hey, we
straight
can
to
make that
playoffs,
real.
it's really like a reward for
Normal
all
couples
the effort
do
that they've
Netflix
put during the
and
off-season.
Yeah, I mean,
We
even a
do watch
one-day
party and
break,
shit.
as you know, still makes a difference. You get an extra day of prep. You don't have to play more games than you need to.
Yeah, being
Hey,
able
I
to have
got
that extra
something.
day just to be able to refine things from that first series, be able to prepare against the team that you're going to play against in the second series.
भाई
all
बहुत
of
young
that
players
is
है
gonna be
यार.
really helpful to
मेरे
you know,
जैसे.
from the map veto selection process to figuring out like are we going to run the same comps to what did we show in the first series that we
16
have to
साल
maybe
का है
change
कोई.
a little bit, what
लग
worked
रहा
for us that we're going to have to try to add layers to, what didn't work that we're going to have to make slight adjustments to. It's going to be interesting.
And one of the two faces that I think have to be more responsible of that in game is going to be the
लाल हो गया बे
IGL's
वो.
Magnum versus Boo that we're going to be seeing. Boo had a spectacular performance the other day.
Let's go,
Especially knowing
baby.
that, you know, they're seeing the
Please
game in
नाम है
that very
उसका?
crisp and fresh way both at the same time.
Also, the
I read it,
Heretic
I read it.
jerseys. The Heretics jerseys, dead ass, say please buy Heretic skins. Hey, if they win here, I'm gonna go back on the server and get one. That's a promise. But here we go. K-Core, they don't ban the
Oh,
Ascend.
वो
They
लोग
left
ने-
it out for Heretics.
वो लोग का स्किन जाया करके वो लोग ने नाम लिखा है वैसे.
Split being
Yes,
picked by
Please
Carmen
buy
so this is going to be
skins
very
ऐसा कुछ
interesting.
तो.
We're going to see Narrate obviously on Raze here, and he looked pretty good. And they're running the double duelist with Martin
तो एक का
on
नाम
board,
please
most
है.
likely. We're going to see the Lotus from
Oh, ऐसा था,
Heretics,
please buy
which
skins.
was, you know, their
एक
map
का
pick
नाम
yesterday,
please, एक का
but
नाम
Carmen Court,
skins,
13
ऐसा.
forward, GIANTX on
Boo
or,
brothers का
that was
गेम
the
प्ले
matchup,
सेक्सी
yeah.
बंग्स भाई.
So
मेरे को
it's
पता है
gonna be
टीम
very
हेरिटिक्स पता है
interesting
मेरे
here.
को.
This
Mini
is
war
looking
कौन
really
है?
good for Common Core. And yesterday they looked, or 2 days ago they looked really good, not just individuals, but as a team, as a cohesive
Check
unit.
Twitter.
So this is going to be a very interesting match because I think Common Core is looking nice.
I'm really looking forward to see if we see those small changes and also what the composition is going to be looking like from the side of Heretics in this
2-0
first
करो,
round
please.
in split, especially you
2-0
know coming from
करो.
the defense. I think that, as you said, you know, having
लो, ये
that
देखो.
one-day break,
Buy
and
Heretics
looking
skins.
into what the other team is able to do in the home grounds that they've chosen, in the maps that they showed the first, and they actually, you know, might feel the
Branding
strongest.
तो है
I mean,
भाई,
yeah, this
heavy.
is the thing. The Yoru Rays, the double
W,
duelist
W,
brand, it's not a
baby.
surprise anymore.
वो and mini को both
Heretics,
brothers.
they will know what to go up against here. So
That's
surely, you know, they might have some answers.
Yeah, I mean, if you're preparing properly, you should definitely have some answers to this.
चार
Also,
player क्यों है?
knowing that you're going to be,
अच्छा,
you know,
घर से खेल रहा है
they're
क्या?
going to pick split, we get to start defense if we want to. These were like the little plays that they had. Like, let's make sure that as soon as we see these tells, we know how to deal with it. We saw like the mixture of fast plays from them, getting up into B heaven. How are we going to deal with
You guys
this?
are playing
How
from
are we gonna
home,
react?
तभी 4 players
We
थे,
watched
हाँ?
the reactions from the other team that lost to these guys. How did they do their reactions, or did they react at all? And we saw basically not great things from the reactions on the other side, obviously, because that's why we're seeing these two teams here right now. But I think right now, when you go into this game, you need to have something prepared, and knowing how the Yoru plays especially, there's only limited options what you can do with that Yoru. So once you understand how the Yoru operates, it's easy to play the
Fnatic
game
का
plan against it.
मैच कब है कल?
But the other side of it is that I think that Shin and him were making such a
Hack
good
लगा
combo,
खेलेगा
like,
अभी,
even Magnum,
language.
like you could see how it's not only that Martin was feeling comfortable in everything that he
Polo
was doing
जाए.
in Euro, they had a lot of set plays, not only on the attack side, they also on the defense. They actually were having a lot of responses to everything that GIANTX was putting on the table. So that's what my question is to Heretics. You know, how much of that did you like?
ए कल का क्या सीन है? कल कितने
ingrain
मैचेस
us to
स्पेसिफिक?
Understand what
और
you're
कल
going to be
Pacific
doing
नहीं है?
against it, and what is your going to
कल
be your
सिर्फ EMEA है.
response to what they already have prepared.
Hey, it may be a Yoru versus Yoru. Who do you think is better, Martin or Miniboo?
Miniboo.
Yeah, Miniboo?
I'm biased.
I like
Miniboo.
what I saw from Martina and all of Heretics in general. Or sorry, not Heretics. Carmichael. That's a Freudian slip. It's a Freudian slip. What
I'm
Carmichael
biased.
Okay,
and
so
No,
we've
Pacific
got a
tomorrow.
Martin fan versus Miniboo. Oh.
It's too
So do
many
you
years,
want to see
too
the
many
Yoru
years.
versus Yoru on split?
भाई मेरे को एक बात बताओ, तो कल फिर EMEA है और फिर एकदम रात को अमेरिकास है.
Oh,
क्या है?
हैप्पी बर्थडे था उसका, हैप्पी बर्थडे.
हैप्पी बर्थडे.
बिली बिली.
बिल्ली बिल्ली नहीं, EDG. EDG बहुत दूर है.
ये रहा टीम वाइटलिटी फनाटिक.
1 day 2 hours.
EMEA. नीचे जा देख. एक है, फिर ये है, ये भी होगा ना? हाँ, 1 2. तू यहाँ से स्टार्ट कर सकता है. ये भी होगा फिर तो.
ये नहीं है.
ओ सऊदी है.
ये है.
हाँ.
नहीं ये भी नहीं है, ये भी नहीं है.
EMEA तो
ये-
है.
अरे नहीं ये GC है.
अच्छा.
ये वाइटलिटी वर्सेस फैनेटिक है बे.
कल मजा आएगा.
भाई साहब
कल रात को है ना?
ये में ठीक है. अमेरिकास कब से? अमेरिकास ब्रो.
उसके नीचे है.
वू.
ये रहा एनर्जी क्लाउड 9.
ओह फक.
कल तो रहना पड़ेगा फिर.
क्या रहना पड़ेगा?
और फनाटिक.
ये रात को है मैच.
हाँ तो
एक दिन 2 घंटा मतलब
12:30 बजे है.
हाँ.
कल रात को 12:30 बजे.
और 3:30 बजे से अमेरिका से.
हाँ तो ये एक देख के फिर अमेरिका. वर्ल्ड टूर तो करना है अपने को.
माँ की आंख. ऐसा बोला पैसिफिक नहीं है जिससे कि बैंचो छुट्टी है मेरे को. कार्ड लग गई. 2 तो है
If
रीजन.
you know that your opponent's going to pick split into you and you get to start defense, this is a great
यार सब मैचेस अच्छे
composition to
मैचेस
have
रखना
double
जरूरी है
core
क्या?
with
थोड़ा
Cypher
1-2
and
जन को
Binks
बाय
and
देना
Raze.
चाहिए कि नहीं
It's
यार?
going to be interesting to see
Huh?
how Carmichael is going to deal with it.
Honestly, maybe this is the answer, right? Just play your own game.
Oh,
know where
bye.
your strengths lie.
Bing,
And get
bing.
as many rounds as you can on the defense. It's time to jump into game and see if they can do just that with your casters. Over to you, Pavlos and Ash.
Hi.
और फिर पर्सन
I
पैसिफिक.
guess I'm not sure, but I'm just.
हो गया. तीनों रीजन
All
मतलब.
these birthday wishes, Tom. and
मतलब
she
तीनों
lives
region
out
एक दिन
Ryan
में,
Central.
basically.
I mean, I just cannot believe it. After all this time. Yeah. And we're just gonna forget. Well, look, and forgot our names.
इसका डर था भाई.
She's having a rough day, man. She's having a rough day. Got to give her a break. Look, Casey and Heretic's going to be kicking off. And I'm so
Let's go,
excited for
Boo
this one.
and Mini
It's a battle of
Boo!
underdogs, but in the upper bracket. And what an incredible game and start to the season this has already been for Heretics and Casey just the other
Yeah,
day.
audience
Now
to hai,
we're
audience
kicking
to
it
hai.
off in the big leagues, a chance to push through the playoffs. For Casey, on that attack side. We'll see how much they can get done. This is split, and somewhere you're going to imagine there's going to be a lot of comfort. Benji Fishy, though, could be made uncomfortable by that Yoru already. The decoy bought some space for a dash out. And except the rest of the squad a little late out of the choke point. Good flash coming through, and the trade Heretics still in with a chance, thanks to Boo. Patatek's already made it as well. That snake bite slowing down the squad as the spike is irretrievable, and now a big fight to be had as Shin emerges from the smoke.
God, baby. बोला था ना हेरेटिक्स जीतेगा बोला था कि नहीं मैंने बोला था कि नहीं
Young है ना
pretty
सब
much every single fight going down in a similar position. I sort of want to go back to what you're mentioning at the beginning, like for these teams this is a chance to
भाई स्टार्ट अच्छा था रे लेकिन एक को मारने को इतना टाइम लग गया ना कि ये लोग घुस नहीं पाए
I don't think there's meant like obviously the goal is get your way to Madrid, is get yourself to one of those Masters events, especially the first one. I feel like there might be slightly more opportunities with maybe a few teams not quite on form, but to get into the top 4 for either of these teams,
round हो गया भाई हो गया जीत गए
especially considering the last year.
Game sound.
Yeah, both of them have had a tough history.
They'll take top 4, I'm telling you
if
now.
karma is real, this is an example of it, I'll tell you that. They're certainly cashing in.
भाई योरू तो है
Now you can see Team Heretics.
योरू तो है हर एक गेम में भाई
Last time it was B site. They had their site
हर
traps there. This time it's
एक टीम
around
पिक किया
on A.
योरू हर
That
एक
Benji set
टीम
up. That means Boo is going to have to take some of the load as they move in towards the B site.
Silent Rising last 2 years, love you bro, love you too, said by love you too. How's this?
KC break through this with only classics. You don't imagine much will be done. Oh, just the orb found, in fact.
Yeah, going to be retrieving that up.
अब ये जाके और बुटाएंगे क्या?
Seems that obviously Shin was the one who got the majority of the kills in the last, so Cosmic Divide might not necessarily be the most helpful thing in the world, but it will at least get them space. And I think especially when you're playing with a Yoru, it actually can be quite useful. You can basically silently get past a lot of that utility. Mini boot already coming under pressure again. It's similar to what we've seen from both these teams in the past, just moving as a death ball, trying to trade out effectively and do as much damage as possible.
It's a good idea, trying to catch players off
Mini
guard.
boot bolte
Much to be found. Really just a disadvantage of having those weapons and the patience of Team Heretics constantly falling back. Miniboo, sure, he gets caught out in the open in the end, but he gave up the control of heaven, fell back incrementally, and allowed his teammates to take the fight with him. That's exactly what we want to see kicking this off. And a very good start for Heretics. Their morale high and their economy looking very pretty.
Yeah, I think the interesting thing with both these teams' comps is obviously running that double controller and only having a single initiator, I guess.
Who's the owner?
Kind of acts as a quasi-initiator, but it's going to be one of those situations where it can be quite difficult if you lose that player to get yourself in initially. It's our first text pause of the year.
Yeah, Tom, I can't help but feel
it. Days.
Well, you know, just like the rain, you've brought it with you, Tom. I don't know what to say.
Okay,
You're saying that just being close to Pansy is the reason that
it's spreading. It's spreading. I don't like it, but it's okay.
Well, it's one of those things. I think that you kind of look at the compositions, and that's going to be one of the major things. We've seen it in the past with
10
Sky,
years?
but obviously Sky had that sort of good mix of information and also the flashes. So you kind of have that on the side of KC while running that Yoru. You get the flashes alongside, well, I guess an alternative what was the Jet in this sort of composition. Whereas I feel like with Heretics, it's going to have to be very segmented and very reliant on basically setting up Miniboo when they go onto that attack side. For the defense, their composition is fantastic. An unbelievable amount of delay. Like you're talking about basically having a quasi-sentinel on either side of the map. You're going to get that with both Benji and Patatek. But then you also have Boo, because a lot of teams will already run like a controller.
Love you, Dave. Bye. Thank you so much.
Delay for an awful amount of time. And if they
Welcome
do
back.
manage
Baaki
to
second
get past everything,
remember
you have
that.
to paranoid to slow them down.
बहुत बड़ी साल में एक बार होता है यार.
I'm interested more so with how both these teams are going to run their compositions when it comes to the attack. Like, is that Omen going to be used as part of the setup? Because it feels like it needs to
31
be,
or 30 right now. I am like
23. That's where it really becomes problematic.
You know, I wonder for KC as well, like Martin, we saw a little bit from him, and it becomes difficult as you play the Yoru more and more for teams, or for you to make the same things work, right?
220s
Like,
में
this
तो
character
मैं
becomes
अपने
much more
10th
predictable. There's only certain
Noise
angles, and certainly in
cancellation.
the early round, that you can find those positions. And I think that's going to be a challenge, certainly for someone like Benji, who primarily finds that value from stopping you getting through those choke points.
I guess the one value though for Heretics, obviously they haven't.
क्या हो गया?
had a massive
किसका
amount of
PC
time,
खराब?
but
ओ
at least they've
भाई.
seen KC play this. Like this is one of the few maps. Like, I always have my little thing of like, oh, how many times they played on a map, and as you can see, most of it's blank. But I still like to do it anyway. But the one of the ones that's filled in is split, and so they've already seen this exact comp play versus GIANTX, and also it went pretty much every single round. So that's the one thing they have is that little bit of extra data. You're going to have had Weber and Nilzinho sort of slaving away in the back lines to try and come up with some counters, because that's the thing. It's like, that's what we've always witnessed whenever anybody has brought in a Yoru in the past, is the first time out, it looks amazing. You go, okay, they've completely caught them. I think back to Draken playing it on Haven, and they had that really cool, they had that cool cosmic divide that got them under heaven on the A site. It was one of the coolest things I've ever seen. He did it in the next game, and someone shorted him in the face. Because they knew where he was going, they knew where his TP landed, and they just went, oh, he's going to land here, because that's where the whole strat lies. You can't change it, because you've got your lineup. You'd have to have a whole new lineup that goes somewhere else. So that's always the thing, is keeping it a little bit more unique, but also I think some of the cool stuff we saw yesterday on maps like Sunset, sometimes you can throw in something that seems like the same strategy. Gentlemates did an excellent job of that, even though their defense didn't go fantastically well. Was they had these cool TPs, the first time you take it, the second time, well, you got a tank jumping around the corner on a Ryzen shooting you in the face, because you're like, oh, I've got him, I'm waiting for his TP, it's on the floor. Oh, I didn't expect some guy to just come out of nowhere and kill me. So that's what I'm looking for Carmine Colt with this composition is, do you have that little bit of extra depth to almost use what you've done in the past to mind game your opponents?
I'll let you guys at home know as well that over on the side of KC, I believe there was some audio issues, so the league admins have been looking into it in the background, just getting those ironed out, make sure that's not an issue as the series moves on. Obviously round 2, kind of where you want to iron out those problems, and then moving into the next, that's where KC get a real challenge. Of course, their bye round is going to be up next, and yeah, for this squad, there's a ton of questions. I think going back to that with the discussion around Yoru, I think one of the main problems is when it doesn't work, you're not going to be able to take the space and trade the same way as you would be with the Jet or something like that. But we've talked a lot, and the audio issues are still persisting, so we're going to talk this over to the analyst desk.
Who's on the desk?
Pavlos.
Do you know what? I knew.
China
I
में tag कर रहे लोग मेरे को.
I knew. I was like, there's 100% chance that Tom or Mitch is gonna say to Pavlos and Ash, but hey, I deserve that. But I know it's only been 2 rounds, but we always love talking about pistols, and I feel like Josh, I'm gonna give you the stage. If you can just talk through what we saw in the pistol round, and what you liked, what you didn't like, and if there's anything that confirmed maybe a little bit of our suspicions on what they were gonna do, we're gonna show it to you in just a second. We have it somewhere. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, there were a couple of cool things that we saw. So we saw the defense. I was talking about how they might do like these passive things, these retakes, these traps, but Raze is getting down there. Market is smoked off. Raze clears all of sewers. Then, because they've cleared most of the map out, they've got this rotate all the way back to B. And right here, I'm thinking, oh, wow, okay, Carmine Court's got a really cool execute. They got this fade eye. They're able to spread the center out, but they get locked out at the choke point. They don't get
prediction
through for some reason. It's
Team Heretics, baby, Team Heretics.
So that 5 versus 4 man advantage that they have.
Woo brothers for the win.
It comes down to 2-on-2. So it's like it could go either way, but it's not like
भाई दोनों भाई लोग खेल के वहाँ पे भी गाली देते हैं ना घर पे.
Did things that were really cool. The idea to just play the 1-3-1 setup on defense. They clear out all of middle. They're going to destroy anybody that's out there with their teamwork, and then if it's nobody's middle, it's either all A or all B at that point. They have the Cypher set up on B, and there's a super fast rotation coming in through Heaven, and then the Viper's playing retake A from screens. And if anything happens towards A, she keeps screens control.
लेकिन वो round to round है भाई, वो round to round
already there, could get a nice flank off. Is there a problem?
No, sorry.
धीरज भाई करेंगे यार.
अगर
ये जल्दी खत्म हो गया 1-2 बजे तक तो शायद रात को करूँ.
I heard you say help in sewer, so I'm not super used to it. Yeah, carry on.
It wasn't me that said it.
रात को चिल होके म्यूजिक के साथ
Sorry, carry on.
फाल खेलेंगे उधर.
That was a freebie for chat.
And then they would all be able to rotate up through vents so that they'd have the nice rotation through Heaven, through screens, and potentially a flank as well, doing a multi-prong retake.
या फिर वैलो करेंगे भाई
The
डरते क्या?
execution came onto B, and they had
Huh?
the Fade Eye combo with. I
क्या?
think there was something else as well. The Cypher wasn't
ये
able to
कितना
instantly
बजे
take
खत्म
out the
होएगा
Fade
पता
Eye,
है?
which means that he gets revealed and
अभी
spammed
10
through the
बज गया
spammable
है.
wood wall. So
साढ़े
everything looked pretty
10
good from both
के
teams.
पास
Got down
एक
to a 2
मैप
versus
खत्म
2
होएगा.
where, you
फिर
know,
साढ़े
it came down
11
to just guns at that
दूसरा
point.
मैप.
So we're
फिर
going to see
साढ़े
something
12
pretty interesting from both
तीसरा
these
मैप.
teams. Yes, pistol
दूसरा
round
गेम
and usually
चालू
like
होएगा.
first or second gun rounds
जो
are
130 230
you spend more
3
time
के
working on
आसपास
that,
खत्म
and then the
होएगा
later
issue.
phases of the game, it's more adaptations.
क्या
What's
बोलते हो?
going on? How do we want to adjust little things? Do we want to layer in some fixer?
When
and
you like the
whatnot?
host, but your
That's when
wife
we're going
is
to see
sitting
those
next.
types of interesting things. But if this is what we're starting out with on round 1,
मैंने
then
You
बोला.
get a good game, right?
yeah,
Yeah.
we're
Ram
in store for good
Jade?
things.
Yeah, I like the depth. Like,
बात
for
कर
example,
उसकी नहीं,
like
उसको
right
नहीं
at the end, you're like,
पसंद
why
Why?
cannot they get on side? We see like the Viper Molly on the floor, and now they have to second guess and they have to wait. Okay, let's
अरे
put
मैं
the
इधर
star
chat
we can
देख रहा
cross.
हूँ भाई,
But
chat.
also the good communication and the fact that Heretics had their head in the game boosts instant response and says, no, come walk with me. Let's not let them do it, and it actually ends up in a
किसका
favorable
tech pause है
situation for
लेकिन?
them. But yeah, I think it's still obviously very early in the game to make more conclusions. But I think it's looking good. I think it's going to be a banger.
I mean, this is what we talked about, right? How
यहाँ
well
पे
prepared
blue
are
है.
both of these
Yoru.
teams?
और फिर mini
Oh,
blue
the
है.
Yoru.
Yeah, it was the
Yes,
Yoru.
यहाँ पे
So
blue है.
the Cypher turned around and
और फिर
looked at the
mini
fake
blue है.
Yoru TP, and when that happened, the Fade Eye
तो
came
अगर
in,
तुम
and that's what
on
scanned him
Nickel
out.
Knight
That's what scanned out Benji
जैसे
Fishy.
Yeah,
नायक
I mean,
और
this is what you guys also
Good synergy.
So this is what you
Nice.
spoke about, like both of
Smart
these teams,
और
they
बड़वास
look
होगा.
good the first time we saw them, but you know, looking good
इतना
once on
गंदा
an
था
opening
ये तो,
day where
बाप
your
रे.
nerves could be played into factor as well. And again, we hear teams go like, oh, if we play against each other 10 times, you know, we could beat each other
Short
5
guy,
times
short.
each. So,
Ofi
but this
और
is why it matters,
Tofi
right?
होता.
Because if you win this game, you skip the play-in stage, you go straight
Cricket
to
is
playoffs, and you can wait
language.
there and watch what everyone else is doing. You have more
Sudhva,
time
thank
to
you
prep,
for
you
the
have more time
party.
to see what you're going to be going up against. Whereas if you lose this game today, the losing team, you might still be eliminated before
Just
the
saying
next
from
stage.
tomorrow
You're
night
just
to
not safe
Parso night
if you lose
was
today.
You're
World
never
Tour.
safe. I think it's also
Nick
very
की
important to
BND की.
challenge
Saturday,
everything that
Sunday,
you've
right?
prepped.
सबका
Like they
office
want to
बंद
do
है.
on the split again. If the other day there was
अरे वो
mistakes,
बोल रहे
if there's any
team
other, they
reason क्या
need to
करने
know
का
as soon as
team.
possible because everything needs to be ready. This is not only making it out of groups or surviving one day after the other. Is when you get to that day, are you going to be ready? Like, is your map? How is your map going to be looking? How is
Well.
your team going to be
Go,
adapting
girl.
on the fly to everything? Not only the things.
ओए
बंच
What your personal preferences are when it comes to Steel is being naughty over here. You guys can't see this. We will show it in a second. But do you feel like Kukuka and Josh?
बोल मत उसका घर पे सीन हुआ है
When you go to international event, is to
लाइट
have
गया
as
ऐसा
many
कुछ
things as possible that you haven't
बारिश हो
shown
रहा है
to
ना
teams
उधर.
around the
Dev
world
bhai, thank
when
you
they're
for
trying
the
to anti-play
10
you, when they're trying to see how you
pounds.
play your protocols.
अरे एक बंदा
They-
घर से
let's
खेल
say,
रहा बाबा.
you know, it is possible for a team only to play what 3 or 4
सच्ची में?
games before
क्या
they go to
देखते हो
Madrid,
watch party में?
or do you think it's more
Skills.
important to get as many reps
नहीं,
as you can,
कुछ और.
especially as a new team, and just not care about showing stuff?
I am personally on the side of reps.
दिस भाई
because
अभी
you
एक
need to
region
test
खत्म
if
हो गया है
what you have
almost.
done is
अब
good
China हो
enough.
जाए.
You have to test what the new counters and the new
pose.
adaptations are going to be into that. And if you're not able to
बाकी
see
3
past
तारीख
that
तक
and to
दोनों
look
region
for
है
the
पता
next
है
answer that follows in that domino effect, you have to change it, and you better do so before jumping into international events. What do you think?
Well, my personal philosophy with like in-game leading teams and just getting things on the board, it's important to have like you focus your energy on like the most important things that will have the most drastic impact and that will have the longest lasting impact. So obviously
Sheesh,
going
bye.
over something
Thank
like
you so much
pistol
for the
rounds,
2
eco
millions,
rounds,
मेरी
anti-ecos,
जान. मेरा
and like
favorite
first
streamer
gun rounds are
Jinx
very
by
important
Opa.
because you're going to play
Love
those
you by
pretty much
Jinx
in
नहीं
every
है,
single
Heritage
game.
जीतेगा
So making
देखना.
sure that you have a good like,
Love you.
foundation
Thank
to
you for
build
the
upon
red
is
heart
really
chili
important.
peppers.
And another thing that you need to do is
Lale,
you need to work on like
lale.
basic protocols.
Love
so
you.
protocol
Thank you
is
so much.
a
Thank you so
reaction on
much.
defense. If you lose control of this area, what are ways that we can like how do we want to deal with
Karthik
that? We
bhai,
can deal
hello.
with it this way or we could deal with it that way. Whether that be okay, we group up and then we re-clear an area. Maybe
Baat kar.
that's okay, we give that area up because we don't need it at a certain point in the
मेरी
round. So
girlfriend को
I
कहाँ
would
से पता
focus
है?
inwards on that
English
and
की
on
ठीक
ourselves
है.
being just stronger fundamentally.
मैंने
Well,
कहा
I mean,
English
so far it seems like both teams are
commentary नहीं
doing
होगा, पता
just
नहीं.
that. The tech pause is over, and it's time to jump
Let's
back into game, I
go.
believe, with Brennan Sideshow, is it?
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our analyst desk. Yes,
you look
we've
short,
got
Brad.
team. Whoa.
Golden Boy
I was
बोलते
having a
हैं.
good day till then, Tom. This moment, that's
Shin
when the
ने
day
चार
starts
मारे,
being
घर
2-0.
जाएंगे.
Team Heretics versus KC, and look, we've seen a little bit of a tech pause, but we're back into things now. KC, they've got Shin popping off. He's got a kill for every teammate that he's got. The only one to show up so far, but it's only been 2 rounds. The last one they had a classic and they got absolutely shut down.
गलत support देता है Breach.
To get back on the board.
पूरा minion control ले लिया
and
उन्होंने
as you
एक
said
Breach
earlier,
से.
Tom, thanks to those 4 kills, thanks to the orb farming of KC as well, Shin has got that cosmic divide
ये अच्छा है
online.
बे, Cypher
Whilst
को
it might
छोड़
not
दो
be getting
solo.
you a kill like the big old
या
rocket
फिर
launcher
retake
or
करेंगे या
pushing
फिर
your enemies
मारेगा
off the
वो.
site, it can definitely help to cut up some of these angles and at least get you out of the choke points that they've definitely got to face. Looking towards
Oh,
B,
shit.
there are some players here
अभी
ready.
लोग
And the
पास
main thing is,
smokes नहीं है.
Friends is here. You're going to have that breach utility on hand to slow down any kind of push, but from what we've seen of KC so far, they don't mind changing the direction.
Push कर सकते हैं यार.
He's sort of spotting to see if there is anybody making their way back into mid. 45 seconds for
छोटा भाई
Carmine
race
Corcoran,
खेल
because
रहा
he
है.
hasn't seen anything. They can keep those 2 players cemented within. About to come under a little bit of pressure. The peak time is going to be everything, and just seeing that little bit of
nice.
utility is enough for him to fall back now completely. They pop the orb as well, just to try and slow them that little more. And actually, he's going to dedicate himself to the B side, which with 25 seconds left means they're going to have a 3-stack there for the take.
Sexy reposition कर रहा हूँ, मर नहीं रहा है.
This is it. You know, the hope being that those players saw the
Net
presence and
डालो.
moved back, but they haven't. They're still very much in position, and
Nice
now
line.
damage is done. Rian's only good for 1, but 10 seconds left. They have to quicken the pace on the way through. Cosmic
Nade,
Divide
nade.
gives a safe haven to Boo, and the nade
Nice
will slow them
nade.
down even
Oh.
further.
God!
That no plan can be found, and the
God,
time is already too far
baby.
gone. A gorgeous round from
क्या
Team
खेला भी
Heretics.
वो नहीं
Let's
था.
let
Bye,
KC play against the
sexy
clock.
Ned, sexy timing bro.
Carmine Corp playing against the clock.
Sexy
Somewhere in the world,
timing,
some man
sexy.
just shouted the word melons.
मेरे से second.
I don't know. It just seems like that was completely down to timing. Like that little bit of information that was garnered by Miniboo was enough for them to just, okay, we could just dedicate to this side of the map. If they try and rotate that late towards the A side, it's going to leave them in exactly the same scenario.
मजा आ गया, मजा आ
Miniboo
गया.
just holding on to his nade. That was basically it. He held on to it for the rest of the round and then just dropped it on the only place they were able to really plant. And he also, by the way, put a
आपका
blast back on
gameplay
the
कब
other
से
side.
देखने को मिलेगा?
So
मैं
if
भी
they
miss
tried to
कर
run
रहा हूँ
it there,
यार.
he would have pushed them off.
And possibly into the nave. Now, right, taken
Blue
down
तो था,
very
the
quickly.
blue तो था.
Perhaps a worthwhile trade with Patatech's utility
ये लोग
no
निकाल से
longer in
लगते
play.
हैं KC, ये
We've
लोग के
already
पास
seen
mid
that Viper
controller भी
util
guns भी मिलेगा
so
दो
much to
शायद.
the side of KC in some of the earlier rounds, just in slowing them down, and that's been the main problem, getting out onto sites. 4 versus 4, but a rifle picked up, and with 2 in hand, they might stand a chance in some of these duels. Again, though, Team Heretics have been very patient,
3
very
round B गए
disciplined,
करके लोग ये
keeping
जा
a
रहे
lot
पे
of
वो
their
लोग का
utility.
read हो
Certainly
गया
any
भाई.
utility
Oh
that doesn't
shit.
refresh, they seem to have
भाई
that
Heretics
online
next
very
level
late
खेल
in
रहा
the
है.
round, and I don't know if that's both them being disciplined or to how much degree that plays in,
like
or
this
KC not
reaggression.
baiting util.
Oh, timing's going to be everything. Showstopper is available. Might
Oh,
not even
oh,
be needed. Benji has managed to get two. Wow. From the grave, Miniboo has got a couple of their own.
गलत
Heretics,
बे,
I love this. They're
गलत
not just
read,
sitting back and
गलत.
waiting for their opponents to come for them. As said, like with the composition they have, they've got a
गलत
lack of
read bro.
information other than that of Benji.
Heavy.
So they're just going looking for it, constantly moving
Heavy.
around the map. It kind of relies, it reminds me of like some old school style split where you played like a Reign of Rays, and it's like, okay, you don't technically have any real info, so you go looking, you go hunting, and you have to be dynamic and you have to have good calls. And that's exactly what they had in that round.
Yeah, especially when we've seen some of those other rounds where they do just sit back and wait. You know, a different flair to it is what we like to see. And for KC, remember though, they had mostly pistols going into that previous round. It was a low buy round. They got some damage
उधर
off,
कैसे गया
but
ये?
the economy of Heretics is not really in that weak of a position. They don't need to be terribly worried.
बिना pick
We've
के?
seen the map control from KC, the
उधर
orb
जाता
farming.
क्या?
It looks like some of the same as they're very spread.
वो उसने चिपक के ऐसे सीधा
It's
डाला
a
था.
similar scenario.
ठीक है.
Miniboo just spotting for any information he can find. An early take of control from Martin, but it is being watched. They know if anybody's going to push in this direction. And again, it looks like an attempted split, with mid-control being a big part of the game for both sides. That Viper utility has been holding them back for quite a while. And again, they haven't really been able to take this control. They're
Reveal
just
आ रहा है
having to
2
sit and
सेकंड में.
wait.
Yeah, and I think the main problem is, you know, if you don't drop Patatech, if he doesn't get over aggressive here or get caught off guard, he's able to drop back, use his util as he falls back, ignore that control Martin has because he'd have to fight through or run through a Viper wall.
A
There's
जाना
just
भी
no
easy
way
नहीं है.
into that mid split, and I think they're realizing that on the
Breathe
side of KC.
sexy
They've had
position
too much
पे.
resistance, so the rotate is on. Right back around to heaven.
But it's the 3-stack again. The read is correct. It was the same
30
on the B
seconds
side
left.
in a prior round, but with no presence shown.
करो wall up.
Now they're going to put up those smokes, but they've got to be careful of the players in the site.
Now, there's a lot to work with. That stun has done a bunch. Rian's is pushed out of position, but they're not there yet. Only now making it to the site with 15 seconds left. Still a trap up that they're going to walk right into.
Oh!
Benji. He's just biding time on the site. But he falls eventually. And with Rian's out of play, there's no denying that. That plant is coming through. And instead, the retake has to come on. For Team Heretics, 2 versus 4. The disadvantage is palpable. And the way back through isn't easy. At least a Viper wall to block an angle, but Patatech now down to 30 HP. It's going to be Boo that has to do the heavy lifting, and they have no idea where these other players are.
Everything to work with for KC.
Still losable.
blind.
Yeah, they've got to be careful not to overextend, but with 2 players in a close cubby, you have to think there isn't much of a chance. Magnum even just looking to support, takes a lot of damage, but Boo needs to get a move on. Doesn't really have time left on the clock to play with, needs to get on this almost immediately, and Magnum's just going to go straight through. No fear, a lot of damage taken. At least KC have a round.
Well played.
He realized the time was on his side. If he doesn't get that halfway, it was over and done with. 1 round for KC. Nicely done. This is a good example of innovating into the round. They realized that there was some danger zones, especially around middle, that there were players there. There was too much util to fight through. And most importantly, the clock was running a little bit low. So they shift focus, move back towards that A site, and burst out. Very efficient. And again, you look at some of that utility. You would have had a player playing an elbow, being able to have that second angle, and instead he's pushed back by all their utility. Has to play on site. It takes a pretty disadvantageous fight, considering there were 3 guns pointing back the other way. Then the guy really nicely done. And we want to see more of that from KC. I'm looking for the faster paced rounds though.
Yeah, that's the thing that's been quite interesting. Like, sure, they've been able to bait out quite a lot of the utility from, say, Patatech and a few smokes from Boo. Like, that's mostly been the mid-hold. It's been a snake bite, the poison orb, or a smoke. Like, that's constantly been going down. So playing later into the round at least gives them the ability to avoid a lot of that utility. The problem is, I don't feel like they're pressuring too much. Like, Mini Boo in that round about that much, because that's something that normally flies out the second there's any real pressure. So either I want to see them pressure a little bit more and force out some of that util, or do what they did again where it's at least a little bit later. And I think in this round it's going to be a bit different because they have so many high impact ultimates online, like just on information alone. You talk about Martin and Magnum being able to find something, but then you've also got the showstopper to capitalize on that as well.
Yeah,
it's
for sure. The ultimate economy stacked towards KC.
Much,
we wanted to see a faster round. It looks like we might just get that. A lot of presence towards A, and it's going to be yours. Martin in another dimension, trying to find some players.
Thank you so much for the 10 pounds. Meri jaan ke tote.
Exactly what KC were working with. That they'd probably have a bombardment of util and firepower coming their way. So instead they avoid any sort of combat.
Oh fuck, result
set up now for the retake.
पागल हो गया result है defense में है res.
Surely. It's actually going to be facing the other way, but it doesn't matter. Shin was looking for that, still loses the battle. The same can be said for Thomasy. He's now watching and he will win that from above. Narrate even going to pop his for a lot of damage, but he gets absolutely nothing for it. It doesn't matter with the spray down, but Rien's has found 2
Heretics bolte.
But he's been revealed and he can't do anything from this position. He needs to find a kill.
Heretics bolte be.
At home right now has pulled out a worldie.
Yeah, that was an unbelievable round from him. If I'm not mistaken, the second kill probably wasn't even intentional. He came in to trade his teammate and just got a little bit more than he bargained for. But 2 quick kills, following up with the third, and a gorgeous farming round for him.
friend, दोस्तों की बात का इतना बुरा नहीं मानते, तो दोस्त लोग भी दूसरे दोस्तों का बुरा नहीं सोचते यार. It should go both ways ना यार.
And that was the thing we were really impressed with in their first matchup. Mini Boo and Boo,
considering हमने कितना साथ दिया है,
outdid expectations,
कितना मेहनत किया है,
Boo played an unreal
it should go 2 way ना यार.
Back to back. I mean, it's just
क्या हमारे पास ही उसका नंबर है, उसके पास नहीं है.
Should have more responsibilities. They work with KC don't have a lot. I was
Now
going to
it's too
disrespect
late.
this round, but Narrate got
But I love you,
extremely close. And even put Rien's down to what, 60 HP, no shields?
Jatin bhai, thank you for the
Damage already
100.
done, but you know, how much can they really get out of this? The judge on Shin perhaps stands a chance, but
last round का retake मारा बता, घर जाएगा गया, उछला.
Oh my! Oh!
What? He's used it to go forward.
कैसे?
Usage from Martin, and they've not even spotted Shin. Now he's nice and close. The judge in hand as he wraps on site.
Come on, Boo!
Defused. halfway already. Magnum needs to peek it. He's the only one that can stop it. He's seen now. They're not on. Can use his utility to buy some more time, deal some damage, make it easier for Shin to finish those players off. And although Antec found the kill, you had the grab well used.
God, retake, bro. What the fuck?
Out of it with a win, but at what cost?
Yeah, no, Antec had to save them. He had a bit of a rough start in their first match, but top of the board right now. And without that 4K, it's very close to winning around. The fact is he gets 2 and they still probably lose. Spam initially almost lost a teammate, trading out Martin, who would have been behind them. But every single one of these was a massively high impact kill. The man above, and then the final one as well. Like, that was such a huge round from him, but it really shows the danger of this KC roster. At any moment.
Elbow ला बहुत वेट किया क्योंकि उसके पास shotgun था.
Yeah, absolutely. Like they've had such a.
Is it just me or did Mixo look like he's about to give a TED talk? Like just with it's the mic across the face. I don't know why. It's.
Oh!
I'm sure he's got plenty to teach. Perhaps Boo has time for a lesson. He's out of this round. Gets to sit back and watch the squad play it out. Viper's Pit was used on B, started this round for Team Heretics. That's a ton of control. They're stacked up on B as well with Benji Fishy. Both traps being there, so that side of the map is secure. It's Mini Boo.
Bhai dimag tha. Do mara usne be, do mara.
He's still able to get 2, but Narrate, well, he doubles up on it, takes that 3rd kill and puts KC miles in the lead with a plant down and plenty of time for the post plants.
Do mara be.
Financially, things aren't in a great spot. A lot of damage taken in the last round, so whether they go for this or not is really up to them.
क्या लगता है 2-3 retake?
Thomasy weighing on the close angle. The nade is going to put them in
such an awkward spot now. समझ में नहीं आता आगे जाए या पीछे जाए.
3 players to find and not a lot of time to do it. Would need to hit something pretty quickly. Does manage the first, but the other 2 players are wrapping round behind him together. He's actually for the trade. It's good.
Galat aim, galat aim.
A very close round, but this time one that goes to KC. And as said, financially now things start to look a little bit troublesome for Heretics.
Well, that's it. You know, you got to commend KC for being able to, despite losing a lot of rounds, make them close. Yeah, that's kept the economy in not the healthiest of positions. And with a big round from forcing them into the side, and despite Benji having a great read indeed. It has put them now in a spot that 6-2 down. They're able to fight. They should be back to 6-3. And Team Heretics could very quickly see this half snowball out of their favor. KC to chance to fight their way back in. And it starts here with Narrate quickly taking control of A Heaven.
Genji, select ho gaya wo.
On the other side, it's Mini Boo inside the smoke.
Jo Veil team hai.
Nahi, a showstopper to work with. They need to be very careful that that doesn't find its mark.
He's also the one with the rifle.
Doma na, Doma
abhi pata nahi maybe him with a shotgun or something. There's willing to take that risk, but he has been very good so far. Clearly having the faith that he might be the one to turn this round and potentially just setting him up with whatever utility they have. Close corner cleared by the nade, and they're now going to have players walking into the trip. A lot of information to be had, but again, I think that's the second round in a row. Magnus managed to catch one of them in that window with the C's, so they can't risk it.
All the spikes planted.
Sab jayenge kya?
Seem to have a great spot to play from. A lot of information. They can push up ramp towards heaven. Nobody was spotted. Rians is taking that space. He's ahead of the flash, and so is Mini Boo. A quick double, and that's going to get the showstopper out of him. Damage done at least. Blast pack to push him out of position, and Mini Boo follows up. Rians with another. It's flawless so far, and it might end that way. Magnum with his best attempt, and it was looking shaky. He got there in the end, but the upgrades just to a pistol. He's stunned up, and he hasn't got time to gun up. That defuse already in. It might not be an Andalusia flawless, but you know what, Tom? It's 7-2, and they'll take that with the weapons they had. My God.
I think maybe it should have been. Honestly, that was so utterly impressive, and for Casey, a little bit unlucky. Like, they used Nightfall, I'm going to say a second too early. Like, it would have caught someone, they'd just go slightly more around the corner. The paranoia. Second too late. Like, it just seemed like they had the right idea with all the utility they were using. Just the timing was off by such a small amount, and that gave the space. And then obviously Heretics just hitting some crazy shots.
Retake game strong hai.
And again, the thing I loved about watching this team in their first match, they group up and play together. Their trades are sublime, and for the most part, they don't even need the trades because they play so well together.
Friendship nahi hai kya?
Timon can be hard to get that attack side going, but that really felt like KC's
Timon is very good
wide open door. They just had to step right through it, but the door now shut in their face, and they're left down to pistols, somewhere they've at least found damage.
बस मैं कॉलेज
before.
टूर्नामेंट में
Hope for that
नाम
again. Only a
टी
couple of
स्टैंड
rounds
रखा
left to
है
play
और
here in this
आपसे
half. Down to
सीखते
40.
टीम आईजीएल करूंगा.
Something
गुड
to
लक.
work with.
लव यू
Shot
यार.
there.
जीता तो प्राइस मनी भी
KC.
भाई क्या
Time to get
दिन
going was last round.
How was that
Magnum
headshot?
has got shut down and it's spotted. No,
भाई
players
पीसी
mid
चेक
and you've
बनता
got
है.
players coming up right into A heaven. They know at this point that what we're looking at is an A split. That's the intention.
Huh?
So you see that third player rotate around. Rian's now backing them up with this utility, and that's going to slow KC. You can see how these rounds have come down to the last few seconds with just how much Heretics like to stall them.
रेंज का चेहरा क्यों नहीं दिख रहा है कि वो घर से खेल रहे हैं ना.
The Heretics are just so patient.
घर से नहीं.
And
कोई
for
बोला
the
VCT
side of
office
KC,
से.
you're walking
हाँ
into a
मतलब
site
जिधर
that
से
has
भी दूसरी
two
जगह से.
players within it, a
Listen.
third waiting to try and catch them on the cross. They haven't even seen Benji, who's just got a firing range in front of him. Tom, is he down to just 1 HP? There's not really much chance for him in this round.
Retake
They
तो
got 15
करेंगे बे
seconds.
लोग.
At this point, you almost have to die just to get that extra credits on the board. Maybe they
Retake
can
तो
save
करेंगे.
that singular rifle, but they are not getting anything from this round. At the backside, an
भाई
easy clear.
क्या है
And
मैं
their eighth, this defense looking stellar.
क्या है
Yeah, it feels like
मैं.
KC's attack really just banging their head against a wall. The different walls every single time, but there's no weaknesses to be
कल
found.
दो मैच का
regardless of where
कोलर
they
का
go,
वीडियो
how
बनाने का
they try
एनर्जी
it.
सीन है.
Even here,
नहीं
like, having a player break the trip while
कोलेट नहीं
somebody's
होएगा.
holding heaven,
दोनों के
that's
बीच
a
में
good
3
idea.
घंटे का
I
गैप
like it.
है.
Trying to bait out a gunfight, something that Heretics have been avoiding every step of the way. If they can avoid a gunfight and use utility to keep you back, they will do it. So the idea is to just swing, make that player swing after the trap to see if there's someone there, and you'll take his head off. Unfortunately, Magnum got his head ripped off, and this has happened
फैंटम इज
consistently.
मेटा बंक्स भाई. डिफेंस में खेलते हैं बहुत लोग खेलते हैं.
They're just setting up mini
Attack
to
में
do
इतना नहीं
crazier and
खेलते.
crazier things. Could have
देखो,
afforded
एक
a rifle
Phantom
in
है,
this round,
दो
but
Phantom
wants
है.
to play off the back of the
I think
judge.
every
There
10
bye.
minutes
Opa.
He
Thank you
could
for
have
the
stopped that. Would've
10
been incredibly
rounds.
risky, but
Once the
they're just
most,
getting that
the
information again
man.
off the ults that they have. Now, they're going to want to try and figure out fairly early where KC are going. That showstopper dimensional drift combo can put the round into disarray. And
Mid
at
to
the
be
moment,
round
they're
try
playing
नहीं किया ना, ये
nobody
लोग ने
within
एक ही
that
round
B side,
किया था
just
जिसमें
looking
बाई
at the
नहीं था.
cross, trying to catch them on the way through.
just make
And they're just going to deny any extra space. The thing is, KC are doing a good job to bait out a lot of this utility early. But the problem is, when they've got into the late round, there's still been plenty
आपका
left
यूसी
for
देखकर
Heretics
मेरा
to
भी
eat.
यूसी होने लगा.
Right now, the B camera is down, but you've still got traps. Granted, the one on the back of B
I
side
am
is
guilty.
nasty. The one on the way through B, this one might actually be able to catch something. You've already seen Martin go past it.
Clear
His
है.
teammates need to be wary on the way through. They've broken already. They'll cross the site, and there's no punishment. Team Heretics, it looks set to be a
Clear
pretty
बोलते हैं.
hard retake
भाई
for this
Astra का
squad.
position
And with the
sexy
showstopper
है.
still cocked and ready to
गलत
go
है.
from Narrate, this could be tough to get anything done, let alone this flank from Shin. That's
Sexy,
I mean, just a
babe.
disgusting
Sexy
work.
position.
He's still able to have impact, of course, with those stars.
They've broken the trip at the back. Nade
Come on,
going through.
Mini Boo.
Showstopper still available. It can be popped at any
Oh,
moment,
shush.
and to be honest, it's going to be used right now. Boo.
Oi!
Third couple of headshots, and they know where the last man was. He was wrapping through from behind. He still has a grab well, and it is going to stop that defusal. Not to half yet either, so they have no idea where he's coming from. Shim just looking to wrap back around if he can kill the guy. Defusing, he has a chance, but Mini Boo's just not
मेरा
missing.
नया favorite है guys.
Headshot of the round.
Mini
a
Boo.
ninth round
Bhai.
onto the board, and even with a couple of ultimates to get them in and
Hamaरा
slow them
भी.
down, it is not enough to stop Team Heretics.
वो बंदे
I don't
ने
know
मारा है
what
अभी.
Antec just called crazy,
Mini Boo
but
ने मारा.
I think it might have been Mini Boo.
Maybe
That
this,
is
probably
absolutely
that.
ridiculous for this guy to be able to do that with such low HP going into those fights as well.
Oh
And-
भाई.
बतूरा कब खेलेगा ऐसा
No
तू?
problem.
Relax, guys. Come on, it wasn't
Come
a
on,
big
I'm
play.
16 and 7. You know, it's fine.
Yeah, we talked about yesterday being
But
Boo's
Tura भी
day,
ऐसा
and he was
खेल सकता
outperforming Mini Boo. He was looking on
regards
real
to
मैंने
what-
वो भाई आपका
consistent
भाई को
as well,
देखो एक बार
26
टैप
kills
दबाओ.
each game. This time, while he's happy to take a little bit of a back step,
आज
he
घर में
doesn't need to.
दंगल होएगा ये
He's
लोग
still
के.
positive, but not quite as
आज
positive
घर में
as Mini
दंगल
Boo.
होएगा.
Spray down from Rians. Decent chance when they're in this choke point. That reveals on. Of course, it's only going to be a decoy on its way through. There's the real one. Shot the wrong one. Unlucky for Benji and for Mini Boo. Rian's caught with ult in hand, and this round, the last of the half, may just be
Darbe.
KC's, short of some absolutely insane heroics from Boo and Patatech that I'm feeling confident might come through.
No one here.
उसको दिखा फेक करके.
You never know at this stage. They've been able to pull off so many ridiculous rounds. Panatech had a great
Oh,
game, but not this time out. KC will at least manage to get
9-3.
themselves a third, get something done on the
तो यार
attack.
कर दूंगा प्राइस बंदे का
As we sort of said, with this sort of composition, there's definitely
अपने मम्मी को दे
opportunities.
दो
I'm definitely intrigued to see how they're going to be playing
अगर
this one on the
जीतोगे तो
defense, because again, it has to be relatively
मम्मी जी को दे दो
explosive
या
when
फिर
you're
कुछ
running this
स्वीट्स खरीद के दे
Raze
दो
in
मम्मी जी
combination with Yoru. They do have a lot of setup. I feel like Shin will be able to put some pieces into play for them to play with, but the fact is,
I wanna see his attack now.
I'm very happy with how his team performed, because that was a light out performance from them.
Absolutely, a stellar opening half in this matchup, and if you're the side of KC, you're definitely going to be sweating. This defensive side, you had questions, and I think there's going to be answers about how Team Heritage play the attack. But if Minibu can keep hitting shots the way he is, even Rian's sitting on a breach, 12-6, he's been looking very good, popping off individually, and that's what we want to see moving into this attack side. KC, all ghosts.
भाई just 4 players एक बंदा घर से खेल रहा है उसका विशेष हो मेरे कल बात हुआ था रात को
गाइस लाइक करोगे 3000 लाइक्स नहीं हुए यार
ज्यादा देर नहीं 2 मिनट की बात हुआ
यही बंक्स आर्मी है
C's of course for Magnum and the Paranoia, so plenty of setup, but you almost feel like if they fail on whatever initial plan, they could go very wrong. It looks like they're about to go for it now. Everybody just pushing into this mid position, and that's the thing. They've just used pretty much every single piece of utility bar the boombot and a flash, and they got nothing.
Worlds apart from what we've seen from Heretics, keeping their util till late round. You know, here it's not individuals dumping it; it's a team dump. I don't know if they expected that space to be taken, and they could.
You take a team dump.
जीत गए वाइपर का पोजीशन बहुत सेक्सी है उसको कुछ साउंड नहीं है कुछ नहीं है
Well,
that's what I heard you did in Alliance.
सीधा घुसो कोई नहीं है
it
साइड
ends up never being closer. Team Heretics looking for their double digits to be found, and they've got an A site wide open. The poison orb up top, well, it's not there anymore, but luckily no one's peeking, so plant will be found for free from the retake for KC. Now, having used
भाई
up all of
BT
that
देखा ना
ability
डबल
early on,
कंट्रोलर का
they don't have a ton to clear these angles. Instead, have to rely on individual prowess, on winning aim
मारा
duels.
सबसे
Minibu
पहले
goes
उसने
down
यार
after one. That's a good sign. Benji still lurking around. And
Minibu
they've got
का
a
इससे
decent
headshot
idea where he
हुआ
is, as well as Boo. Still so far away. They cannot even deal with the first man, let alone the rest.
भाई
Team
गलत
Heretics
खेल
on
दिए
the
भाई
board.
गलत
They are looking uncontested.
पहले
on
मिड
KC's
पुश
map.
करके सारा
And again,
यूटिल्स
it's
खत्म
one
किया
of those scenarios where I don't
तीन
mind
जन
the
को
ideas
अटकाया
of KC
उधर
at all. Like, they heard a
और
lot of
फिर ये
players
चले
around
गए
mid, they go for something aggressive. If the players are a little
वाइपर
bit
का
further
पोजीशन
forward
सेक्सी
and
था
that
बहुत
C's
इन्फो दिया
catches them alongside the Paranoia and a nade, they are all dead. You
भाई
played a
एम
perfect
तो है
round.
बे ये
Unfortunately, they're a
में
little bit further back, a little bit more tentative on Heretics side. And because of that, you got
Aim
absolutely
तो
nothing.
है.
And I said, you're running in, I think they had a haunt and a singular flash. That was for the whole retake at a 5v5.
अरे थोड़ा वो साइड जाओ
सारे मिड में
Buying bonds versus
मेरे को
roulette.
center
You know,
में।
different investment approaches, and for KC, it has not worked out. Now, the
ये तो
blue
आ रहा है
side's going to have
बराबर
to
ना।
move into
हाँ?
A and find it open again, and
मेरा
Team
sound
Heretics are
गया।
very much correct in the
Faster
assumption. It's wide open for KC. How do we
हाँ।
get back in with classics and very
सिर्फ
little
game
in
sound
terms
आ
of
रहा था
the-
मेरे को।
the
क्या?
hard-hitting
Caster का
util
sound नहीं आ रहा था,
combos.
सिर्फ game
No
sound आ रहा
ultimates to play with. Well, let's see.
कैसे कैसे
Reveal, nade. Not much.
अभी
to
आ
do
रहा
now.
ना?
And once they see these rifles, Tom, I
अच्छा
expect
था वो game
this
sound
retake will
सिर्फ
crumble. Really, it's all about that next round and how much damage they can
बट्टे
do.
को मॉड दे दे
But
भाई
yeah, the main
अच्छा
thing I'm
दोस्त
looking
यार
at as well is Rian's, because you've
Really?
got
तो नहीं
those
चाहिए मॉड
3 rifles,
चाहिए
they
बच्चों
need
को।
to be saved.
बतू ने बोला
But
ये
if he
सब
can
क्या
maybe
है
farm up some orbs,
Oh.
straight down from Boo, but that is one of the guns. And that's the thing. Narrate can either opt
Vandal
to
will
throw
be
this out of the
there.
map, die to the spike,
भाई
or
कैसे भाई
just
एक
keep it
18
and
साल
run it
का
in the next round
बंदा
himself. So that is definitely going to make things a
इतना
little bit more
बाप
costly.
कब
than
से
would have
गेमिंग
been
कर रहे
on
हो
the side of
देख नहीं
Heretics.
रहा
They'll
मेरे
still
को
probably
हाँ,
come in with a
2-3
fairly
साल
solid
से।
buy. Benji likely to buy back
हाँ,
in with a
बत्ती सामने
rifle,
आओ।
so not really
बोलो
the end of
धीरज
the
बूस्टेड
world,
है
but
धीरज बूस्टेड
a
है
little bit frustrating for Heretics. Then
डिस्कॉर्ड आना
again,
तो डिस्कॉर्ड आ
they
जाओ
are winning 11-3, so I think they'll be okay.
स्क्रीम
with
कौन
it.
सी टीम
Yeah,
का
you know,
है
giving a gun to your
स्क्रीम
opponent,
दूसरी टीम का है
with this much of a
इसका कोई तो
lead,
टाइम है
there's no way that will come back to bite them.
Who is
It would be
it?
beautiful. It would be
Minibu.
poetic, but well, let's see if it does. 11-3. Team
Okay,
Heretics,
okay.
2 more to go, and this buy round is pretty much all that stands between them and victory.
लेट्स
KC
गो
are gonna have
क्या
nothing left if they lose this one, and ults aren't going to be
Carmine,
able to force them
Carmine.
back into it, Tom. This is
KC
if
Carmine,
they've been
oh,
feeling pressure
Carmine.
so far, it just got a lot
अपन
worse.
कारमैन कौन बोलते बे
12,
गलत
11,
बोलते
11,
अपन
10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 5.
There we go.
Beautiful,
Carmine.
unless you're a KC fan, and then you're probably not too happy that the top fragger on your team is the bottom on the other.
The beautiful sadness.
सीधा cross किया वो.
Oh, I like this paranoia through play from Narrate. He's not used the nade. Luckily, that player had TP'd out
see
of the corner,
this
so
team.
would have just been a wasted piece of utility.
TH
अगर वो fake TP मारता उधर तो किसी का fan base बहुत बड़ा है.
Farmed up as well. He's still
विलन जी
very
हाँ
far
क्या
away from
क्या
getting
बात
that
कर रहे हो?
showstopper, but it could help get it online before this game teeters out.
Yeah, this is the thing though. Similarly to Vitality when they played yesterday versus Gentlemates, I think Heretics have got a very good read on, okay, they're playing Yoru Raze, they have to push them.
लेकिन technically अगर देखा जाएगा तो केसी ने कुछ गलत तो नहीं खेला यार.
Stop them whenever they try and aggress. So okay, you've used a paranoia. We're gonna just get out of there and reset.
थोड़ा TH better वाला scene हो गया ये.
I think they're doing incredibly well at just making these sort of things very, very awkward. And even just things like that, small piece of information.
Nah.
Okay, you had an aggressive spot. I've spotted you with a cam. You have to fall back. You don't have that information anymore.
Yeah, you're gonna have to use some of your utility, some of your abilities for later on in the round. It's nice. Patatech might have a challenge here.
30 seconds.
Looked for a second like Magnum was thinking about going down, but he was just checking it. Making
भाई
sure no one
पहले
was
मिड
sneaking
आवाज
up
करके
the
ये
timing.
कहते हैं अभी ये
It's pretty
स्प्लिट
decent.
कर रहे हैं
Team
भाई
Heretics arriving on
गलत है
site
बे ये
now
टीम.
and looking to make their way through to this
घुस
A
गए.
site. Heaven is there
नेट
for
डाल
free.
के सीधा सच.
Aftershock is down. It's going to force him towards the site. We saw this from KC. A reactive flash, though. It's not quite worked. They've not been able to connect the shots on the back of the util. Nice play, though. Narrate slows them. Nade in. It's a little late, but it might just get some damage. Maybe even the kill on Boom.
Oh,
He's
close.
out. 40 HP still. Benji holding
भाई
strong.
साहब.
3 quick kills. And another nail seems hammered.
भाई
firmly in.
साहब.
KC's coffin 12-3. And Benji is making it look easy.
Well, that's the thing. That was one, after seeing like Benji play with the old roster, even in some of the off-season, you do sort of question a little bit, like, is he going to have that individual ability when it comes to Valorant? Is he going to be at a high enough level to compete with these players? But right now, second of the board, he's had a fantastic game, and he's been popping heads all the way through. And wow, a last-ditch effort where we've always given plaudits over to Ang and his coaching. If whatever he says here means they win 9 rounds in a row, I think we've just given the Champions Trophy now, because it would just be the most ridiculous thing.
Benji fishy तो है.
I don't believe in the comeback.
Nilzinho might just take the dub over Ang. The better coach confirmed on paper. What can we say?
Sue will come up
हाथ
here
में
and
कुछ
fight.
लिया मतलब अपने खुद के सर पे
I
मारना
don't know, man.
चाहिए.
I once heard a phrase that said stats don't lie, and I'm looking at this year stats after this game. It could just be leaning.
You're not even going to wait till the
Nilzinho's
end of the
favor.
best of 3, or just this map.
ये बेंजी ने बोला वर्ल्ड कप में 5th आया था हाँ. भाई लेकिन क्रेजी खेल रहे हैं ये बे. वन टैप
Mini's not even in the conversation anymore.
Yeah, I just get flashbacks.
सबसे बेस्ट तो ये है बे. Poor Midbu. Brothers.
Icebox, and then I think maybe
Brothers playing and winning together. Pro in his first tourney. पहले इसमें ही.
That was pain, especially if you were a G2 fan at the time.
ये नहीं मान रहा.
G2 fans at the time.
देवराव भाई नहीं मान रहे.
Yeah, they had a golden age.
देवराव भाई, thank you so much for the 10th farm. फुट के साथ बुक ऑफ विकेट के 29 जैसा एंड टीम मैच आज मिनीबू द्वारा. हाँ क्या बारी बारी से मारते गए लोग. देव भाई ना मान रहे भाई.
Not the one that the French fans expected for sure. Team Heretics now on
Oh,
their way through
fuck's
already,
sake.
avoiding the damage. The flashes were good, but Tamazi's not spotted in the corner. Narrate able to get a lock done
एक
before
और मारेगा
falling.
शायद.
And now Minibu got a lot of ground to recover.
Close,
he won't
close,
make it out
close.
alive. And with 11 HP left, a godlike clutch from Patatech needs to come through. Even the decoy to start off. He's not falling for it. He knows you're not running through a snake bite like that. Not even vulnerable. And with him not shooting it, maybe they don't check this corner. That's his best chance. Great shot from Patatech. One more needed.
Close,
Not this
close,
time.
close, close.
A lifeline.
Close रे, close,
A
close.
12-4.
मिनीबू का अच्छा था लेकिन वो अगर बच जाता था ना वहाँ पे एक मार के तो कुछ कर सकते थे लोग. कल पूरा काम दिन खत्म करके पॉपकॉर्न लेके टीवी के सामने बैठ जाऊंगा. आपका स्ट्रीम दिन कल रात को 3 मैचेस चुम्मा है हाँ ना. पहले शाम को मैचेस, फिर रात को मैचेस, फिर अगले दिन सुबह मैचेस.
मैं बोलती हूँ पूरा 3 बजे तक सो के आना था.
21-10. One away for a showstopper of his own.
Crazy, huh?
Actually, a lot of the ults starting to come on. That's the real worry. Is you might be able to bring back a
तो
couple of
सो
these
जाना
rounds,
सबके
but
सब
eventually there's going to be a
6
roll
बजे
under a
मिलेंगे.
Viper's pit. and it's going to
मेरा
become
खुद का स्ट्रीम है
very,
उसके
very
पहले
difficult to hold on to those rounds.
उधर
That's it. That's the problem with being this far behind. They
दोपहर
can just
को
probably
पहले
have
वो
two
करूँगा 2
ult
घंटा
rounds before
फिर
this
5-6
closes.
घंटा EMEA 5-6
Good luck to you
घंटा
winning even one of those. Miniboo, the first to start, punishing Shin.
अमेरिका
Oh,
भाई
trail
ये
in the
ना
previous
मान रहा
round. Now
भाई
he falls. The better Rays stand strong. The rocket
हो
up
गया
close.
भाई
It
हो
looks like
गया
a shotgun in his hands,
हो
and
गया
it's
भाई
deadly with 3 kills already. It looks like Miniboo's just booked
गलत
a 1-0 start to the series. Martin's
भाई
got a flash
गलत
in hand.
भाई
Good night, Sunshine. Tamazi, the
गलत
last man standing. 1 versus 4. The
दे
world
50 रुपए
against
दे
him. Let's see if he can
Over
stand
acting का
strong. I'm not feeling it with that bulldog with the full HP on
हाँ
everybody.
क्या ओवर एक्टिंग
Other than Miniboo.
Shit, guys.
And from what we've
Keep
seen,
it
he
up.
certainly doesn't need it. Just delaying the inevitable. It's been a tough game for KC. And I'm sure the
This
rest of the
fine.
squad already thinking
अच्छा
about their
बता
setups on Lotus
मैं उस हिसाब से
and how
Next,
they're going to
next,
play
next.
out.
next हाँ
He's
ये
at least
ये
able to find one.
ये वाला
But just look at the setup. He's got a peek in. He knew it was coming. Heretics, they're going to dominate map number 1. And
नहीं
I'll be
ये
honest
नहीं
with
ये
you,
पुराना हो गया ये
maybe-
पुराना हो
maybe
गया
last year you
ये
didn't watch
पुराना
the
हो गया
Spanish League, you didn't see Miniboo. Maybe
भाई
after his
क्या
first game, you're like, "Oh, you know,
खेले
it's the first game,
वे
maybe he just had a good game." Well, by now you must be very excited.
Oh, I absolutely am. So excited, I don't want to wait around. Let's get this
अरे
one
भाई
over
को
the
तो गले
arrows
मिला
test.
पहले बड़ा भाई छोटा भाई में ये तो होता ही है
Let's go! Don't need a scope.
मत करो भाई कितना अच्छा लगता रहेगा ना बाय बाय खेल के हाँ
Look at my
बाय का घास मारने Bro, how are you? Hope all is well. Gucci! Love you, God bless you. Thank you. आप कैसे हो? How's your son? How's he doing? Did he reach immortal yet? How's the gaming happening?
Don't ask about Lola.
Excuse me?
Grande. the Lord Nieve.
Don't ask about Lola?
But in spite of everything, it occurs to you to visit Andalusia. Don't say I didn't warn you.
भाई ये
Careful
बेस्ट
of the
एक्टर है भाई
Andalusian crush.
मस्त लगता है मेरे को
Hey guys, it's Jimmy Lin, former professional Counter-Strike player and Valorant.
Miss you too, buddy. Miss you too. Miss you too.
To be able to fight this.
है ना म्यूजिक Hey Binks, अरे निको, it's long time. How's the lives? मेरा फेवरेट है EMEA और कल फनेटिक का मैच है. कल मजा है. कल रात 12:30 फनेटिक 3:30 C9 वर्सेस एनर्जी, फिर 6:30 बजे लेव वर्सेस क्लाउड. तीनों मैचेस में किसको सपोर्ट कर रहे हो? आगे कंटिन्यू कर देते ना. फिर 11:30 से पैसिफिक का भी. सुनो कौन कौन जीतेगा. प्रेडिक्शन सुन लो अभी. फैनेटिक में तो फैनेटिक ही जीतेगा. ठीक है. पिंकी दरवाजा बंद. C9 वर्सेस एनर्जी में मेरे हिसाब से एनर्जी लेव वर्सेस लाउड में मेरे सबसे लाउड. देवर्स टिटिस मेरी जान के टोटल्स. हाय बैंक्स, थैंक यू फॉर क्रिएटिंग ओरिजिनल कंटेंट. ये इसमें मेरे खुद का मुंह है. It's a refreshing to see someone who takes the time and effort to produce something unique and valuable, adding the watch button. Unlike Titties by क्या कर रहे हो? वो पीछे चला गया है. वो हो गया वो सीन. अब भी आपका टिटीज हर्ट हो रहा है. कहाँ सीन? आप थोड़ा लेट हो. वो हो गया यार. लव यू यार देवर्स भाई. लव यू देवर्स भाई. ये लो वड़ा पाव. थैंक यू फॉर द $50 मेरी जान की टोटल. थैंक यू. ठीक है, सॉरी लेट हूँ, थोड़ा बिजी था. गलती एक्सेप्टेड. इट वाज सो इजी. लव यू देवर्स भाई, लव यू। डीमन 1 का वेट करो, डीमन 2 का भी वेट करेंगे हम। टी शर्ट कहां से लिया? बैंकॉक। देव भाई सुपर मिस वापिस एक और दिया क्या? देव भाई एक तो देखो समझ में नहीं आ रहा है अभी, आपका अभी फ्रीक्वेंसी बढ़ रहा है, समझ में नहीं आ रहा है। ये पहले वाला तक ही लेटेस्ट वाला है, समझ रहे हो? देव भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 pounds, थैंक यू, मेकिंग इट अ टोटल ऑफ 500 pounds गाइस। 500 हो गया रहेगा ना? एक स्ट्रीम पे 10-10 पाउंड करके 10 बार देते हैं, ऐसा मैंने 5 स्ट्रीम तो किया ही रहेगा अभी तक। क्या बोलते हो? 500 पाउंड हो गए रहेंगे, और अगर कैलकुलेट करो तो 100 रुपीज तो मेरे को मिला। लव यू। 520 इन टोटल। सच्ची? What the freaking मछलीज? देव भाई आप क्या करते हो यार लाइफ में? गुड लक बाय 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 देव स्टेटिस यार। आप क्या ऐसा सुपर सेट दे तो चला जाओ, तो क्या सीन, मैचेस नहीं देख रहे? लव यू देवर स्टेटिस, लव यू, थैंक यू सो मच। देवर्स बाय और आई मीन टिटिस बाय और देव बाय को वड़ा पाव दे, वड़ा पाव दे। ये DEV समझ रहे हो? देव मानुस लोग है ना जिनका नाम DEV से चालू होता है, देव मानुस तो है। क्या बोलते हो? सब देव नाम वाले रिच है। हाँ ना? कोई और है चैट में? जरा देखो, कोई नहीं रहेगा। कोई है जिसका नाम DEV से चालू होता है? कोई है? देव भाई चैट में। अच्छा देव भाई आप नॉर्मल चैट में करते हो? वाह, इंजीनियर हूँ। बाप रे, मैंने क्यों बीकॉम किया था?
One-sided. I thought Carmine Core would have had a little bit better to show, and one of these rounds I want to pull up is round 9 to just explain kind of a little bit of my thought process on like why I expected a little bit more from Carmine Core and why Team Heretics was able to do so well. So on this round, we're actually seeing them go straight into A site here. This is right after they won a round, they reset the economy of Team Heretics. They're going to be on a low buy right now, so they have 4 shares basically on the board. But what we're seeing here is we're seeing a bunch of them.
ऐसा जाना चाहिए ऐसा.
They are going to go straight onto the site. They're going to end up using a smoke onto screens. They're going to use a fade tether onto heaven. They're going to get stalled out a tiny bit, but here come the smokes and here comes the approach onto site. But what we're not seeing is any control over towards ramp. We're seeing everyone basically coming straight into the site. And what that's going to mean is that
नहीं वो तो ठीक है, वो लोग का बाइल होता है यार.
Once they've cleared all of the site here, there's going to be no stabilization. So here we're seeing all of this retake.
वो लोग का बाइल होता है यार, अगर वो कोई भी रैम कंट्रोल लेता और कॉम्बो में मर जाता तो गन्स गिर जाता. कोई सीन नहीं.
They've got a bunch of sheriffs, but they have no contest. There's no one really.
Go on, pause the exams are done. Sin here is Diamond 3 taking coaching from your streams. अरे but game में abusing बहुत है इंडिया में.
They have the ulti. They're able to get the first 2 kills because the Omen flash missed, and now everyone is basically stuck on the site here. This is where everyone else for KC.
It is what it is, but आपको उसको समझाना पड़ेगा. There is a difference between a good गाली and a bad गाली. ऐसा कुछ समझ रहे हो? देव भाई चैट में क्या बोले? देव भाई लव यू बैंक्स, एक और दे.
How are we going to manage the post plant situation? And Team Heretics
Mechanical.
They're just playing with so much focus. They're just running out together and taking all these team fights. And even before they take team
Mechanical
fights,
engineering करना पड़ेगा. क्या बोलते हैं?
They don't care. They're feeling really momentous right now. What do you guys think?
इतने पॉइंट्स मिल गए तो अभी बाकी के क्लासिक बंडल ले लो. नहीं ले सकता यार, ये सब नेक्स्ट मंथ आएगा. ये सब नेक्स्ट मंथ आएगा अभिनव भाई, समझ रहे हो?
I mean,
एक महीना लगता है पूरा.
Right before the match, I was like, "Oh my God, it's so good that as a region we don't have that one-sided maps, and then we get this split." I am so surprised that he is able to keep this level. We see it in the reactions.
Pose देखो भाई, कितना young है भाई.
I do agree with what Steele was mentioning. I feel like there's a lack of a bit of the fundamentals in the side of
0%. एक बार ही पहला नहीं मरा. एक बार लव यू भाई, लव यू टू एक और देव भाई, एक बार देख लो, सारे देव एक दूसरे को जानते तो नहीं।
Last time, but Lotus
It definitely works though.
Yeah, it definitely works. And Lotus is the map that
Vise
they both
aise-
played
vise
already.
mein
So
mechanism
one,
difference
of
to
course,
dikhta hai banda.
Kukuka, but again, it was close.
Obviously
It was a very dominant fashion for the
Another
side of
Dev
King
bhai.
Rock. A little bit of actually the only two one-sided maps that we've seen were that Lotus and the split that we
Abhinav bhai
just
super chat
witnessed.
nahi
So
bolo na,
let's see if
pounds wala
King
wahi
Rock,
tha
you
na.
know, can go back into the track actually feeling comfortable because
Once
from
and
what
some
I've
kaise ho,
just
sab
seen,
badhiya ho.
Heretics got their number into what they did to wanted
YouTube
to
settle
do
में
on
one
split.
month बाद तो
They
instant
countered it
थोड़ी आता है
perfectly.
भाई।
A lot of mid control and how Benji was playing.
ये month का
I'm
next
very
month
happy with
आएगा।
that. So let's see if we have
Next
some
month का next
changes
to
in
next
the
month।
agents like moving into Lotus.
Yeah, I don't think we will.
Supporting
see that.
home
But it
Heretics
was a very
baby।
close match between
भाई EMEA में
Heretics
मेरा
and Fnatic.
100%
Easily
turbo
gone
है
the other way, and maybe we
success
would have a
rate।
different team, sitting here.
ये लोग
So,
jinx नहीं
again,
होते,
they
क्यों
both
ऐसा?
felt very comfortable. It looked like they were willing to play
कहीं
the
दे
newer
एक की तो नहीं
Lotus,
अलग-अलग
and
आईडी
as
से,
you guys
वो भी
can
हो
see in the agents, so like pretty much what we expected.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, the main differences are the duelist, Minibu.
घर के लिए थोड़ा save कर लो, want to see me in a better place।
Neon and
It's
the
too
Raze.
hard,
They
Ray।
both have a lot of mobility, but the kit is different.
It's
I
too
understand
hard।
that Minibu will go more for the
घर
stance, for the
is
flashy
too
plays.
costly,
I think that
यारो।
it suits him perfectly.
Navi
Martin's going to
Mumbai
need
and
a
Mumbai,
little
the
bit more
rates are-
of his teammates to actually make the plays come into fruition. But I think this is an exercise that they also need as a team moving
इतने
forward.
लोगों का
For the
tension
rest,
है
they
यार,
both
मेरे
play
घर
the
का
double
love
controller.
you।
And of course, we do see the difference between the Gecko and the Fade, but that's a comfort and also combo potential.
Yeah, and this is where I want to see Magnum and N maybe step up a little bit. You know, so far they've had a more of a honeymoon side of things. They haven't really had to deal with hardships to this level of getting smashed on a map. So I'm looking forward to the
हाँ
redemption.
बहुत hard है, मैं खुद try कर रहा हूँ।
the game. Over
देव
to
भाई
you this
शर्म
time. I
करो, आपने अभी
definitely
तक
got their
जितना
names
दिया है
right.
ना
It's
उतना
a
रुका के
Doug
रख तो
and
खुद
Bola,
कर
right?
लेते।
My fade.
ओ जय पटेल, how's you?
Definitely Doug.
Hi, I'm
You're
Bola.
definitely Doug.
कैसा चल रहा है सब कुछ?
So
Long
unfortunate for a
time
second,
no
when they heard Doug, they
see।
thought of you.
देव भाई आपका हालत
Speaks so
ऐसे
many
तो मेरा
languages.
तो हो
Thank
गया
you,
बस।
Tom. So eloquent and beautiful. Well,
सच बोले
as we
everyone
move into
want
the
to
second
see
map, I think
new
it's
more।
fair to say that the French fans back home won't
भाई मैं क्या सोच रहा हूँ, मैं आज से सिर्फ EMEA करूँ? हाँ मेरे को लग रहा है कैल्सी वाले भाई, अंडी मंडी अगर तुमने कैल्सी लेके बैठा तो अपना अपना कैल्सी जेब में डालो। जय बडल भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द कनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन अमेरिकन, लव यू, थैंक यू फॉर द $50 मेरी जान, थैंक यू सो मच। हाउस यूज, आई एम गुची। इतना बड़ा $50 के मैसेजेस में बंदे ने हाउस यूज लिखा, लव
So
यू।
picking it, they clearly feel like they can
अजय
beat
भाई,
their
थैंक यू
opponent
फॉर द
throwing it.
Oh
मेंबरशिप।
yeah, definitely. You know, this is somewhere that if I was KC, I'd be a little bit scared. One of Team Heretics
कैल्सी वाले
is
भाई,
the
मोबाइल
low
अंदर,
force.
हाँ अंडी
We'll
वंडी।
see as time progresses, because we've already got those
फिल्म
barriers
का
up,
पीछे
and
रह
you can
गए,
see an orb being tapped
गेम में या
away
एज
at.
में, सब में।
But no presence from
भाई
Heretics.
मेसी या रोनाल्डो?
Instead, taking a lot of this control,
Messi।
which means they're right outside the door, and as they come out,
आप भूल गए रहोगे इधर आने का,
they
लेकिन
rotate.
हम
They
आपको नहीं
decide to
भूले।
move on KC.
I am
So
a Messi
let's
fan।
decide perhaps if you're Heretics, that's what you're thinking, and that's certainly the right play. And a little bit
Yup।
of a lurk left late in.
मैं क्या, मेरी तो पूरी चैट ही मेसी है, ऐसे भी और वैसे भी।
Taking their time,
सी!
make their way through.
मेसी बेबी।
Rian's already going to be able to find one, but it is just traded. Spike unable to make its way to the site because they haven't yet cleared it. But with a lurk, I was going to say a lurk going it to be, maybe they head that way, then go wherever they want now, Mitch. They've slaughtered everybody except Patatek.
Yeah, and Patatek's a little late to the party, right? He's coming around just as most of the squad have left. As those steps are heard towards B, he turns his back.
पकड़ो,
And that's how it ends. Very nicely
पकड़ो,
handled by KC. A refreshed look at this squad coming into the
पकड़ो,
pistol round.
एंड बोलता है बोर्ड मेरा।
Play for. They've got to keep it together coming into round number 2.
जय भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द हाईएस्ट एवर थिंग कैनेडियन ऑस्ट्रेलियन अमेरिकन $200 मेरी जान के टोटे।
Basically pressuring towards
मुझे इसलिए तो बेस्ट लगता है।
at the same time. It's one of those things
Love you,
where
yeah।
the agent has its limits and the
Guys,
utility from players
सारे
like Binks is
अपने
gonna be really
ऑफा
important,
ऑफा
so-
डोनेटर्स को बड़ा पाव दे,
Look at the guns they bought.
बड़ा पाव दे।
Yes, this
Gun they bought, Mitch. Are you a fan?
रिक गॉड ब्लेस, थैंक यू फॉर द मेंबरशिप। जय पटेल भाई, थैंक यू सो मच। क्या सीन है, सारा एक साथ सेव करके दे दिए।
Now, do you know what?
क्या
I think
सीन है?
actually-
बीच बीच में आया करो यारो।
2 outlaws is a little bit of an eyebrow raiser, but when you
love
look
you,
at the map they
Anonymous
play,
bhai,
there's a lot
love
of
you.
long-range angles, especially if you're going to scrap for that A site. On attack side,
भाई लोग classic निकाल तो सकते हैं.
but it is just so
Shit.
goddamn powerful.
घुसने देना चाहिए था,
Already,
पता है?
Magnum's able to light down Mini Boo, presumably to 10 HP or thereabouts.
घुसने देना चाहिए था. मस्त stack था. मेरा
मेरा
नाम भी देव, big fan. Oh, Dev.
ball is always a solid
ठीक है?
strategy, but when you've got
Cheesy
two teammates
SR
who
Gaming,
happen to hit
Cheesy
one of their
SR,
two
love you.
quickly discharged shots will put someone
मैं
down
थोड़ा
to 10
गलत पढ़ा
HP
पता है
or
मेरे
they
को
go
hair
zero, then
hair
it's
पढ़ा
a
मैंने बोला
pretty
cheesy
easy
hair
fight
क्या
to
होता है?
take most of the time.
Cheesy
it's
SR,
more so
thank
just
you
the
for the
fact
$2
that
and the
it's
first
one of
super
those
chat.
weapons
Love
you can use in
you.
this sort of round, and it's
भाई 200
a
कैनेडियन
bit of a
ऑस्ट्रेलियन
risk,
का वड़ा
but
पाव
it's
दो.
not as expensive. And then also
Love you Jay bhai, love you,
use it in
love
the
you.
next round, and as you said,
लगता है
if you
जल्दी
get one of those
Discord talk
shots,
show करना पड़ेगा.
it's gonna either kill someone off who had to buy light
सबका
shield,
life upgrade हो गया है
or
from last
it's gonna
time.
light someone so low that you can
हाँ?
basically use the classic if you
सबका
want to
life
them up.
Oh, anything.
सबका
And the
life
best
upgrade
part
हो गया
about
मेरे
it,
हिसाब
though,
से
is
last
it's
time
the
से.
movement speed. The fact that you can so quickly get into an angle.
बस भाई
get
इतना
out
प्यार
of an
कहाँ
angle. It
से
works for
फैलाते
people
हो?
in ranked. You know, if you're in Diamond
Does it?
Ascendant, you can pull it out. When you look at pro players, their reaction times are
Nerf chat
insane.
miss,
Being
क्या
able to
बोला?
connect a quick 140 shot to the body is just insane.
Nerf का पढ़ो, Nerf का
I
पढ़ो,
want to see a
क्या
lot of
पढ़ो?
it. So much of it.
क्या
And
बोला?
we're getting, well,
मेरे को chat ही नहीं दिख रहा Nerf का.
see how much impact is felt in
Minus
the next
करके
round.
लिखो.
Yeah, that would be the interesting thing. The fact that they've not actually
Minus
lost anything,
करके
'cause
लिखो.
that's the one risk. Like again, you compare to the Na'Vi strategy that we see, where they buy 2 pistols, 3 rifles, then you buy up the extra
वह लाए
rifles
जा
to
रहे
make sure
हैं.
that you can
देख
have a
के
loss.
आ रहा हूँ. Done
I
done
think the risk with doing this is if you lose either of the guns, it is expensive. Like you've invested into a couple of snipers that cost what 2,400, and
देव
then
भाई
you've
भी
got
नहीं
with
मान
the
रहे.
rifles that
देव भाई भी
basically
नहीं मान
cost you
रहे.
the max. So it's one of those
इतने
situations
सुबह
where
thumbnail
if
का
you lose
price
anybody,
increase.
it's going to cause you some problems. Obviously, for Boo's side, making sure he doesn't give any orb.
Guys, कोई
over, and,
thumbnail
well,
artist है
actually, the
जो
player that is close is going to be Narain.
मेरे
Not too
मेहनत
far
के
away
लिए
from the
फ्री
9-4
में काम
next round.
करना
Yeah,
चाहता
I think
है.
it was a good idea from Boo. He probably just quickly tapped tab and realized someone's too
देव
away
भाई ना मान
from
रहे
an
भाई.
ultimate,
देव भाई
especially
ना
when
मान
it
रहे.
fades. All right.
देव भाई
You
ना
don't
मान
mess with
रहे.
that, so it's
और
a
बाद में
safer
बोलते मैं भी
option
घर
to
लेने
go
का
down
ट्राई
this
कर रहा हूँ.
way.
Very realistic देव भाई.
See what I mean about the fire speed there? Like that is
कल
just
आता हूँ मैं.
outrageously quick. The damage that it outputs in a
ये
low
round
is huge. In a full
ये
round,
राउंड अगर
it's
हेरिटिक्स
very
जीता ना
quickly.
मजा आएगा.
There are a couple of players who've gone with the light shield, so make sure to take that in mind. They are one shot to the outlaws. I noticed originally everybody
दो
actually bought
outlaws
up 4
बे.
shields because it's
डिटेल्स
clearly
और
something
कास्ट में
noted
कुछ
by
तो
Heritage,
लिखा है.
but they
बताना
managed to
जरूरी है.
actually
रुको ना
invest
2
into
दिन.
it this time. So there's a chance those
सारे
two
लिंक्स
players
वही
will go
ग्रुप
down
में
to
आते
win.
हैं. जस्ट सेइंग.
That's Patatek and Boo. Keep an eye if they
लव
end
यू
up
यार. पहली
falling
बार मेरा कास्ट तो
later on
प्रमोट
in the
किया
round.
किसने?
It'll be Magnum or Tamazi for now, wielding those outlaws. But it's more so about how KC are
एक दो दिन
approaching this
रुको,
right.
मालूम
We're
पड़ेगा.
again seeing some pressure being put on parts of the map. We've seen this on C, now we're seeing it on B.
करते हैं डिस्कॉर्ड का करने का. मेरे को भी करने का. बहुत टाइम से
Scrap for
करने का.
orbs if they're there, especially
मैं
in
ग्रुप
C,
में डाल दूंगा मैं.
and then pull back. They're attempting to make Heretics play some over rotations, overplay their hand to grab information.
भाई
So
दो
far,
आउटलॉ
Magnum
से
have
जीत
come
गए ना ये
through.
लोग.
It's been pretty patient,
मेरा
similar
हो
to what we
गया.
saw on the previous map from Heretics.
शॉट.
Through to give that fight
बताना
versus-
जरूरी है. एक दो लोग और
It's almost too easy for him. The
आएंगे
thing is, it's one
देखने
of
को.
those scenarios where he's almost faking things out on the other side of the map, holding a
Leaks
couple of
heavy
players
तो
as they
था.
look to run him. Antec is waiting, but he doesn't win that fight.
Oh! Oh, almost bे. Oh shit. Oh shit.
Again, the headshots being connected and Shin.
अगर वो शॉट लगता
in
था
no man's land. No heroics
2v2
from the outlaw
ट्राई
this
कर
time,
सकते
Mitch.
थे. भाई क्या मारता है बे फिशी बंदा. कितना रिपोर्ट होता रहेगा.
Probably not.
Probably no.
क्या लीक है मेरे को भी बताना. नॉर्मल ग्रुप में नहीं भाई. लो कर देंगे.
If he had his ult, maybe a
10
chance.
seconds left.
But as we can see, quite far.
एक महीना रुक के
Seth's
ट्रैवल
gonna be
करना है.
making
अभी ना
it
करे
safe this
मतलब.
rifle through to the next
चलो
round.
सीएल बाद में मिलते. बाय बाय बाय. थैंक यू सो मच for $250
It's a good
Mithul.
fight
Thank
back
you.
for Heretics, though. This is the sign of life we wanted to see from this squad. But thanks to KC not losing anyone in the second round, it's not like the sting of that is going to be felt massively. I think we've got a decent opening to this.
Heretics
I'm
come
curious
back.
to see if one team is going to run away
Heretics
with
come
it,
back.
'cause Heretics, they
भाई
snowballed
सबसे
like crazy
ज्यादा
on this
क्रिस्पी
map.
में
This is
फिशी
their
बंदे का नहीं
peak.
लगता
And
है.
as we get deeper into buy rounds and we start to see full kits
सबसे
and
ज्यादा.
full rifles and even ultimates come online, that's where I just have to give them in my head that little bit of an edge to push through. And individually, they're already showing up.
हाँ?
Yeah, interestingly, for Carmine Corp on this map, they actually did incredibly well on the defensive side, which is rare. A lot of the time, you're talking about the attack. attack, but
18 साल का बंदा भी नियॉन खेल रहा है मेरे सहनेज के मेरा हो गया भाई गेमिंग से। सबको लाइक करने बोलो गाइस, सब लोग एक साथ मिलके चैट लाइक करो भाई। एक और हेडशॉट मारा उसने।
Shim from above has taken
Clean,
down the
baby.
Yeah, an excellent shrouded step. I think on the back of his own paranoia being thrown through, those players couldn't see a damn
Bugs
thing.
by Sinan versus Energy का गेम है। I am planning to betting अच्छी बात नहीं है।
Oh, nice spam.
$100 किस पे डालो जो तू बोलेगा और पैसे डालूंगा। If I win total win 30, ना betting is not a good thing.
Don't get me wrong. Doesn't block the bullets. That's the real problem.
Betting is never a good thing.
No. A chance to punish. It's huge. Martin's decimated this
It's
squad.
not good anonymous भाई।
Now fighting from behind despite
बैटिंग को यहाँ प्रमोट मत करे, यहाँ पे प्यार देते हैं हम, समझ रहे हो? अगर आपको एक टीम को प्यार देने का है तो आई थिंक एनर्जी, अगर प्यार देने का बैटिंग ना करे, ठीक है? बैटिंग ना करे, सपोर्ट करे। हार्ड अर्न पैसे जाता है यार। बैटिंग ना करे, सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ, मजाक से हटकर। आराम नहीं किया भाई सच। अरे इसकी माँ का सुनो, मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ यार, मैं सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ। मतलब प्यार, मतलब वैसा दे सकते हो ना, प्यार दो, सपोर्ट दो। अगर किसी को सपोर्ट करना है वैसा तो एनर्जी का करे भाई। हाँ, और कल मेरे को $30 आ गया तो तुम लोग को लगेगा भाई मेरा उसने सुन के, भाई गलत बात है, ठीक है? असली दिल से बोल रहा हूँ भाई, बैटिंग ना करे। तुम लोग यार मालूम है मैं हरामी हूँ, इतना नहीं यार, थोड़ा तो मेरे को वैसा रखो। 30% का लालच बाबू भैया। नहीं बैटिंग नहीं है, बैटिंग मेक सेंस, आई विल स्टॉप इट। ओ Tanu, instead of using money to bet, you can use that money to do a lot of things in your life. Either you can improve your lifestyle, or you can spend it on your family, or you can just spend it on just spending it, or you can give it to someone who is needed, or if you can't think of anything, then super chat is always a way. समझ रहे हो?
Martin not finding anything with the showstopper. It's looking a little bit
love you
KC, but they've made
भाई
it
क्या,
past the
मैं
block
कल से
and
EMEA पे,
without going down.
आज से मैं EMEA फैन।
Off the site. They've grabbed space for a plant. Rian's firing from the
भाई दूसरी बार ऐसा हुआ है गेम में, मेरे को लौड़ा कुछ नहीं मालूम क्या हो रहा है, सिर्फ सुपर चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ। आज से EMEA फैन में बेस्ट चीज है भाई। स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर
for Benji, the turret down to cover, and their back is already secure with Boo's position. This is a very
जब भी चैट में भाई ये नॉन
They've got a
नॉन वो
hide away, but it looks like Heretics are ready for it now.
नॉन क्या बोलते हैं?
1 second on the clock before he's detained, but he's bought enough time, perhaps, for Shin to clutch this out.
नॉन हार्मफुल
Benji's
है
just
मेरा
now
चैट
retrieved the
वाला।
rifle, and the clock
देवरा
is
भाई
still
थैंक यू
flying.
फॉर द
He
10th
needs to
फॉन्ट।
find Shin.
देव
He needs
भाई
to
ना
find him
मान
soon,
रहे।
tapping to try and draw him out into the open, but Shin is patient. He doesn't think it's being
Oh, close!
He didn't think it was being stuck.
भाई ये मिस भी कर सकता है।
Nice round from KC and another big one from Shin.
शर्म करो अल्ट्रॉन मैन, शर्म करो। बैटिंग मत कर बोलते, ट्रेडिंग करूंगा, शर्म करो। विंसेंट राजा थैंक यू फॉर 40 विंकी डिस्कॉर्ड टॉक शो चाहिए, करेंगे एक बार वॉच पार्टीज खत्म होने तो करेंगे। मेरे को ऐसा लग रहा है मिनीबू मेरे जैसे रेस मैन है, क्या बोलते हो?
Very different mood on the side of Heretics to what we've seen previously. You can see Benji frustrated as that round came to a conclusion. They're going to take a timeout now.
Benji पिछले Fortnite pro player but बहुत crash prizes भी जीता है। हाँ?
You know, light shields in play. It doesn't look like KC will be buying an outlaw though. So
बाइक मार रहा तो crazy है बे। सबसे अच्छा हेडशॉट मेरे को उसका लग रहा था।
like you said, the next half.
विसाने का सुपर चैट मिस में पढ़ा मैंने डिस्कॉर्ड टॉक शो वाला।
Inside of Nilzinho and Weber's heads, they've had their piece already.
Yeah, I like the fact as well that something that was mentioned when we spoke to Magnum was he said that
बैटिंग और ट्रेडिंग सेम चीज हुआ ना दो नहीं यार। बैटिंग मतलब ऐसा चीज है जहाँ पे तुम लोग सिर्फ डालते हो एंड देयर इज अ 50-50% चांस and a 70-30% chance to lose if you don't know the लॉजिक बिहाइंड वेटिंग, समझ रहे हो? समझ रहे हो? ट्रेडिंग एक ऐसा चीज है जहाँ पे तुमको खुद मालूम पड़ता है कि क्या वैल्यू है। समझ, फॉर एग्जाम्पल तुम्हारे पास 1 kg राइस है, ठीक है, और मेरे पास है 1.5 kg कांदा, तो मेरे को मालूम है कि राइस 1 kg इज इक्वल टू 1.5 kg कांदा, तो मैं मेरा कांदा तेरे को दे सकता हूँ। समझ रहे हो? बाय हेवी एग्जाम्पल है, समझ रहे हो ना? समझ रहे हो ना? उसमें दोनों पार्टी प्रॉफिट में, क्योंकि आलू वाले को कांदा मिल रहा है, कांदा वाले को आलू मिल रहा है, तो ट्रेड हो रहा है। समझ रहे हो? और वो भी बिना पेरेंट्स एडवाइस तो बिल्कुल ही नहीं करना चाहिए। समझ रहे हो? वो इमरान हाशमी का मूवी देख के ये सब मत करो भाई। बराबर है? एग्जाम्पल कैसे था? अभी अपने घर से 1.5 किलो कांदा लेके तुमको किधर जाने का समझ में आया ना? आलू वाले के पास।
So because of that, and they've
मेरे
seen
को
Mini
चक्कर
Boo
आ
on
रही
the
है।
other side as well.
एग्जाम्पल सेक्सी था।
KC have just been able to walk it.
Well, that's about to end. There's the kill.
अभी तो राइस बोला हाँ क्या? Shit.
They've already given away the approach. 2 players spotted to the side of Heretics, at least.
It
just
was
on
a
the
three-way.
mini-map. They know these guys are close.
Rice,
Not
Kanda
confirmed,
and
but still
Aloo,
players
three-way.
looking to move towards this
तुमको नहीं
A-side
समझेगा,
rotation.
इसलिए बोल रहा
So
हूँ,
2 players, they
ये
now
सब
know
मत
on
करो।
KC that they've seen a Gecko.
Parents
They've seen a
advice
kill
लो,
choice.
parents
They shift it
advice.
up, move into B, find a safe place to plant.
10 seconds left.
Hopefully avoid that clock,
Woo!
running it all the way down, but they've lost to Mazzy in the meantime, and Shin's not far behind. This one's slipping out of their grasp as quick as can be.
भाई हेरिटिक जीत तो सकता है भाई, मजा आएगा। 2-0 होगा तो मजा आएगा। 3-way था ये, 3-way था।
Angle, but he's being isolated. The player behind him
What
swinging
that
to
trading
try
में
to
skill
help, but
लगती
too
है?
many guns on the other side.
तो
Heretics
पूछ रहा है,
do
बता रहा
well
है।
to find themselves a second. Slow path to recovery.
Yeah, definitely got a bit of a route back, and the other thing as well is if KC are going to have a strong
Being a trader मेरा हो गया।
last time out, Heretics are going to have to prove themselves on this side as well. I feel like
Hello,
they've
Bunks
pushed into
दादा।
Benji every
Right
single
today,
round
गिली
as
तुम्हें
well.
love you सांग भाई, love you। आप ट्रेडिंग करते हो
Going
नहीं?
in that direction. But that early kill
भाई
definitely
मेरे को एक
helped with
बात
weathering the
बताओ,
storm, and I think
तुम लोग पूछते हो आप ट्रेडिंग करते हो, भाई एक तो उसमें इतना टाइम लगता है, ठीक है, एटलीस्ट सुबह 9 बजे लोग फ्रेंच फ्राइज चाय वाय लेके खड़े रहते हैं शाम के 4 बजे 6 बजे तक। हाँ, मैं इधर बेंच पूरा दिन वॉच पार्टी करता रहता हूँ, मेरा एआई करेगा ट्रेडिंग? कहाँ से करूंगा भाई? मैं ये सब चीज, जिसका नॉलेज नहीं है उसमें घुसने का ही नहीं है, सिंपल एज फक। जिसका नॉलेज है उसका हम रोज रात को वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं। क्या बोलते हो?
Focusing on anyone, I'd say
ट्रेडिंग मतलब स्टॉक
Heretics are probably
मार्केट एंड
gonna
ऑल
kill
दैट
right now.
बीएस।
Having that killjoy utility to play with, having the poison
तो
orb on C as
एग्जाम्पल था
well.
मेरा,
The rotations,
एग्जाम्पल था।
bit of a head
वहां पे
scratcher as
तुम
to how
पैसा
Heretics are
डालोगे तो
this
स्टॉक
confident
मिलेगा,
with
सेम
essentially
लाइक
4
कांदा दोगे तो
players
आलू
towards
मिलेगा।
this C side. Granted, Miniboo's a little closer to B, but he's on his way. They suspect that this is where KC are
दिमाग।
taking it, and they were right. The shift
दिमाग
was
बेबी।
going towards that side of the map.
एग्जाम्पल अच्छा था।
Map and here they're
And
showing
then
us
बस भाई देखो
they
मेसी
do not
फैन है,
mind
कुछ बोलो ना।
playing it slow. They do not mind shifting direction.
मैं नहीं करता लेकिन ये
I mean,
सब
by the
यार,
looks of it, worked out perfectly.
मैं रेकमेंड भी
Thought
नहीं
that this
करता।
is a
जिसको आता है
solo
करो,
hold
बेस्ट
by
ऑफ
Boo.
लक।
Aggressively pushed up on A, and the next closest player is basically on the C side.
Woo!
Even though they've taken down Magnum,
oh.
भाई ये फिशी फिशी है बे,
It really does just come down to
भाई
we don't have
फिशी
the ult
फिशी
anymore.
है।
The one major thing they had in this round to make it a bit more awkward. Sure, they found a free B
अरे पे
side,
लॉजिक
but
अच्छा था,
definitely
30 seconds
the most difficult of the sites to hold on to. You really need to take some ground,
अच्छा
get
था।
yourself into a
बैंक से
position.
मनी गए लेकिन
to play
सपोजिट
this
आला
alpha
कहाँ नहीं,
farm.
तुरको
Right now,
वो
it's
मिलेगा।
like they're in no man's land, just stuck within the site. The main
थैंक यू
thing
मच
is
नेट
looking
गिली
on
से,
team,
लव यू
though.
संग
He
भाई।
gets the timing right, but
देव
it's
भाई
right
ना
by
मान रहे,
Benji.
देव भाई ना मान रहे।
Perfect. He couldn't have
Ooh.
done any better in that scenario. Just
भाई
turned
हेरिटिक्स
around
कमबैक है,
at the exact moment he
हेरिटिक्स
needed to.
कमबैक
The
है ब्रो,
only chance for that round to slip
हेरिटिक्स
away
कमबैक है।
is squished
सेक्सी
within
लग
a
रहा है
second.
डिफेंस, 2 और राउंड जीता ना,
Lights out for
अटैक
Benji.
में तो
He's
गाफ
come
मार
in here
देंगे वो
with
लोग।
with a mission, with an objective.
देव भाई
An
थैंक यू फॉर द
unbelievable
10
start.
पाउंड मेरी जान के टोटे। अरे वो तो पहले
He's
वर्णन
down,
प्लेयर
what,
था,
11 kills now?
इसलिए वो फिशी है, फिशी है वो
And for a
फिशी।
Sentinel to be showing up like that, I mean, it might not even need Viper to
ओ
hold
भाई
the
ये
site
क्या
with him
भाई,
anymore.
इसका एम मेरे को
Just let him
बेस्ट
solo
लगता है
it.
भाई, बेस्ट। मेसी
Antec's
फैन है
feeling it too. It's
भाई,
just
इसलिए
Benji's
अच्छा
aim.
एग्जांपल था।
They need to shut him down. is
Love
11
you,
to 4.
love you, love you.
Right now, he's pretty much
Hashtag
put up
OP.
3 rounds for Heretics, and he's not showing any signs
मैं
of slowing.
कोई भी चीज को ना अच्छे एग्जांपल में समझा सकता हूँ पता है कोई भी चीज मेरे में वो क्वालिटी है बेंजी की एज भी 19 है क्या बाजू इसके ट्विटर पे 2 मिलियन फॉलोअर्स है और वाइट पे 1.7 मिलियन बाय फिशी तो है बंदा मैं बोला ना बे इसका एम मेरे को सबसे बेस्ट लगा गलत एम है ऐसे चिपकने वाले एम है पाटपुट
a couple of high impact ults. A Viper's pit on either side, in fact, but that Nightfall's still remaining because Narrate got boomed just by the headshot. I actually think they're going back to something a little bit
तो
more
टीचर काहे नहीं बने
because so far they've been losing a lot of that A control. They haven't been able to fight towards
कि अपनी इधर ज्यादा टीचर को इज्जत देते नहीं है बुली करता सब
Seaside they've actually been able to get quite close to.
दे रहा हूँ भाई थैंक यू फॉर द 10 पाउंड्स मेरी चांद के टोटल
and for a lot of the rounds they've just been pushing straight in. Let's stack it up. We'll let Boo have that control over on A, and if it goes to B, we retake. And it worked out wonderfully. Those
Benji fishy opa bro.
The difference over the last couple.
Benji fishy is very fishy. दे भाई सांस लेने दो बहनचोद सांस लेने दो भाई पूरा वॉच पार्टी खत्म करना है कि नहीं करना सांस लेने दो भाई हाँ उसके बाद बहू का भी टाइम हैगा थक गया मैं
The A-side aggression. We've seen.
Thank you, Dev. Bye. Thank you for the 10 pounds.
Boo left to post up again and hold this into the late round. KC have not been willing to retake that a lot of the time.
4-1 से 4-4 हो गया याद रखना
Seeing the smoke when they last round.
अनुज भाई किधर है पता नहीं किधर
Saw smoke, move back, looked for B instead.
फिंकिस भाई किधर है कॉल पे थी अभी काम कर रही है
Don't mind going for it again.
What champs winner Benji फिर समझ में आ गया समझ में आ गया.
Aggressive position. I think last time he was further back, closer to the switch. Closer to that corner beside it. Instead, now he's looking to catch those legs on the way through. In this round, I think that should be good enough.
एक भाई को मारा दूसरा भाई बदला लेगा जा मेरे शेर पीछे नहीं आगे
He's going to have some serious questions to ask of the rest of his team, especially up against some weaker weapons.
ये बोला भाई मेरे भाई का हेडशॉट मारा अच्छा लगा भाई कुछ गर्ल्स पटाने की टिप्स हो जाती तो इजी है बे सिंगल वाह ये सबसे बेस्ट है पटन विनिंग इज $1 million and he's just 18
the fact is throughout matchup so far getting past
कम से कम कितना घर आएगा बे $1 million में
so little time they're just going
2 घर तो आएगा 3 घर आएगा मुंबई में 3
never mind they're going to actually TP across
4 BHK वाले
but Miniboo is more than aware the mosh is going to mean he has to try and reposition and he's only got 7 seconds left. I don't
Miniboo
think
भाई भाई का बदला ले
in fact he almost just has to die. A nice shot at least onto the sliding Miniboo.
अगर तू मुझे बड़वा बोल रहा था सुबह EMEA वॉच पार्टी के लिए हिपोक्रेसी ऑन पिक बाय द वे विदाउट नॉलेज ट्रेडिंग ना करे बात कर उससे अच्छा किसको डोनेट कर दो बात कर और सबसे बेस्ट प्लेस डोनेट का करने का तुम लोगों को पता है मैं बड़वा बोला तेरे को क्यों बोला मतलब कुछ बात तो मेरे को दिख ही रहेगी ना इससे कुशाल बड़वा आई मीन कुशाल भेटी भाई आप कैसे हो यार लव यू थैंक यू फॉर 100 अनुज भाई क्या सीन है आर यू लाइक कमिंग बीच भाई ये हैक कर रहा है भाई
Why? Too good.
Boo's just like, and I still had a paranoia to spare.
He stood closer for the smoke. I thought it was like, I'll smoke, then I'll paranoia.
गलती से भी मेरे को पैसिफिक और EMEA का शो मैच में चाहिए ना.
And I am already dead.
We need a मेरा हो गया काउंटर इन वॉच पार्टी मेरा हो गया लेकिन ऑलरेडी भाई.
Mom, he picked
ये
me
क्या
before I
था?
told him to, but I got 2 kills.
Listen, he's eating his veggies on this round. He's done the dirty work. Already dropping Martine in the rate. Space taking is going to be at an all-time low for KC. Good luck to them getting through this.
अजमेर क्या सीन बासंडी की छठी गांड?
I think the rate still has the nightfall, by the way. He hasn't been able to
तो
use
हुआ
it.
नहीं.
He keeps getting domed.
बकचोदी करते हो बस.
The play there was to use it towards B, but they couldn't get the ground.
Just got wrecked.
DC पर उतरे.
Oh, insult to injury using the thrash here. Good Oh, gathering
he's
too high. I thought he'd go out the smoke and back in just to see if someone was there, but I guess he just didn't want it destroyed. Just got it back online for a retake later in a much safer position. He might not need a great spam by Boo. Just knowing the choke point.
वॉच पार्टी नंबर चाहिए वो वाला. मैं बोलता ही
Here
नहीं
it
हूँ
goes.
लेकिन
Going again. Thrashes in, and you're done. That's going to be a knife kill to close it out.
Bye.
Surely.
But
Up in Shin's face.
He just used the paranoid. Like Boo is just wasting
ये नहीं
credits
करना
just
था
for banter. He literally paranoid.
ये नहीं करना था ये गया
Mind games, bro.
कैसी
It's the
जीता
mind
ये
games.
ये नहीं करना था ना
Don't let him see it coming.
ये नहीं
Lovely
करना था
stuff. Well,
There's gonna if they
Hello.
lose around because they're a few hundred credits short, there's gonna be a TMV
भाई
video.
तू देख रहा है जो मैं देख रहा हूँ
देखा नाइफ मारा
नाइफ छोड़ कैसे स्लाइड करके दो मारा
they just went from 4
पांच जन के सामने रे पांच
to grabbing a knife kill to reclaim the lead. I mean, it's not a bad situation for them, and you
Out
can
of
see
neon.
that the
भाई
morale
दूसरा कोच भड़का हुआ है
back to what we saw last
Get
match.
the hand holding in, lads.
हेरिटेज का दूसरा कोच हुआ है
आया नहीं
रुक जा मैं वो कर
I
रहा हूँ
need to see the frustration.
बड़का
I feel like one of the things that has to be done for Heretics is they need to start challenging for rubble control. Like you can't allow a defensive side to
Coach
control
Badka,
the
Coach
A
Badka.
side for the entirety of the map. It's normally where teams lean. That's normally
Ranking
the
back
initial
as a
battle
miss.
is to fight for rubble.
How's
and then you
senior
lead, you
Bunks
go back.
and
B have
Bunks
so much map
mommy?
control. Just letting them
Hope
have
they
it
are well.
just
They are doing
around.
well. They are doing
You're
well.
not going to win an attack side.
They are opa.
You know, you see again this sort of
Love
aggression
is second
around
by
B,
my
the
family
noise
is
being
all
made,
Gucci,
but
all
I
Gucci.
think the idea here is to get the push either
भाई
on C or
पहला
A,
तो
like
देखा
one
था
player
पहला
holding the
मैप
extremity,
नहीं,
waiting for
अभी
over-aggression.
second
It's
map
not
से
gonna
देखा।
come
भाई
through.
मिनी
Not when you
बू ने
have,
जो
first of all, weaknesses on
मारा है
PC, just a risky play,
मारा है
getting
मतलब
aggressive, and when you've got Boo in this
मिनी
position,
बू और बू भाई है
in hand, why bother? He's got a one-way smoke.
छोटा
He's
भाई है
got
उसका।
and even
हाँ,
after
मिनी
they
बू छोटा
confirm
भाई है 18
he's
साल
far
का
back, that the wall should keep
और
down,
बड़ा बू बड़ा
they
भाई है
still avoid going there. They're just
I
too
mean
scared of the
सादा
setup.
बू बड़ा भाई है
In some ways, rightfully so, but
Boo-boo.
the map control is too much, and Heretics always have a stack wherever KC go. At least 2 players, and look at the utility they're
Boo-boo on
walking
the
into.
server.
A Viper, a Killjoy who's having the game of his life, and then the reinforcements come
Whoa.
through from someone like Mini Boo. Quick on his feet. This is a disaster. The shots are winning it for them.
फिशी मारेगा बे
Just
एक
down
और
to
को
60
मारेगा
HP.
ये ना रुकने वाला
It's actually genuinely winnable, but there's only
Look
20
at
seconds
Boo.
left, and they've got to run straight into Boo.
हाँ मेरे भाई को मारता है
That's one of the
मेरे भाई को मारता है तेरी बेड़ अंदर आ
No chance. That's the thing. I feel like Boo is
comeback
reading the script of the other team. He's so
Heavy,
far in the heads of the
baby.
opponent that he's able to take A control, have a player
Heavy.
ready to rotate from B to C when they push it, and then when they try and rotate back, he's waiting on B going, fancy seeing
सही
you
है रे
here."
दोनों भाई
Oh,
ऐसा
wait, I
एक ही
saw
टीम
this
में क्या
coming
मजा है
about.
हाँ
गर्मी
ना।
कितनी होगी
He's even still got the
भाई
power
घर
away
पे भी
from
क्या
earlier
बात
in the
करते
round.
रहेंगे ना
हाँ
They have got
अरे
to take
लौड़े
some rubble
पिक करना
control.
जरूरी
It's
था
getting ridiculous at this point. And
गाली
the
भी
thing
नहीं
is
दे
as well,
सकते
when you
माँ
have a
बहन की
Viper and a Fade,
अरे तू गांड मारा ना मैं
shouldn't be
मारा
that
ना तू
difficult. Like you should be able to use a
हाँ,
whole
सिर्फ
of
यही
शेयर
सब
इस
बोल
मैच
सकते
में
हैं, माँ बहन की गाली
कैसे
कैसे
काउंटर लगा
aggressive
डांस
decisions that you can have. I think
बस
that
मैं
it's getting
एक
a
बार
little
तेरी
silly that
गांड
they're
में
now
तेरा
around 10
लंड
and maybe they've taken it
बर्थडे बॉय
once.
कुणाल
And
बोल
even
के
then, I
वेस्ट
think
कर
that was
दो
the round where Boo
और
decided I'm
360
playing
डिग्री
C.
वाले गिली पप्पी दे दो
I
लव
think
इफ
they
यू
were
डू
saying they
गोट
managed
एंड
to
गो टू
get
स्विमर
rubble, which is
नसीब
insane.
नसीब है कुणाल भाई अपने 100 रुपए दिए नसीब यही
क्योंकि
अगर
भाई-
आप 40 देते थे ना आ
एक क्वेश्चन है
तो
आपसे
किधर और जाता पूछो
ये जो टाइम आउट आ रहे हैं
बराबर।
आप कब से वॉच पार्टी देख रहे हो
मैं 1972
ठीक है तो ये वॉच पार्टी में जितने टाइम आउट्स आ रहे हैं आप बता सकते हो कौन सी लैंग्वेज में
ऑब्वियसली
आई न्यू इट कि आपको पता ही रहेगा ये मौला कौन सी लैंग्वेज में मौला
ये है
या
रुक जाओ सुपर चैट है पहले उसका रिप्लाई दूं चैट
ठीक
जल्दी
है।
बताओ इटालियानो हो सकता है या फिर स्पेनिश भी हो सकता है
ठीक है ये चैट बता रही है कि आप बता रहे हो
मैं सुपर चैट पढ़ रहा हूँ भाई बंस भाई ठीक है
ठीक है नेक्स्ट टाइम आउट पे अपन ये डिस्कस करेंगे
ठीक है नहीं मतलब
कुछ तो मिले
डिस्कस
time
क्या
out
करने
में।
हैं भाई
नहीं
स्पेनिश
हाँ जो पता है रहेगा ना 1970 से वॉच पार्टी
पता है भाई पता है
यस
बाय द वे हम वैलोरेंट देखते हैं भाई हम लैंग्वेज सीखने नहीं आए यहाँ पे
अरे टाइम आउट का वैलोरेंट के अंदर ही जो हो रहा है वो पूछ रहा हूँ
आया भाई
Do
ऐसे
they
तो
want to change direction? This could be a B hit right off the back, but they need to make a decision. Team Heretics are going to make that call for them.
अच्छा रीसेट है अच्छा रीसेट है
Bear in mind, Benji
Good.
with a single kill, but
Neon ult
ए जाते तो गाप पड़ जाती है बिन
that will
की.
be a lockdown available.
आने वाले मिनी बू अपनी अल्टी लेके
They're
ओह
using everything. They're literally using everything.
वाइपर की गलती थी, उसने साउंड दिया वहाँ पे.
Just because they know how
Just
quickly their opponents are going to be on them.
पटक
एक सेकंड कुणाल भाई राउंड होने दो.
पटक
They still have a man disadvantage. This is still looking very good for Heretics.
पतिटेक.
Definitely an element of desperation in play.
भाई पटक ने भी अल्टी
Wait for that Viper to get nice and low, and then here comes the challenge. Tamazi now on 1 health. A stray bullet enough to take him down, and he's through the
मिनी
smoke.
बू को मारा उल्टा भाई ने बदला लिया
The
वही
last
स्पीड
man
में.
standing up top tries desperately to
What
hold
trade
on, but
brothers.
कर दिया भाई, रिटेक कर दिया भाई.
Successful round for Team
गलत
Heretics.
गलत.
They are looking unbelievable.
गलत.
Honestly,
कुणाल भाई आपके गांड में हाथ का लर्न मेनी
screen?
मेनी मेनी हैप्पी रिटर्न्स ऑफ द डे. हाँ हैप्पी बर्थडे बोल रहा था. लव यू गिली चुमटी मेरी जान. कुणाल भाई का बर्थडे.
हैप्पी बर्थडे कुणाल भाई.
हैप्पी बर्थडे.
In that round, how many people are still alive?
ओ भाई बेबे.
Every single ult, and it's not even like they were bad ults. You used a lockdown.
दिल से खेल रहे
Used a
थे.
nightfall,
दिल
a
से.
showstopper.
लास्ट गेम मिनी बू ने मारा, एक गेम बू ने मारा. भाई है बे ये लोग का
They've
बॉन्डिंग.
got to be rattled at this point.
I mean,
सबसे
Heretics
बेस्ट है ना
over-rotated,
उसका
got
फिशी
so
का
many
एम देख बे.
wasted
इसको तो
10
मैं
to
रिपोर्ट
15
करूंगा अलग
seconds
से.
getting back
फिशी
towards
का
the
ये
B
फिशी
site.
है.
हाँ.
And still, they make that
और
retake
ऐसा
win.
नाम वाला मेरे सर्वर में आ गया और हेडशॉट मारा तो पहले
Like it got down to the wire.
सबसे पहला जाएगा, सबसे पहले.
Oh dear.
Martin's not had the
Mixwell
greatest of
Heretics
starts
में
there.
था ना,
Just the
वो
one
भी बैठा
blast
था
pack
watch
left,
party
certainly going to limit his
खतरनाक
approach range.
मारता है.
Instead, they're moving towards B. Again, though, I don't feel like this is a
Hey,
change in
map
direction
attack
so
side
much
में
as
लोग
it is just the
डिफेंस
brakes
में
being
इतने राउंड
pumped
निकाल रहे
as
हैं.
they look
ऑलरेडी
to
हो
make
गए
an
लोग जीत
actual
गए
decision on
हेरिटिक्स.
where they're going. 3 players that
अभी
we
तो
have
थोड़ा
chosen.
ज्यादा डिफेंस साइड भी
Body
कर
language
दिया है.
definitely suggests they're going in. They're on their way. They're looking for a fight. The spike is miles away. Is this a fake? It is. The door open, but it's not worked. It's not even come close to working. Patitech still on site. Benji
Neon का
is
timing.
right there waiting for the cross. And the scrap on the back, the wall.
किसी को
bangs are
देख
coming
पीके
through.
नहीं ले रहा है.
Sin's already 1
दिया,
HP.
दिया.
There's so much to be
मर गया,
done
मर
for
गया,
this
मर
side.
गया. मैं आ गया था.
Casey,
Three,
a
three.
lifeline. Martin
भाई
and
लेकिन
the
ये लोग का
Razer
HP
low,
देख
but it's a
मार्टिन और उसका.
3v3 post plant.
Spike planted.
Maybe this time they can find that round. 7 to 5.
दोनों भाई जिंदा है बे. हो गया रिटेक भाई.
Moving on to the defense.
हो गया रिटेक. चलो नेक्स्ट
That's the
राउंड.
lockdown gone. So
सच
no
में भाई है
ultimates
कि
at
ऐसी
least.
अपना बना दिया तूने नाम पढ़ के.
अबे सच्ची भाई ये है.
रुक जा तू, रुक तेरी कुछ भी नहीं
अबे
बोल सकता.
सच्ची
तेरे पे तो भरोसा ही नहीं
में.
कर सकता. थोड़ी देर पहले देख रहा था म्यूट करके तेरी स्ट्रीम देखी कांदा आलू कर रहा.
बराबर था.
तब मैं बोल रहा हूँ वॉच पार्टी देख रहा हूँ कि कांदा आलू.
भाई मार.
Deadly
Deadly brothers.
Deadly
Deadly
यार.
Boo brothers.
As they will make this retake
The Boo
work
brothers
and get
baby.
themselves an 8th
Boo
round.
भाई ईडा नहीं बना रहा.
brothers.
सही बोल रहे हैं तू. दोनों का
सही बोल
सरनेम
रहा
भी सेम है.
At this stage, it's
Luka-
going to be something
Lucas
every team's looking
Lucas
to do. Get those brothers.
Shiviasius. Lucas Shiviasius.
अनुज
क्या नाम है
भाई.
ये? एक सेकंड तुम ये पढ़ के दिखाओ तो मैं हाँ ठीक ठीक ठीक.
नहीं मेरे को एक बात बताओ, जब दोनों भाई है तो सरनेम सेम ही रहेगा ना ड्यूड्स.
अरे मैं भरोसा नहीं कर रहा था तेरे पे, लेकिन ये देख उसका नाम क्या है बड़े भाई का. पढ़ के दिखा ये क्या है जो मैं लिखा है. मान जाओ.
मैं क्यों पढ़ूं भाई. बू ब्रदर्स
बता.
बोलते हैं.
नहीं ये बता क्या है.
कैसे बताओ.
रिकॉर्डर्स तो ठीक है, उसके आगे क्या लिखा है. सरनेम बोल के दिखा दे.
कहाँ पे दिया है तूने.
तेरे चैट पे. तेरे चैट पे कॉपी पेस्ट किया है मैंने.
कॉपी
VLR से.
पेस्ट किया है. रिकॉर्डर्स लुकास सेविटियस.
पढ़ सकते हो.
हाँ लुकार्डस लुकास सेविसियस. हाँ लुकार्डस रिकॉर्डस
रिकॉर्डर्स तो ठीक है.
सेविसियस.
लुकास सेविशियस.
हाँ
वो ई की मात्रा है जो उसपे ऊपर की मात्रा है उसका क्या
तो
करना
भाई मात्रा भाई उसका है भाई अपना थोड़ी.
Casey stalled out so consistently, kicking this one off. We can
भाई
see the same
बू
thing for
ब्रदर्स तो
Heretics.
है.
सच में भाई है भाई. मजा आएगा मेरे को.
हैवी ना.
हाँ अगर भाई है तो मजा आ गया. अच्छा है.
क्रेजी खेल रहे हैं ना.
अरे फिशी भाई फोर्टनाइट प्लेयर है
हाँ.
जो 1 मिलियन के ऊपर कैश जीता है. 1.7 मिलियन फॉलोवर्स है. मैं पहले बोला था हेरिटिक जीतेगा. किसने मेरे को उसमें नहीं लिया.
Well, that smoke's
Chat
going down towards B, allowing them to
Luca
find the
services.
players behind helping, but, well, Team Heretics haven't left anyone behind. They're straight up in KC's face. In fact,
right click. नहीं, right click. By Minibu. Minibu, दो fishy. Last boomer, हो गया.
it's only Tamazi left.
प्रतीक भाई को मार रहे.
जी
And Andalusia
Pistol
flawless.
gone, GG.
भाई कितनी अच्छी टीम है केसी भाई, उनको ऐसा मार रहे हो लोग.
This is getting way out of control.
कितना अच्छा टीम है केसी.
I feel bad for Martin. He pulls his name out. He's holding
ये
that
देख.
smoke for an unbelievable amount of time, and the second
हमारा यार.
he pulls
भाई
that
fishy
grenade,
भाई fishy
that's
तो
the
है.
moment that Minibu decides to go through the smoke.
fishy भाई
कौन है
fishy
वो
तो है.
पतला सा फिशी है जो अभी हाथ ऊपर कर रहा था?
Last year,
सेकंड लास्ट जिसका प्लशी है.
everything went wrong. Even something
जिसका
at the
प्लशी
beginning
है
of the
fishy है.
year has gone wrong. Rian still
Flashy
hasn't made
नहीं
it
है
to the
वो
stage.
नहीं.
They've got a stand-in, of course, as well.
जो 17 साल का दिख रहा है तेरे को.
ओ शॉट क्या मार रहा है भाई?
ओ भाई.
ओ भाई
ओ भाई ये भी है टीम में.
Model by the looks of things.
रेंज
ये भी है.
कौन कौन आ रहा है भाई? क्या क्या देखने मिल रहा है ये वॉच
Home. I'm terrified. What are they
matches
going to
में?
bring out on the stage? It's going to be
इसीलिए करता है
spinballing.
Binks.
That's the only thing I
भाई
say.
खतरनाक गेम है यार, मतलब एक दिखता है कितना लेवल आ गया है.
भाई बस
सब है.
फिशी भाई इधर आ गए ना, बहुत सीखने मिलेगा. फिशी भाई
नहीं आप
इधर आओ.
उधर ही रहो
Doesn't matter if
फिशी.
it's an E. There needs to be some damage. There needs
इधर
to be
आके
something.
आप
इधर आएगा तो पीसी चेक करेगा.
बर्बाद हो जाओ.
The scoreline was 4-1 in their favor. Zach, can we count that as a kill just to give
I
them
don't
some
भाई चार मारे भाई. भाई क्या है मैं भाई सिर्फ हेडशॉट बैच बॉडी है कि नहीं बाकी प्लेयर्स के. हाँ कि इनके बेंच ऐसा वो लोग देखते तो सिर्फ सर ही घूमता रहता है बिना बॉडी के.
Looks good to
कौन उठ के चला गया? कौन उठ के चला गया?
एक प्लेयर का वीजा का सीन है रे वो घर से खेलना.
अच्छा मैंने बोला ये क्या बीच में से उठ के चला गया?
अलग टॉक्सिसिटी.
10-4.
जीत गया भाई, मेरा हो गया.
मैं उसको बोल रहा 4v5 खेलो, मैं जा रहा हूँ.
मेरा हो गया भाई.
look at the sadness in your eyes.
मैंने मेरे 4 मार दिए, मेरा हो गया.
I wish I wasn't here.
अलाउड कैसे क्या, वही बड़ी बात है.
And he moves down right away. Hey, big kill. And now
कुछ
he's
major
had some
issue
good
हुआ
rounds,
है
some
ना?
good shots.
Still
But each time Team Heretics have picked themselves right back
नहीं,
up.
लोग
Let's
बोल
just
रहे हैं
recall
वो
अच्छा है वो ज्यादा नहीं मार रहा, लैन वाली ज्यादा मार
for
रहा
les jeunes françaises. It was 4-1 to KC.
वरना उसका
There
नाम
were
होता
some
वेरी
noise from
फिशी.
the booth on my right.
एक फिशी के साथ
There
एक
are
वेरी
no
फिशी.
longer any noises from the booth on my right. That's where the French casters are.
ये तो सही लगा.
भाई ये देख कॉल
Waiting for the return of KC.
इन गेम कॉल्स भी
And it
देते
might
बे.
just be now. Man advantage.
बता रहे
क्या ये लोग चिल्ला रहे क्या?
He knows
मेरे
they're
को
on
ना
the
इन गेम साउंड कोई देख रहा है. हियर हियर
Crowd भी बताती है.
Martin with the first. And Benji's the one to fall.
भाई भाग 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 भाग.
किसके तो लग गया.
That's
नहीं
going
बच
right.
गए बच गए.
But this, they've avoided it. I like it.
Well, they had the falls
भाई अच्छा
squad there,
गेम
so even
सेंस
if
तो
it
है.
was somebody was going to be able to defend
गेम
for it.
सेंस तो है.
After plant in, all completely unable to be retrieved, even if it was available. The
भाई
fact
बू
is,
एक्चुअली
though,
बहुत
they
बड़ा है और मिनी बू थोड़ा छोटा है.
been struggling. Martin's
अरे
the best
एल्डर
loyal
ब्रदर है
sacrifice.
बू घोसड़ी के.
Smoke available, but no flashes.
यंगर ब्रदर है मिनी बू. ऑब्वियसली बड़ा छोटा रहेगा.
Some
अरे
aggressive
बड़ा छोटा
position
जाने दे,
focus.
कुछ और हो जाता है. बड़ा है, काफी बड़ा है.
Boo is so far back. They're almost trying to set up what seems like maybe a bit of a
Fishy
one-way
has
already,
YT
though. It's got
1.7
Mandy,
million,
Martin
Twitter
taken
1.8 million,
out.
Twitch
And
4
already
million,
Panic is gonna fall.
X NRG.
Leaving things into this 2v2 scenario. Tomazi's done amazing.
भाई जो ले लेकिन.
4 HP, but that time is ticking, and I think
और कौन मारा पीछे देखा?
क्लच
भाई
प्लांट
पे
वाला.
मारा स्मोक में.
हाँ 1 HP था वो.
going on.
He aimed for Shin and through the
Heavy.
smoke took out
Heavy.
Tomazi, who maybe
नहीं हो पाई.
maybe could have just
Heavy.
tapped that spike
रजिस्टर ही
in
नहीं हो
time,
रहा
but
था तो.
instead
बॉडी शेमिंग भाई हाइट का बात भाई बोल दे भाई बॉडी शेमिंग नहीं कर रहा हाइट वाइट का बात
नहीं,
कर रहे हैं ये
नहीं.
लोग बैंच से फिर अलग लेके
once
जाएंगे.
again
नहीं
falls
नहीं,
flat.
तो उसके एज की
And
बात
from
कर.
4
Age,
to
age.
1, Team Heretics now sit 11 to 4. 10 in a row.
This is the thing, though. It's
वॉच
only a
वन के
Red
बाद
Bull at this
मैंने
point.
फ्रैंकफर्ट नहीं देख सकता यार. वैलो ओपी चल रहा है, समझ रहे हो? मेरा लेकिन favorite player वही है बे. Fishy.
फिशी बेंजी फिशी.
हेवी मतलब क्रिस्पी है में करारा वाला है.
Whichever side you're on, it was looking like a really
खेल रहा है
competitive
ना?
game. Two young squads.
भाई 4-1 था
Some
ना स्कोर.
experienced
हाँ.
leadership,
2 था
coaches
कुछ
that have
तो
been around
4-1
for
था.
a long time, and
4-1 के जगह पे 4-1-1 हो गया.
11
राउंड
लाइन में निकाला है
11 to 4. It's
हाँ?
an investment from KC. It has to be. You can't say.
हेरिटेक्स
because
इंडिया
they-
में भी
you're
आई
not
थी
gonna
ना
wanna
वो
try and
टूर्नामेंट
fight back like they did
मत
last
याद
time,
दिलाओ।
9 rounds in a row. Well,
ओके
you don't want to try and fight back 8 rounds in a row either. Can they get anything done here?
Optic
Because
भी आई
even
थी
just
इंडिया
on a
में।
mentality front, it must be so
अरे वैसे नहीं रे वो टूर्नामेंट की बात
to
कर रहा
even
हूँ Valorant
fathom bringing this
टूर्नामेंट
back.
का ही तो बात कर रहा मैं भी।
मैं
that's
ऑप्टिक
fair
इंडिया
to
के
say.
उधर चला गया
And the Aang effect, long talked about, and it may come into fruition
Huh?
later. It could be too early, and that was a conversation we had on the first day, seeing this KC roster. Give them time.
MCM
Heretics don't seem
मेरा
to need
chat
too
miss?
much time.
Yeah.
They have looked fantastic.
Sure.
At 3 ends,
ये
more so than
वो
any. I
मेरे
mean,
वो तो नहीं है।
sensational.
अरे
Another
वो
kill
पिंक
for
कलर
Ryan.
वाला
The
दिवे
sight
कौन
opened
सा?
up if they can deal with Shin. and
याद
it
नहीं।
ओ
cannot
भाई
get out of
ओ
sight.
वो माजिन
Who wins
बू
the Omen fight, and they've got a nice thrash to pick right back up. Plant going down
गलत है ना ये लोग।
हो गया
in a 1 versus 4 with a stinger.
हाँ
Some opponents low.
भाई
Patentech and Rienz, hey, he could take him down,
गलत भाई।
but he still got Boo and
नियॉन ये बात
Benji
में सही है
Fishy.
यार
Two
बढ़िया
big
लगता
players.
हाँ,
Also, thrash.
ओयो
And he's on his way. He's
भागो भागो
He's hucked
और
him
पकड़ा कि नहीं
down.
गया।
पकड़ा 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 खत्म खत्म
They're gonna try.
खत्म फिर से
Oh,
नहीं
they're
आ
gonna
जाओ
try.
आ जाओ आ जाओ
Let's go.
ओह
But in the end,
प्लस प्लस
one knife kill
दूर
is
था
enough
इसके
for this
लिए।
game. 12
क्या डर लगा रहेगा ना बिंग्स
Plus.
Heretics
डर
with a
धक धक हो
lights out
करेगा
performance. And if they win this round,
गलत खेल रहे हैं भाई
from 4
लेकिन।
to 1 down, they will have
डरा के
13
मार रहे हैं
forward. KC
भाई
twice in a
बू और
row.
मिनी बू
The
गलत है बे।
consistency,
डोमिनेटिंग है
unbelievable. I genuinely am
गलत
flabbergasted
मतलब
by what Heretics have brought to the table this year.
मिनीबू
पीसी भी
फर्स्ट
है
वाला है
रेंज भी है।
First.
हाँ।
Regular season, 8th placed. LCQ, last place.
सबसे छुटको इसमें मिनी बू है।
This team's about to get top 4 and
मिनी
Magnum
बू और
Zero.
वो भी है।
one more
Magnum
round.
0-14 है?
It will be a huge
क्या
start
कर
for
सकता है?
incredibly
भाई,
young roster. Even
ठीक है।
Benji Fishy's only 19. And he's one of the older boys
तो
on
देख
the squad.
कैसे
one of the
मार
more
रहे देख।
भाई
experienced
एक अरे
देख कैसे मार रहे।
leading the
भाई
charge
0-15 पे
in
खत्म
towards
होने
the
वाला है
site.
मैग्नम के लिए
A
खत्म
miracle needed from KC.
बुरा लग रहा है ना?
मत करो
हाँ।
और वो लोग जीते किससे तो केसी किससे जीता था?
Not really.
भाई सोच अच्छी टीम है केसी मजाक से हटकर। किससे तो जीते थे ये लोग
केसी
कल।
वर्सेस नावी था ना हार गया था
They've got plenty to play with.
हार गया था क्या? केसी वर्सेस नावी तो 2-1 हार गया था। नावी को एक मैच हराया था शायद।
Realistically, Team
कितना check
Heretics
करता हूँ फटाफट।
need to make mistakes to give this one away.
2-2
There's one.
डाउट
No, Benji
नहीं
still
जाइंट
gets
के
the
सामने
kill.
जीता था
जीता था।
Just getting away with sheer murder.
Giant-
The snake bite down will
GIANTX के
slow
सामने
them some
जीता था।
more. And now Decay, they try to tap it. Narrate firing back. He'll do
वो
damage.
देख।
भाई वो जॉब मार के जा रहा है भाई
वो तो स्मोक था ना। तो शॉट स्मोक से।
भाई ये एकदम मस्त बैठा है
भाई मैग्नम के लिए बुरा लग रहा है यार।
फर्स्ट मीट ब्रदर्स मीट ब्रदर्स
That's the thing. Coming into this season, Heretics
अच्छा,
as a
उसका
top
नाम बाय
4 bet was.
नहीं नहीं बाय
I feel like-
स्किल्स है
I don't think there was
स्किल्स बाय
many
हेरिटेज
people at all, other than the
Oh.
players and maybe some Spanish fans,
भाई
who were
भाई
believing that this
घर
roster
में
would be
सोच
this
ना
good
डबल
this
इनकम
fast. That's the
हाँ।
main thing.
डबल
They've
सब
come in
कुछ
this season
पार्टी
as
डबल
eighth
सब डबल डबल
last
बे।
season in the regular, last in LCQ,
हाँ?
and they've already made it to top
ओपा
4. They
भाई।
are one match away from being a Spanish
और buyout करेंगे तो भी दोनों को एक साथ करेंगे।
in Madrid.
एक तो
वरना एक तो आने नहीं वाला। हाँ चाहिए तो दो लोग। डबल फटका और को।
When they stepped on this stage just a few days ago, but now a step away from greatness. And already
यार मैग्नम के लिए बुरा लग रहा है लेकिन।
they've accrued
अच्छा
in this
player है।
kickoff.
प्लेयर अच्छा है बे यार।
Unbelievable.
Unlucky.
This roster couldn't be much better. 13-4 back-to-back in the upper bracket match. They're qualified for playoffs. And honestly, this Heretics roster, heck, it couldn't get better, but it might.
ये फिशी है
That's the real thing. They're going to have some talk.
ये फिशी है ना?
चश्मिश चश्मिश
चश्मिश बू है।
नहीं नहीं दो चश्मिश
दूसरा वाला वो है क्या? फिशी है क्या पतला वाला?
अच्छा वो उसके नाम टी-शर्ट पे लिखा है ना पार्टी टेक
हाँ। ये जिसके पीछे स्किन लिखा है ना ये है फिशी शायद ये।
हाँ
बाय वाला इज मिनी बू
बाय वाला मिनी बू।
सब पता लगे
बाय हेरिटेक्स स्किन्स।
ये मिनी बू
डेडली ट्रियो बनेंगे भाई ये लोग।
फुल डेडली जैसी
अरे बाप रे बाप रे भाई कैसे है उसमें इतनी एनर्जी?
आ जाती है एड्रेनलिन
हाँ
बाप रे भाई गलत।
गेम भाई 4-1 के बाद 13-4 खत्म।
भाई एक
सोचा नहीं होगा 4-1 पे ये
एक
लोग।
वहां पे सांतो ब्रदर्स, एक यहाँ पे बू ब्रदर्स,
अपने कोई भाई
हर रीजन में भाई अपने इसमें जो भाई मानते हो चला जाते टीम छोड़ के, क्या सी आनंद कमेंट हाँ
बहुत फटी दिखते।
अपना यहाँ पे एक भाई ऑर्क में गया चपक हो जाता है। स्क्रीन
एक भाई ऑर्ग में गया
चपक क्योंकि यंग है वो। विजय में भी लुक्सी जुक्सी, हाँ वो लोग भी है भाई, है बे
वो
ब्रदर्स।
लोग भी मारते रहेंगे ना मजबूत।
अबे वो लोग तो खतरनाक मारते हैं उधर, खतरनाक मतलब ओ हो डरते हैं उनके एंट्रेंस पे सब लोग।
ब्लड चाहिए, ब्लड चाहिए,
चाहिए ब्लड चाहिए, ब्लड चाहिए, ब्लड चाहिए।
मुंह बोला नहीं, ब्लड ब्रदर्स।
मैसेज कर निखिल भाई को आज ही।
निखिल भाई, निखिल भाई एनएच के, उसका गेमिंग स्किल्स नहीं है। इट्स टाइम टू बिल्ड अ क्रिकेट आर्मी।
धोनी को बोल रहा है।
आज मैं सोफे पे बेंच, आज मैं सोफे पे।
बोल दिया अभी तो।
I knew what was coming, you know. I knew it, dude. हाँ?
Well, it's time to build cricket army. धोनी मारना इसको एक रख।
तूने उस दिन बोला, वो मैं बोलूं क्या बोला था? बड़वे पार ना आराम ज्यादा।
अच्छा है, क्रिकेट आर्मी बनाएगा कोई ना कोई तो दो तो गेमिंग में चल ही जाएंगे।
टॉस करेंगे वो लोग बीच में। ब्रो फेट, ब्रो एक्सेप्टेड इज फेट। भाई कौन याद कर रहे था?
याद करने से थोड़ी होती।
इधर मैं सब लड़कियों का ब्रदर, तू अलग है रे दूड़े। भाई ये गाना सुनो, भाई ये गाना सुन।
वॉल्यूम थोड़ा
ले लो उड़े। ठीक पे चिका रहा है।
मस्त मस्त
इंसेन।
कान बटा भाई, म्यूजिक EMEA का है, EMEA का म्यूजिक तो है भाई। पानी लेके अबे कौन याद कर रहा है? अच्छा गावत
अमेरिका का नहीं है।
आप साफ करके आ।
किधर है?
बिंक्स?
हाँ मसाला कुछ गया होगा कुछ।
ऐसा कैसा बैठे बैठे
होता है भाई, मेरे साथ तो होता है।
कोई है चैट में क्यूटी? कौन याद कर रहा है भाई? हेलो
हाँ?
बिंक्स?
क्या हुआ?
आज अमेरिका का नहीं है वो मैचेस?
नहीं है, इसके बाद नहीं है। नहीं कल है, कल भारी है वाइटालिटी वर्सेस फनाटिक। कल सारे अच्छे हैं तो
इतना क्लोज अभी होते जाएगा, मजा नहीं वाला है।
हाँ
यही मैचेस में इतना मजा आ रहा है, आगे जाके तो बाप रे।
वही ना, सब ऐसे एक से एक बढ़कर टीम आएगी।
बॉटल भी तेरे पास
भरा हुआ है, भरा हुआ पानी का बॉटल लेके जा रहा है भाई। गाना तो है भाई। Giants, Navi, FUT, Vitality.
Oh,
क्या हो गया?
कौन कर रहे हैं?
EMEA Kickoff. I wanted to commit to the bit, boys. I wanted to be the newest boo.
Hey, Boo
because
Brothers.
I just want to be a headshot machine like you brothers, but I'm giving up. And instead I'm going to talk to you and do my proper job and ask you about that game. Because it looked like Casey just wanted to constantly bait you into fights. And it seemed like, Mini Boo, you were not going to let them.
Yeah, I mean, NT.
Yeah.
भाई तो नहीं लगते यार.
NT बोल दिया बस.
For you, Boo, how do you keep your team
लग रही क्या
in
ध्वनि
check?
साकिब भाई?
Because Casey are a team that want to aggress, that want to bait those rotations from you. But the team were able each time to deny them that. You chained together 12 rounds, I believe, in that map. It was 1-4. And
मैं भी वही बोला 1-4 से 13-4.
We had a good preparation. We have our protocols, and then after we have good preparation, all we need to do in game is keep up our comms and play to our fundamentals. And when we do that, that's what happens.
So it's really that simple.
It's simple to say, it's really hard to do.
Last year wasn't necessarily the best year for you.
ऐसा होता है ना एक
and this
like
year,
elders,
the fans
son,
from Team Heretics, they
पापा पे
can't be
जाता है,
anything
फिर ऐसा
but
मतलब
so
वही
happy with the performance and everything that you're
एक
doing
मम्मी
with
पे
the
क्या होगा
team.
एक पापा पे क्या होगा.
What's been the difference maker?
I mean, compared to last year, I think
Haircut
we
भी
kept people who are
नहीं
who we thought are
ये तो मुझे डेडली लग रहा है. नीबू तो पूरा मेरे को डेडली, इसको चश्मा पहना दिया, मेरे को फुल डेडली वाइब दे रहा है. हेयरकट भी, फेस कट भी, सब कुछ.
That's why we had like long time of trials.
डेडली जैसा ही ड्यूलिस भी खेलता है. डेडली भी नियॉन ही खेलता है. लोटस
quite bad.
ये रेस भी बहुत अच्छा खेला.
I mean, we need
तो खत्म. डेडली का मेरे को है ना मिल गया बाहर का और बेटर प्लेयर डेडली से.
Or anything. Like this is a long process, and we just keep working. We have a good training plan made with our game, with our coaches.
His mother literally said, "जा रहा है भाई को लेकर जा."
This is a result of that process.
Yeah.
And how do you feel about the process, Mini Boo? Because I noticed that you did tweet about the fact that your brother just needed the right people around him earlier this week.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. Last year when I was playing in other team, I watched Boo and it made me sad look at him, and when he was losing, like it made me feel sad for him because I knew he was always a really good player, a really wise player, and mechanically he was always insane. It's not just that he woke up this season and he's completely like insane. It just it was always there. And I always wanted to help my brother be the best in the world. I never wanted to compete with him. I wanted to compete against his side. So it makes me really happy that finally we as a team, not only my
क्या बात है भाई, ऐसा दो भाई चाहिए बे. क्या इंसान है वो बोल रहे हैं इसको मेरे को है ना भाई को जिताना था करके मैं आया हूँ.
भाई के लिए आया. मेरे को पता है मेरा भाई कितना अच्छा है.
What is happening right now?
We have to get ready for the next game, but before we do go, there's not just two boos and a woman who ridiculously dressed in a sheet right now. You also have Big Boo. Big Brother Boo is in the audience.
He's right
there. Big Boo कौन है?
Boo, Big Boo.
We need
और
to
Mini
give
Boo.
you a jersey, Big Boo.
Mama Boo, Papa Boo.
Yeah.
Anything you'd like to quickly say to Daddy Boo and Big Boo?
अरे भाई ये भी भाई लग रहा है. पापा कहाँ से दिख रहा है?
In a second, really, really quickly before we get in trouble.
भाई young bro, young papa.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you for coming. Thank you for supporting us.
I think I absolutely destroyed the way that you say thank you in Lithuania, but I tried.
Boo family.
Can I say one thing?
Okay, very quickly.
I want to say thank you to Killers for always believing in me.
Well, I believe in you too now. Thank you so much, boys. Thank you for being here. Congratulations. Just one win away from making it to Masters.
Santur Papa.
Let's head back to the desk.
Santur Papa लेकर chat.
बढ़िया है, बढ़िया.
Oh, what a wholesome interview that was. Shout out to Killers.
I'm not gonna
Shout out to Boo, Mini Boo, Big Boo, Daddy Boo. If anything, we need more Boos.
Big Boo,
in the
Daddy Boo.
Still, what a deserving victory as well. They played brilliantly today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what a performance there in Lotus. We thought that after the first map, there was not getting any better. Round after round, the reach, the movement, the aggression. As Boo was saying, the protocols, everything was down to there was no other outcome for Team Heretics.
Yeah, Heretics are looking a lot better today than they were yesterday. They would look good
मेरा हो गया भाई देख के
today they looked great.
अबे इंटरव्यू आया उसके पापा भी आए
पापा भी same
coming up. You saw them playing with a lot more confidence. They weren't afraid to
मेरे को
young papa.
भाई मेरे को उनके पापा कैसे लगे पता है?
हाँ।
वो बू के जगह पे जाके एग्जाम्स लिख के आ सकते हो।
हाँ मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ फुल यंग पापा है।
सेम है बे ट्विन से ना एग्जाम लिख के आ सकता है पट से। गलत है बे भाई जीन्स तो सेम जीन्स वाला जीन्स है। हाँ जीन्स तो है कुछ भी बोलो। The two have won first strike 1 game away from Madrid. कौन?
अरे अपन कल किसका देख रहे थे? कीको किस में लिक्विड में ही है ना बिंग्स?
काइको
अरे कीको है वो इसको काइको बना दिया इसने।
अच्छा
काइको कर रहे
हैं।
बेचारी धोनी भी काइको।
It's almost too good. Yeah, exactly. I think that everybody was looking at Giants because of the results that they had last year, because they also won last year's qualifiers, so they felt that just keep it on that progression. They will be the ones making it to that. What we're seeing day after day from Heretics, the fact that they're actually getting better and feeling better in their own shoes. It feels like everybody's going to be cheering for Heretics because they're just one.
Yes.
Let's go Heretics!
One best of 3 still, given that they only won 2 best of 3s all of last year, and now they're 1 away.
Yeah, it's what Little Bro said in the interview. It's basically like
वो सुना
we have
उसका
छोटा
भाई क्यों आया?
अरे
नहीं mechanically people like
हो गया ना सुन के कितना सुनेंगे भाई कितना सुनेंगे हो गया भाई सुन के कितना
भाई को जिताने के लिए है सगा भाई।
मरना है तेरे को डर नहीं लगता? बढ़िया है। आय दया कितना गंदा दिखता है।
अरे ये तो वो है ना
ऑलरेडी पूरा येलो है।
दिखते रहते थे।
कौन ये?
हाँ जो बात कर रहे फॉक्स का नाम क्या है?
But with certain pieces they don't perform
मैंने
and
नहीं
other
देखा।
pieces they are able
अरे
to
इसके में कितने ना इसकी डेमोज ये जैसे तू बोला ना कोई तो वैलोरेंट में जो एनालिस्ट के पूरा ये पूरा सीएस के बनाता था यार फक इसका नाम भूल गया।
But there's 3 of them. There's Giants, there's Heretics, and there's Koi. I don't know where you're leaning these days.
No.
स्टील ये स्टील है।
हाँ स्टील
ये स्टील है।
हाँ ये स्टील है।
ओ तेनू
इसको नहीं पता कौन है, इसको नहीं पता।
अबे 100% पता है बे
भाई देखा ही रहेगा
भाई 101% भाई मैं देखा है। मैं बहुत कुछ किया भी था वो टाइम पे सपोर्ट करता था भाई स्टील भाई ये तो प्रो प्लेयर था। एनालिस्ट क्या बोल रहा है? प्रो प्लेयर था ये।
नहीं बाद में ये वैसे पूरा बताता था कैश मैप मेरे को अभी भी याद है पूरा ही ऐसा करने का वैसा करने इसी सीखा है बहुत इंसेन
भाई प्रो प्लेयर था भाई ये।
Coming up, and this is an elimination match, and this means
और कौन था इसका और कौन था इसकी टीम में? अभी भी नाम थे लोगों का खतरनाक था बे खतरनाक टीम था।
They're not going to be making it to Madrid, and as we've seen from
to
other
play for
regions,
100
going out this
chat में से copy paste।
Devastating. I think that some teams do not see this first part of the year as important as the rest of it, but especially when we talk about
वो पता है संग में भाई वो पता है।
when we were introducing
मेरे को एक बात बता। What are your night plans?
Night plans?
Yeah.
नाइट ही तो है अभी।
ऐसा सवाल स्ट्रीम पे क्यों पूछ रहे?
बहुत तरीके।
नहीं खेलने वालों।
हाँ मैं सोच रहा अभी ये देख अभी एक ही बेस्ट ऑफ 3 है ठीक है वो भी मेरे हिसाब से 2-0 होने वाला पट से।
ठीक है।
उसके बाद थोड़ा वैलर डुओस हो जाए।
लेट्स गो।
क्या बोलता है?
लेट्स गो खेलते हैं ना।
हाँ मैं कल रात को तेरे को पता है 3-4 बजे कुछ तो वॉच पार्टी सब खत्म हो गया थका हुआ भोसड़ा हो गया मेरा 12-14 घंटा वॉच पार्टी करे फिर भी गांड में दम इतना था मैं वैलो खोला
और खेला
नहीं क्यों डिसेबल था पट से बन के लेकिन वैलो खोला बे पूरा अपडेट कर वैलो खोला था
पकड़ा और फिर
ऐसे ऊपर वहां पे आया ना क्यों फाइंड नहीं हो रहा पट से शट डाउन।
Do we need to change roles? Do we need to change this? Do we need to change players? Do we need? And when you start going down that path,
what went wrong?
How do we kind of bounce back from that, that's not really a good conversation you want to have this early into a season.
Yeah, and let's not forget, you get 3 points if you win
वैसे भी
EMEA,
बाबी
another
आज
3
नहीं,
points if
बाबी
you
आज
win Madrid. If
उनके
you
घर
come
पे।
back into split one with 6 points
Hashtag
already,
OP.
I feel like
Champs has done
तेरी
it.
भाभी
You
भी
know,
कल
you
उनके घर पे
really
जाने
sit
वाले हैं।
down and relax.
अरे वाह
we've spoken a lot about the rookies.
कल
I feel
gaming
like, you know,
करूंगा।
many people
हाँ?
giving us that show at the side of KC as well.
हाँ?
But what about our
Perfect.
veteran players? We've seen the return of
Saturday.
CNED on a different team, and
Time.
Fatinho as well being kept on Giants. What did you think
Fukad
about
kuch
that
hua tha.
first match we saw between these two, Kakuka?
I mean, I think that you know the head-to-head that they're gonna have today. The challenge for them is going to be different. I think they've seen it still on that path into fit in again into a different team, play in different agents, not different roles.
Still है वो, हाँ
I
बे।
feel like he wasn't really comfortable the other day, and that is disruptive.
सीनेट बोलते हैं,
He
मेरा
had
फोटो
been
इसके
together
साथ ये
for a
जीता।
very long time, and it had been actually a very long time since I saw Fatinho in the way that I saw him the
जीता
other day.
भाई।
Lost, not being able to actually communicate.
भाई
We
मेरा
could even
फोटो है
see it
बे
on
इसके
the
साथ।
player cams that he was not comfortable.
Also, for the only Spanish player to be knocked out
Okay.
this early in
Ah,
contention,
yeah.
storylines. But yeah, what were your impressions?
Crazy
Well,
खेला था ना
so
तो
I have two things.
भाई ये सेम अनुज भाई थे, सेम ऐसी थोड़ा ऐसी स्टाइल में थोड़ा चल के आए थे जब फर्स्ट टाइम मिले थे, पता ऐसा करके सेम जैसा
नहीं नहीं नहीं
सेम
नहीं रे
सेम
नहीं
सेम टू सेम
कुछ भी
कुछ भी
सेम टू सेम बॉडी है
ना
या
हेच
100%।
हट
अब भी कैमरा खोल के शर्ट निकल के बॉडी दिखा
वो
छिपी कैमरा तो
इसकी
खोल दिया ये ले।
fantasies है
बॉडी दिखा
बॉडी नहीं
कैमरा तो चालू है कैमरा चालू है
कैसे दिख रहा नहीं है बीच
अरे वो
नहीं दिख रहा।
हाँ वीडियो पार्टी
हाँ।
हाँ
ओ अंधेरी रात में दिया तेरे हाथ में हाँ
खेल रहा हूँ मैं
कंसंट्रेशन देखो चेक देख रहे हो
आ रहे वैलोरेंट में अभी आ जा
अभी नहीं
अभी भाई मैच है भाई डन सीन कुछ लीक्स मिलेगा
क्या चाहिए भाई बंद कर रहा हूँ ये तू पता लगा मैं कुछ गलत हरकत किया कैमरा में चला गया बंद करो मैच
लाइव स्ट्रीम चालू होने से पहले ही हाँ लाइव स्ट्रीम चालू होने से पहले ही बाय सीनेट बाय ओपा सीनेट बाय मारेंगे बे सीनेट बाय मारते बे सीनेट बाय मारते
Perspective, if we remember actually how we were seeing CNED on stage, we always make the kind of meme that he's not very expressive. But actually the other day we saw him getting pissed, getting mad, getting angry that maybe he was not achieving what he wanted or the plan was not going in their favor. And again, both teams were not comfortable the other day, and it had nothing to do with the fact that
पीछे बैकस्टेज से लेके आ रहे बे
well, it looked like at least he was talking a lot to his teammates as well. But for Fatinho, I feel like it wasn't his best performance, but you just don't have that many chances to redeem yourself. Still, if you lose today, if you don't show up today, you're out.
छोटे बंक्स में तेरे जीन्स होंगे ओ माय गॉड बचपन से
don't want to be
मैं
going out on
एक ही
basically
चीज सिखाऊंगा
0-2.
always
That's like a
wear
horrible start to the
shorts
season, especially in the
Always.
fashion that they might lose to.
अगर
They
बेटा
get
हुआ तो
upset in the
always wear
first
shorts
game, and then
क्या
what
लग रहा है
happens
अगर
is
बेटी
you
हुई
start
तो
playing
सिर्फ
against,
शॉपिंग करवाऊंगा
you know,
उसको
what people think is
सिर्फ
the
शॉपिंग
easier of the two teams.
आ गया
शॉपिंग
साइन इट्स अ
बोलते
साइन
हाँ
got upset. So now it's like,
Oh.
oh, we don't have just like an
Oh,
easier pathway through. It's like, oh, now we have like a just as insurmountable like object that we have to
क्या लगता है
get
कौन
over.
जीतेगा
Yeah, and when we
Giant
talk about also
की foot
the way that they lost those matches and who was on the other side, we know that there were some rookies, some
Foot
new faces,
base.
and of course
Senior
it's going to
base.
come with some surprises.
Senior
If you
base.
add
एक तो
on to,
है,
for
चलो,
example,
एक
भाई
तो
उसके
है,
साथ
trying out newcomers
उसके
and
साथ
all-
फोटो
and
खिंचाए
this
थे
and
क्या
that
बात
too. Okay, but on the side
Agreed.
of Giants, you know,
Photos के लिए नहीं,
keeping
but
more
seen
of
it,
like
seen it.
standard compositions and not being able to find your comfort against something new is very
वो कर
disruptive.
पोल
This is the other thing. There's a lot of rookies that are performing, Jewelers players that are performing. We need to see CNED
Yeah.
and
Goal
Fatinho
Yeah.
step up today. But more on Giants and a little bit about what went wrong on that first time around. I think looking towards maybe the roles. I know that still you were talking about behind the scenes of maybe just put Nukie on a different role if they need to be bailed out.
Yeah,
भाई
I'm
Giants की
looking
team
at
भी
this and I'm
sexy
just
है
like, when I was doing the eye test of the game, I'm just thinking, what's going on here? We saw Nuki traditionally
तेरी माँ की लेफ्ट साइड से है इस बार
years back. He's looking really good.
माँ
on
का
his
सब
good
गांठ
movement, good
फटिया
aggression,
गांठ
everything. We put him on Sentinels like
क्यों था
Cypher, like
तेरे
Cypher.
अच्छा मम्मी पापा
What
सो
we're
गए
seeing is in these mid rounds or even
दरवाजा
earlier in the situation,
जॉडी भी उड़ गया
what he's doing is he's overheating a little bit. He's pushing up, even though his team has space. He's playing like he's a duelist, and he's kind of overcompensating for his team.
वो
a
तुम
little
लोग
bit.
compare कर
So
रहे हो
it
तो,
could
लेकिन
be
वैसे देखा जाएगा
any
तो
number
अच्छा
of reasons that he's overcompensating for his team. Maybe there's a lack of trust. Maybe his teammates
जब
aren't
वीडियो
doing the
था
job
ना
that
तभी
they're supposed to
करना
do,
था
and he's like, well, I'll just do it. But the problem is when you put a player that's aggressive like this, that's as good on duelist as he is, onto a sentinel role.
भाई
and the
please
rest of
बोलो
the team's
Giants
not
का
doing
कुछ
their
same
job,
है
भी
and
कर
then
सकते हैं
he
left
feels
right
the need to for whatever reason.
क्या चीज
There's an underlying
दरवाजा
issue in
दरवाजा
the game
बंद
that
करके
needs
है
to
मैं
be
साले
resolved.
तेरी वजह से
हाँ,
रूम का दरवाजा बंद कर दिया मैंने मेरे फट गई मैं बोला कोई तो दरवाजे पे आके नॉक किया रात में
दो है ना एक राइट का एक लेफ्ट
I
का है
disagree, really. Like we've been seeing
अभी
Giants
मैं
for a
लेफ्ट
very
वाला
long time.
ये
These
लेफ्ट वाला
players have been
फर्स्ट था
together
फर्स्ट
for
टाइम था
even longer. So seeing them
अब नहीं।
not comfortable, not following the right calls, playing disjointed. I don't think that it has to do with one
Giants
person being
5K
uncomfortable in the
likes हो
role
गए
or
हैं
not being
already.
focused, because even if you put someone on the
Hashtag
single, sometimes you need them to be
open.
more aggressive. You know, when Nuki was playing on the
अरे भाई
on the
stream क्यों
initiator,
कर रहे
he
हैं
was
पता
also
नहीं कल
playing
करेंगे
on the breach. He used to have a different side. He would be the one that you wouldn't never ask for a flash. He would be like, I'm flashing you, go.
वो रोने वाला कोच
I
भाई
honestly think
फन
maybe
वाला
there's no
कोच है
safe
क्या बोलो
answer.
भाई
Maybe
पता
that's
नहीं
the way
देखता
to go forward to. But let's move on and look at what FUT we're doing. Again, I'm going to ask you the same question. Kukuka,
Giant
what was
का भी
going
अच्छा
on? What were the problems?
हाँ,
And what
Giants
is
का
the
अच्छा है।
fix going into this match?
I think that they were playing first against the Heretics that was feeling very comfortable. Like I remember watching the Lotus, and it was a perfect example with the game that we just witnessed. Heretics knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they wanted to do, and they were also better at adapting. Like the early rounds when they were having control over the map, everything was going into their favor. Even when it wasn't, they always had the next
माफ
response,
करे
the
जॉर्डन
next
माफ
answer to
करे
the
यार
question. For FUT, I think that they really fell flat. Like the first 3 rounds,
अभी किसका
amazing,
मैच
I
है
can see
सीनियर
it.
का है
But
भाई
after round
देर
6
और
or
चैट
7,
में
I was like,
क्या बोले
is
दे
that
भाई
it? Is
अपने
that how far we're getting? And I was surprised even, but because when we hear guys having a timeout, he did not have the effect that he had last year when it was so impressive to see.
बिंगी वैसे आप गुजरात से हो तो मेरे सारे सुपर चैट का 50% आपका बनता है 50% 100% भाई
the water on their first match, right? They lost double digits. They got their attacks look really good. And
क्या चीज का मानना क्या तो एक बार बता दे स्ट्रीम पे आज हो जाए अपने को 2 साल हो चुके 3 साल क्या चीज का माना क्या
एक रिंग
अब भी मिला तेरे को
वो तो इतना रोने के बाद दिया
तो भाई हंस के दिया तो फिर मेरी फटेगी
cohesion. And
थोड़ा
what they end
बहुत
up
चलता है
doing
भाई
is they start fighting one at a time, and it's very sloppy.
सीनियर भाई
they'll
ओपे
start
बोलते
trickling out, they'll start bleeding players. So instead of doing team fights or stalling, buying time for rotations, moving together and fighting together.
किसको
these
सपोर्ट
big
करना है
squads like
सीनियर
we
भाई
saw from
लिटिल भाई
even
अंकल आंटी के
KC
लिए
and,
कुछ मिटा लव
Heretics
यू
today.
Done,
And
Sid, मैं भेजता हूँ
2 days ago, they played really well as a
सरगम
team, but
भाई
when you look at
थैंक यू
FUT,
फॉर द
they
10
just,
गिफ्टेड मेरी
oh,
जान
they're
के
coming to me, I'm gonna go and
टोटे
take a fight kick. Instead of just
फर्स्ट
putting
टाइम
your
ये
form up,
नाम
throwing
दिखा
the ball in the
गिफ्टेड के
floor.
लिए
And yes, I am
लव
pointing
यू
out
थैंक
one
यू सो
player
मच फॉर द
specific,
10
but
गिफ्टेड
it's not just like the Viper. It's not just like the
गाइस
Raze. It's
जिसको
not
भी
just
मेंबरशिप
any
मिला
one
उसका
specific
पकड़े
person. It's
जल्दी
all
से
of them.
थैंक्स बोले
They're all trying
पकड़
to
के
do too much by themselves, and all they have to do is stall a little bit, wait for
क्या
the team to
भेजेगा?
rotate. It's
हाँ?
not like they have a
क्या
bad
भेजेगा?
start of round plan.
Sweet.
It's just that they need to let the round develop and
मॉम
fight
को
together
5
a
स्टार
little bit
पसंद है
more.
It was
पापा
giving a
डेयरी
little
मिल्क
bit of kind of early days Turkish teams, or they're a bit too eager and maybe making unnecessary mistakes.
But even when you have it like too
Wait,
much
donuts
prepared,
super smart.
it's easy for you to go off the
Hello,
rails,
button,
and it
button.
has to be someone in the team or something that happens that gets you back in it. If it doesn't happen, it just keeps building on top of it.
Yeah, and not a
कभी नहीं मिलेगा
but
मुझे
one person I will say I
गाइस
feel like
एक बार चेक कर लो वो जो गिफ्ट वाला साइन तुमको दिख रहा है मेरे चैट पे उस पे क्लिक करके देखो अलाउ गिफ्ट का एक ऑप्शन रहेगा उसको अलाउ करना ठीक है ये क्या है
oh damn best to carry his team. And Kukuka, I know I've been asking
OP
you guys what they
बोलते
should be fixing, but he was great.
डिस्काउंट में मैं चेक
I mean,
करो
I
ना
think that
अभी
Cloud is
डाला है
the
क्या
kind of player
चीज
that it doesn't really matter what role you give him,
Images.
not me, him. What agent you give him, he's going to perform because he's incredibly smart. He's incredibly good, like crisp and all of that. But
You
I
did with
need him to
Binks.
be also part of that ecosystem. And even when you know, I'm not going to give him all the responsibility in the team. Like you don't have to get the fracs and the initiation and
he
everything.
does though.
Yeah, he does. But you know, I feel like there's something in the ecosystem that it's not working.
घर जाएगा मेरा घर जाएगा.
Because I'm not in their heads and I'm not listening to what they're saying.
भाई ये ऐसा कितना sexy दिखता है
It looked like he was
एक
really
साथ.
consistent in his role, and he was like a really strong rock.
Huh?
It felt like he was always in the right spot for his team, especially on defense, to be able to bail them out of situations. And then even like his team's diffusing, he's able to just.
सुनो, I take the loves yous back. ठीक है. It was my genuine, honest mistake. समझ रहे हो? Hello, कैसे हो सरगम जी? My school friends, hello. How's you? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted. So kind. मेरे साथ ही कैसा होता है ऐसा? Thank you for the 40 and the first super chat, yaar. Welcome to the stream.
I don't like that word, but this could be the last time we see one of these teams until after Masters Madrid. They gotta make it count. Here's GIANTX and FUT.
Anish bhai, thank you for the membership. Okay. सीनेट बोलते.
ये टोपा कहाँ से मिलता है सब?
सीनेट बोलते.
Some of these players are the absolute veterans of EMEA. They both had a fantastic year in 2023, but this could be the toughest challenge yet to face for them, to face elimination.
Oh bye!
On stage as well. And here is GIANTX. They just made that one.
भाई सारे खतरनाक दिखते बे, सारे खतरनाक दिखते.
Another veteran player, a player that's been to
many
lands as well in the past. Unfortunately, we have to say goodbye to one of these teams. But if you were one of these teams, this is not where you want to go, Kukuka. This
वही है क्या? नहीं रे, चेंज हुआ है. तो चेंज हुआ है.
I think that we go back to the idea that this is not the entirety of the year. Of course, it is important how you start. It's going to set the tone for the rest of it, and you want to perform. You want your fans to be, you know, devoted to the right guys. But in this occasion, somebody's going to have to stay home.
हाँ भाई, एक और इस बड़ा होगा.
Like I said, not many exactly rookies on the stage. Predominantly.
ये कौन सा एंगल है भाई?
Definitely, people have experiences in situations like this.
Yeah, and I mean, when you're in the game, it's
a
lot of things in life. It's not how you start, it's how you finish. So getting the rest of the year on board is going to be the most important thing. But making sure
लोग ये लोग
that
1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 95 गए बे
0-2 right off the rip.
96
that these guys want to do, and they're facing down that barrel.
After the long off season that we've had, everything that could have potentially been prepared, not only for the tournament but also thinking about Madrid, has to come to fruition here today. We're talking about how important it is to get the reps. Maybe going through the lower bracket, you're gonna get as many as you could.
Yeah, and this is the other thing. They brought in Redgar to change.
This is when you wake up morning.
CNED. You're not bringing these players just to go out. Now you're bringing these players to hope that you can win a trophy, not just domestically but internationally as well. So I think there's going to be a lot of pressure on those two players too. But let's talk about both of these teams already. Do we feel like this is the time to maybe fix some mistakes on those, or
जीत गया बे, जीत गया, फुट जीता.
maybe a pocket map?
That is it, Bugs by Mods.
Surprises in the Mavic is something that deviates completely from what we saw the other day, and especially when it comes to compositions, because again, maybe a small change, but you should be confident in what you've been building and what you've been working on for so long. Bind is out, Breeze is out.
Razer वैसे पे top 4 में इस साल same है. Consistency and TH देखो last और अभी first में Madrid. ठीक है भाई, तो क्या हुआ? जो लोग अपने में top पे थे वो लोग नीचे अभी होता रहता है, part of game.
Like pretty decent on it.
अंडी मंडी अगर लोटस तक गया तो अंडी मंडी मेरा हो गया.
It's honestly
sorry, sunset तक गया.
Stylistic matchups work in this game, especially when you look at.
ये क्या एंगल है भाई? नाड़ा दिख रहा है हाथ और नाड़ा.
If you're asking me to give like a prediction or something like that, it could go either way. Both teams are able to do so much, and they have so much left to prove that we just need to be able to see them develop that.
Really looking forward to that
भाई
second
इतने
map.
बड़े-बड़े कैमरास है ना, 20-20,
It's been
30
a
इंच के
minute
फैन.
since we saw Sinet playing the Jet there, so really looking forward to see if that is going to happen, because as we said, he was, you know, he's been playing different agents. He was on the Neon, he was on the Euro. We still
मैंने भी ऐसे
भाई मैं प्लीज नाम ले रहा हूँ. शुभम भाई कैसे हो मेरी
I
जान.
honestly think if they just
Hey,
maybe
spoke
go
to
back
him
to
when he
basics
was
a little
Huh?
bit, you see Red the way people are expecting.
Yeah, he's the coach.
It could work out for them, but at the same time, you guys mentioned that GIANTX, they did
I have
lose
too many
on Split,
friends
but
now,
13
guys. I
left,
like
surely
too many
there's
friends.
you know, it's just one or two things you need to fix. It's
Sin
not
bhai,
like
what
a
about
complete rework to your
you?
plans, right? It's not that bad.
But Giants have had, like, historically, like this exact course, so many reps on the map, and it's a map that they looked comfortable
Stream
in the
किस
past.
वॉल्यूम बढ़ा दे, बढ़ा
Everything
रहा हूँ.
to me about it.
They actually looked really good on their attack. They had a really good game plan. They had good cohesion. They were doing a lot of things well, but it's just like, it's not like we're looking at them being down here because they played horribly in the first day. They played really well. It's just that the other team played a little bit better than them. And I'm not saying this to, like, you know, just talk them up for no reason at all. Just like, hey, here, I'm throwing you a bone. It's that they actually genuinely looked good on the map. So them
गोट जैसा इंसान कैसे मार सकता है इतना?
Yeah, again, they've had a day to maybe
इतना
just go
cute है.
over little things they want to fix. They don't have to do too much into this. But what about FUT? Because FUT, they had the luxury of already seeing
आज
what
पालवर्ल्ड होने वाला ना, आज वैल्यू
GIANTX
करेंगे अनुज भाई के
on
साथ रात
this
को.
map. So
उधर.
maybe an advantage for Gaius?
Honestly, I'm with you on that one, Soup, but I don't think it's an advantage. I think that Giants is the
और
kind of team
तुमको
that
भी
will
रात
look
को
over
स्ट्रीम देखने
everything.
का
I
है.
think that Pips and
फॉलो
Azela
करो
will
अभी के
probably
अभी.
go
आज
through
होकर ही
every
रहेगा.
single round and just be like, okay, this was this mistake. What was happening here? Communication, not to change about the composition, but actually as the protocols is something that we've mentioned a lot today for FUT. We still have to see what they're going to be playing on Split, but definitely gives them an upper hand to know what they did and what comp they're playing the other day.
Yeah, presumably if GIANTX is picking Split and then FUT has to start on defense, this is where FUT's not really great. They showed that they had really good attack plans, but they didn't show that their defense was something left to be desired. So it's all going to come down to what type of lead they get. Because we did see on the first day, they was actually getting a little bit in their own heads. They were getting a little bit angry and annoyed about some of the rounds that they were losing. The vibe check we talked about wasn't there for them. So it's really important that they come out of the gates swinging here. They have to have a...
सरगम जी, आप कैसे हो यार सरगम जी? Thank you so much for the 10 gifted here. 10 gifted.
Hello.
Thank you so much.
Hello.
मैंने क्या किया?
Don't mute Binks.
Thank you so much for the 10 gifted बोल रहा हूँ.
10 बार थैंक्स बोल रहा है जो तू.
अरे 10 गिफ्टेड दिया तो 10 बार बोलूंगा ना.
दूंगी ना एक.
सरगम जी आप टेंशन ना ले, आप गिफ्ट दे, टेंशन ना ले, ठीक है? Thank you.
Of all people, he's playing the race.
For a second, I thought that it was even championship. Like, what is going on? Last year, Cracks was the KO professional, the specialist on the agents, and now we're seeing him explore, you know, new horizons. Apparently, the race is going to be the next one. Now,
I will say just quickly, Cracks has played a bit of race before, and statistically, it's been pretty, it's alright, it's pretty good. So yeah,
maybe. Yeah, but the other thing that I also remember was seeing it on the chamber back in the Ascent days. I remember him not being specifically comfortable, but hey, new year, new scene it, everything is new to him. Maybe we'll get to see him play Jet.
At least watermelon game में watermelon बना दी. तुम तो ये game में भी watermelon
I
बनाते हो.
can't wait to see what they've got cooked up over here and send this into game with your casters. It's Pansy and Ash.
अगर मारा रहेगा तो.
नहीं मारा.
अगर मारा कितने का चल. अगर मारा रहेगा तो. अगर मारा रहेगा तो. अगर मारा रहेगा. बोलने मत. Same thing बोला same. Editor ढूंढे अभी तो. अब तुम्हारा काम है. 1.5 साल पहले मारा रहेगा.
Proof लेके आओ पहले.
Last year for FUT, Split was a difficult
map
for them. They went 1-4, and now seeing the shift onto the chamber here for CNET. Historically, he hasn't been great on this agent, but we've seen him innovating. He's tested out a couple other tools.
बंक्स भाई पिंकी जी कैसे सब बड़े बजट में अच्छा मॉनिटर कौन सा बजट में गेम ऑफ द गुड बहुत सारे यार बहुत सारे.
LG MSI
बहुत सारे. आपको आपके हिसाब से लेना पड़ेगा बहुत सारे. आप यही सेम चीज गूगल करो मिल जाए.
Like you see all that potential, that sleeping giant when it comes to that man. But hey, maybe this is the spark, or ignite the rest of the season.
Bite him.
Made by Cypher, I mean Chamber.
Beat him होता है.
As it stands though, if you're just tuning in, it will be FUT on the defending
Blind
side.
चप्पल.
ये लोग का अच्छा तो है बे लाइनअप अटैक में तो क्या झटके
Wait
मारे
and see how this one fares, but I already like this approach from
गेम में ध्यान
FUT.
दो चलो
चप्पल क्यों छुपाया तूने?
सर पे रखा है मेरे
वो तो छुपा नहीं सकता, जगह नहीं है इतनी.
आपका फैमिली मैटर हो तो मैच देखे वही तो शांति से होती.
All right.
Okay.
मेरे को शांति.
Oh, okay. A little style to that one too. But by now, surely the alarm bells will
तीन
start to
flank
ring
आ रहे
though,
बे
because
तीन.
they felt no pressure,
Red Guard
right?
ने वो भी चेक कर लिया.
GIANTX just walked to the side, got the plant.
लेकिन
Like, I'm
तीन
sure
flank
there's
आ रहे हैं
gonna
ना.
be
को वापस
opponent
मिनी को
around here
देखना है.
somewhere. And the first real part of contact is coming towards Heaven. But you can see that 3-play crunch now coming through. Paranoia got sent. Dogs out about, but Cloud.
CNET
First
ने
and
भर
foremost gonna
दिया.
get one, but CNET on the trade back
भर
out. We're
दिया
down to
CNET.
CNET and Mr. Fallen. Gonna have to put up some work. And they're
Oye,
didn't get much done,
Jai.
did they, in the end? GIANTX off to a
पता नहीं
great
क्यों
start.
feeling आ रही
Yes,
है
I know.
No, I
जीतने
think
वाला
that
है.
rotation coming from the A side a little bit too late there for FUT.
Binks by
The idea
Mods.
though
Mods भेजो मेरे
was
को.
Feeling
that
आ रही है
we
giant
saw
जीतने
it
वाला है
earlier,
इसका.
it lives very
कुछ
low
दिन बाद
motion
थैंक यू
as
फॉर
far
द
as that
मेंबरशिप.
goes,
क्या कि
but
ये जीतने वाला है जायंट्स.
necessarily
Ah,
quickly
map
to
ये
try
वाला
and get
map.
out of
नहीं,
that
नहीं,
B choke. Stalled out in that kind of sense. Now looking into the next round here. Seeing a little bit
लेकिन
of
वो लोग
that
अच्छा
FPS
था ना
coming out
अटैक.
with the 2 rifles on the side
Ah.
of GIANTX. And
ये लोग का लेकिन फ्लैंक भी ट्रिपल फ्लैंक भी अच्छा था भाई. दोनों टीम है.
there you go.
क्या करने का वो लोग को पता है.
Kind of touched on it a little bit, especially Josh when he was talking about kind of FUT's defensive side being
ये
a
भी sexy
bit of
player
an
है बे,
issue,
न्यूक
so
की
I
है.
want to see how that looks. At least
फिल्टरिनो भी
I
बाप
mean,
player है.
it's such a
रेडगर भी बाप
limited
player है.
amount of tape
सब
रेडगर
to see
बोलते हैं.
these, you know, newer teams coming
हुडी
back
भी
out,
अच्छा
or
है बे.
even,
हुडी कौन सा
you know,
टीम में था पहले.
remade
इसमें
old
था,
teams, so
Giants
it's
में
very
था
hard to
हमेशा
kind of
से.
get that full grasp
भी
of
अच्छा
what they're
था.
going to look like when really all we've seen is one game from both
Binks
sides.
says
So
you guys are
we'll see
really
if that continues to
an
plague them.
inspiring
There's further
couple.
problems on the defending side, especially here on split as a starter. If anything,
मेरे को स्ट्रीम पे बुक्के मार रही है.
GIANTX
इंस्पायर क्या हो रहा है भाई तुम?
got a good
हाँ?
plan in mind.
काहे का इंस्पायर भाई? क्या इंस्पायर भाई?
The steps going through the traditional approach. You're looking to try
बुक्के
and
कहा रहा
maybe
पानी
feel
का
out
बॉटल
this
कहा रहा
attack in
मॉप है.
play. We can see where it is.
मारा
They
नहीं था
can't, but they've
मेरे
managed to
को.
navigate
Acting
around
मत
it.
Well, it's time
Red
here
guard,
for
red
NJ
guard.
to actually walk off and in towards CT. Just play for
Aim-
that life,
aim
but it won't
कैसे
be that
बचा है
full
ना?
Yeah,
flank
yeah,
gun
yeah.
in for
Aim
FUT
तो
this
है.
time
हाँ?
around.
Aim
GIANTX,
तो
of
है
course,
हाँ.
a free site for the
Let's stack
taking.
over.
बचा है अपना.
Looking to what they have to work with here on this.
तीन गन
retake.
गिराएगा ना
Strong
मजा आ
doesn't
जाएगा.
have any
भाई ओमेन
utility,
देख
so
किधर
that
तक क्लियर कर रहे हैं इस
not
बार.
something we can rely on here.
No, I
एक
want
ही
to see
गन
if
गिरेगा.
Cloud can farm up a little bit as well, considering he had some good progress
तीन
already
गिर
towards his
सकता है.
ult. I wonder if he's going to get
एक
any
ही
more
गिरेगा.
going.
Oh!
Okay.
Any
अटक गया.
Fair
comments?
enough, but he's gone down.
अटक गया.
Any comments?
स्ट्रीम
Any
अटक
more
गई है.
where that came
कैसे?
from?
आ भाई.
It's like
दिखा ही नहीं
CT
क्या
is
हुआ.
Discord
established
पर?
मरा हुआ दिख रहा है
approach, at
हुडी.
least for the
Smoke
vast
से
majority
मारा.
of FUT.
Oh, the backstab's incoming.
हाँ,
though
एक
towards
ही गन
mid.
गिरेगी रे.
Yeah, it does have a time limit on this.
Let's
Again,
go.
there we go. That's going to be Nookie farming this one up. Should be pretty comfy. Cloud is one of the names on the kill feed, so that's the one you got to keep your eyes on, because that ult will be knocking on the door.
Feeling
It's a
आ रही है
pretty
अभी अंदर
critical
से.
one at this point.
कैसे 5 गन गिरी
Alive.
लौड़े. 4 अपने एक
the
उनका.
options
5
here.
गन गिरी. कैसे एक ही गन गिरा?
To avoid giving away too many of those
ठीक है.
ults.
गलत था.
Cloud, player to watch from yesterday, from day one as well. He was the saving grace for GIANTX. One of the reasons why those maps were so close in their last
अभी इसमें
matchup.
जो हारा वो बाहर है ना सीधा.
And the thing is, I think for this GIANTX team,
हाँ ये
too,
दोनों आ रहे हुए हैं ना. Yes.
while FUT had the expectation of being a team that did so well last year, being that kind of dark horse that rose through the
एक
season,
Vitality
GIANTX, they
से
retained
हारा
4
है
of their
और एक
players. So
KC
all
से है.
eyes are also on Redgar in this situation to see the leader that he can be to elevate this middle of the pack team from 2023.
That's spot on. And the captain's
Heritage
going to hold
हो
on his
गया,
point.
गलत
See the
हो गया,
burst
bro.
already coming towards him. Fatinia wants to close that gap as best he can, or at least maybe allow for a second player
हो
to pick
गया,
up. But
गलत
he's now
sexy
on
बराबर.
his own. He's on his
Sexy
actually done
push
very
कर दिया.
well. No punish from CNED. He only got a touch of damage. And a captain's the one to
हाँ,
finally
जो आ रहा है वो
strike
बाहर है.
back. Levy some of this
भाई
pressure.
सीनियर को
CNED
देख.
makes his presence known. 2 big pickups and he stops the rot. GIANTX
Shot.
can't make it to sight now.
Now looking to regroup towards
Check
ramp.
his PC
और
बोल रहा
मारा
है.
भाई
Isolate
सीनियर.
the
कोई
one
check it,
player
please.
towards Heaven Hoodie though.
हाँ?
Still
The
takes
audience
the
will check
same
his
control
PC
split
बोला.
up here on the side of GIANTX.
If Cloud's standing, there's still a
Heal
chance.
your
Don't
breach
write this
sky.
man out, even in a scenario like this.
हिल दियो उसको.
on red alert though, being very cautious about it, playing a little bit of a deeper angle. They're going to pause for a second here, heal up, get themselves as best they can. Cloud still has a little bit of kit to play with.
3, 2, 1, put se.
That's fantastic work from FUT. Held at the door and held away.
Bonus.
जीत गए भाई, bonus कुछ नहीं, जीत गए.
Clean round there from FUT, and CNED, the one to stop that push there towards A main.
Yes, really inspired to have a
down
relationship
into
in
plants, and
which you don't
Fun
have to
2
say
was
anything. The
everything
partner
to find
understands
the
you, huh?
advantage.
No?
Now, anti-eco
Understand
here for
करती है
both teams.
तुम्हारे
That
को.
was the bonus round of GIANTX. And looking towards the alt economy
देखते
right
देखते
now.
अभी मेरे को क्या
Not
चाहिए वो
too
मैं
close to
एकदम
anything
ब्रेन में
just
प्रोसेस
yet, but
कर रहा हूँ
again,
ठीक है
Cloud
देखते
3
अंडरस्टैंड
away
होता
from the
है
rolling thunder. They're posturing towards
ठीक
B
है.
main, a much more comfortable orb here
नहीं
for the attackers.
पहले गलत बोला
Won't be.
पहला गलत बोला ना तब सब बोला
Love
तूने
that. Love it. Didn't work out very well. Coutinho body
Hashtag
checks
OP.
him instantly. Didn't even get to TP
Understand
back.
करती है मिलने नहीं वाला चाय चाय हाँ बे
in their faces, but
तुम लोग भी अंडरस्टैंड करते हो बे
supported in that fact, and it looks like GIANTX putting a high priority,
सारे
at
मिलके
least challenging and late controlling towards middle.
मतलब बात
Yeah, you would
मुझसे
expect
कैसे करी
maybe to be paired up with Mr. Fallen in that kind of situation. Assistance from the guiding lights, but now rotation into vents. There's two.
बहुत पार्टी का स्टैमिना है
GIANTX,
यार
they're playing so patiently towards mid.
बात चल रहा शादी is like genius
To let
books
the
of world
clock
records
tick down a little bit here. Further contact made, so FUT knows there's still presence.
फिटिंग नहीं है ऐसा बोलता है ना इसको
Nobody's home on the B site here for FUT. GIANTX, they're
Fitting
pivoting
yeah.
over towards B main here as well. It's all going to be up to Yetj to spot the cross onto site. A little bit of a jiggle action.
सोचा भाई कितनी स्ट्रीम करेंगे आराम कर इसके बाद हम आने वाले उधर स्ट्रीम करने डेडली डुओ करने वाले अनुज भाई के साथ रात को गेमिंग होएगा हेवी वैलो हेवी वैलो गेमिंग भाई ये खतरनाक मारते हैं खतरनाक मारते हैं कप्तान भी
Wants it to come in, do they start early or do they wait for this to go down? Looks like they're going to have to wait a second or two, but the pressure now starting them out. Starting to work their way through from CT. Captain taking a couple of steps towards the site. It's down towards Cloud and Hoodie once again. This time a 2v3. Can they complement these positions together, create a crossfire? Cloud wants in and he doesn't get what he wants. And a Captain holding strong here. As Hoodie last alive and a very tricky situation in front of him. Near on unfeasible at this point. Hoodie trying and failing. It's going to be FUT answering back again. Perfect work there on the playback through.
Very comfortable here
Come
for
back
FUT. The
बोलते
coordination
दो राउंड में
immense in that situation. Now, heading into the next round, economy not looking
Huh?
great here for GIANTX, expecting a semi-eco
Accelerate.
to come through. There
Let's
is
go
still
for it.
the rolling
Let's go for
thunder
it.
that
Let's
has
go
cycled
for it.
up here though for Cloud. And
Anis like
honestly,
very
I
nice
feel like
very
in these eco
nice
rounds, earlier this week we saw
बाकी भाई मुझे
Cloud 3Ks.
मुझे अपना पीसी
The
बनाना है
opportunity
प्लीज
to
सजेस्ट
still
सम गुड
turn
स्पेक्स
the tide.
मेरा खुद का स्पेक्स कोई और दियो
For GIANTX, looks like they're leaning more towards this
सबसे
death
बेस्ट जो
ball
पीसी
approach
बनाता है
here
ना उसको
towards
पूछो
A.
बेस्ट
And CNED gonna be that first point of contact, likely early peek towards ramp.
यार फानस भाई
He's on the money now. A little bit of an uncomfortable start in the last. Outlaw out and about. Gonna dip away, but again, they've had to
खाली
give up the
side.
site here. Not worth the risk, it seems like, which is
अरे
great for
चेंबर के
GIANTX.
साथ
I'll
कैसे
take this
इतना
every day of the week.
डिफेंस
Looks like a safer
लेजी
plot
बनाने
option,
पड़ेंगे
yes.
वही सीन जो मैं तेरे को
Rolling
बोल रहा था
overhead
ब्रीज
into a
में भी
couple of
ओरू
issues.
और नियॉन का
Falls a
वो
very
गवर्नर लोग का
favorable situation.
नहीं
That's
लेकिन
just
अटैक के
unfortunate,
टाइम पे
feels.
बहुत अच्छा है
अटैक
501
के टाइम पे
से
बहुत अच्छा है
लर्क भी ज्यादा
They've
नहीं
got
होने
the
वाला
wall. Can they cause any mayhem?
ओह अच्छा है
I mean, there is a rolling thunder to look towards here into the post plant.
Whether or not you commit to it, though, that's
Equal,
the next
equal.
question. Is it even worth the try? As losing Redgar is making it feel less and less viable.
वो देख
Cloud and
बिना
Nookie
देख के
trying
मार
to do
रहे हैं
something.
बंदा
Nookie,
ओह
शॉट
ओह
ओए
Popping off though.
न्यूक्लियर भाई सेक्सी के लिए भाई
और एक दो किल बस हो गया
Looks like they want to try and get
आपका
CNED
last
on
song
that ult
sexy था
as well, so he'll be
सेक्सी
taking the rest of the
न्यूक्लियर
defuse. But FUT managing the storm again there. You saw the danger though. This is when we're starting to see these two teams heat up a little bit.
सेक्सी मारा बे
Yeah, the pacing changing as this half goes on.
I'm here
cannot
only
get
for
over
others,
these
bhai.
shots that Nookie was able to isolate though. The micro play and isolating those 1v1s. So much more than you would expect to come out from
इतने राइट ले
there. But now,
कट्टी की लौड़े तेरे से
again,
ले ये
rolling thunder
ले
wasn't meant to be used into the last round. No opportunity for it there into the post plant for GIANTX. So we're looking
Anuj bhai,
towards
आपके लिए
it
super chat
into
आया.
their anti-eco now.
क्या
Every round's been
I'm
so
here
close,
only
but
for
haven't
Anuj
even
bhai.
really been able to build
अरे
up
वाह थैंक यू
too great of an economy.
किसका है देखना पड़ेगा
So every round,
मिथुल नायक
tight in
करके
that kind of sense. Earlier, mid control coming up from GIANTX.
थैंक यू मिथुल सर
You're a little nervous. Okay, that's fine.
एक नंबर का
Almost played in CNED, who does have the operators. That's going to be heard. That's going to be
झूठा
probably hazard a guess considering the purchase.
झूठ
The
बैंड का
economy
लवा
doesn't pay for it. Not all too surprising. But
Bang,
now, well, look at Nookie here. His timings, his ability to play these lurks, his late round presence. Because again, we saw the potential mechanically, right? This guy is nuts. There's a reason that we always go, God,
भाई सब community में मुझे गाली
you know,
देते
it's
यार
always that. And the timings were something that we noted in the previous games, especially on this match. So I want to see Nuki in full
फिर
form.
वो soundboard लगा रखा है ना, land
Willing to try and clear that.
Why do even Pinky support a vulgar language? Because I don't mean it in a harm way.
But Yellow Jay's up to challenge, up to the stuff again, finding two and bailing.
Why do you watch my stream
कोई ये बात नहीं समझा यार
if I have a very vulgar language?
To delay here in towards heaven.
Because you are also chomtia somewhere.
DV3.
Also, I have one more thing.
Take the side, guys.
मैं देखो मिला उससे पहले से तू ऐसा है.
Smoke किधर है ओमान?
अभी मैं देखो
Site free for the taking here for GIANTX.
मतलब I knew what he used to
retake
do.
protocol here for FUT.
Then I
went for smoke towards CT just to ensure safety
You
of the cross.
fell.
Beautiful from Nuki. Bodyguard duty holding them back. Does dip by slightly deeper.
Let's go Nuclear Volume 2. Let's go.
Step towards the side. This
Nice
is
stun,
an
nice
option.
stun.
This is an opportunity.
Stun him.
He was still standing for a whole second then. I thought
Sexy
maybe he was
stun
dead
tha
way earlier than that, but now just down to cracks.
Oh.
There comes the ult and actually no player goes down, still standing.
Oh.
Can't stand.
वो मरा नहीं.
Nuki making that
5 HP.
work for them in the end, but it got very
अभी
chaotic.
तो buff कर दो.
ये सब सही है क्या buff और कितना buff चाहिए इसको पहली बहुत आतिशबाजी है उसके पास
क्या तो भाई buff तोड़ी है वो तो agent वैसा है.
बस इतना इनफ है मारने के लिए एम पे तो मारो कि यूटिलिटी से मारना है सबको एम पे तो मारो और तीनों यूटिलिटीज की डैमेज देती है चारों.
Yeah, that's got to be a wrap. You expect the showstopper to find one in that situation, but GIANTX, they find success into that round. They also save all those ult that we were looking towards here. 4 to work with.
Giants में जाके सबके emotions बाहर आते हैं मेरे साथ.
A little bit does go towards Nuki. That'll come back
ये round जीत गया Giants.
because Fatino's actually
ये
already
round
trying to take all of the
जहाँ पे
space.
10 सेकंड में वो लोग लेते हैं ना कुछ.
A paranoia scent, which does give away the fact that they are in towards B main. TP as well, though. And a captain actually maybe in a position they don't expect. Great trades for FUT here, holding them back. All of that confidence from Heaven gets shattered. Left to dirt as they're down to 3 and split in position. Uncomfortable for the cross too, because CNED could punish on this one. Not as easy this time for Cloud to make it over. So he decided to go for this plant
कोई
instead.
help ही नहीं
So
कर
this
रहा
is
भाई,
feeling
hello?
very claustrophobic.
It's a very awkward
भाई
plant
कोई नहीं था
spot.
उसको देखा.
Spotted out here from Heaven, but this push down from Nuki.
क्या यार ऐसे क्यों
बोल
खेल
और
रहे
बोल
हैं?
और बोल.
Show us some magic, Hoodie.
मैं तो सिंगर को support करता भाई.
Players on all fronts. Oh, there's not much you can do there. Crack's gonna put him to his grave.
भाई मैं सारी टीम के क्लासेस
I've
की
gotta
मतलब
say,
1 month से
when I'm
1 month
talking
से
about
ज़्यादा.
Nuki doing well
लेकिन
on one
लेंगे
side,
हम थोड़ा थोड़ा
I'll
करके
park
लेंगे.
that for a
बहुत
second.
आगे तक. I
Yellowjays
think
being
it's
such a
that
little
August.
hero for this
वो तो मेरे को बोला
team.
था.
So much value from his
थोड़ा
work
थोड़ा करके
again.
लेंगे
And I love that little TP back from
लेंगे
the
तो
captain
सही
as well.
में.
Kind
Player
of
cards बहुत
subverting
crazy है.
expectation, putting another body towards
Team
the backside
cards.
of pillar. CNED punishing on
बहुत
the site
crazy.
as well. Again, in my mind, Yellowjay is doing really well.
आदम
this
भाई
match.
shout out
No,
दिल से
he's
नहीं.
been
जब वो
an
stream
incredible
करेंगे तब
anchor
लेंगे.
here for FUT. Just be able to buy the time for the rest of the team to make that rotation over in GIANTX. I feel like on that execution, timing was just a smidge off there. The Seekers had already pushed FUT back off the site. The Rolling Thunder, if expended, should have been right off the back of that to assist in that showstopper. Now, tank empty. No, it's the outlaw for CNED once again. Seems like that's the move that FUT are going
इसमें भी
towards
मेरे को
for
वो
that
अच्छा
economy
लगता है.
management to cycle that
Viper,
out.
Omen या फिर Viper plus.
The ult that he can build off the back of this too. He should be in a very good
वो
position.
A पे वो टेढ़ा वॉल करके walk-in वाला बकचोदी है ना.
If anything at all. So it certainly could do very well for them.
एक
He's
इनिशिएटर
been
को
a
खिलाना
little,
पड़ता है
I
उसकी
don't want to say
वजह
hit
से.
and miss. Flash did confirm
Viper
attendance, but they don't know it's not just Nuki,
छुरी में
but
निकल जाएगा
they'll probably
पता
figure it out pretty soon, considering the dog's been let off the leash.
चलो इको में क्यों ये जा रहे? बायरन में क्यों नहीं जा रहे?
Position to play with, and didn't get it when
किसने
wanted.
लगा?
Looked a little close, but not quite on the money. So they take a step closer. Again, FUT need to be careful to not get swarmed here. It's very
किसने लगा
possible.
बे?
It's only one that was spotted over towards ramps. Great guiding light, CNED, no
Flash.
TP available this time around, stuck in towards
He's in
elbow.
trouble.
भाई ऊपर के मुंह पे घुस
I mean,
वो
yeah,
मार
he's
दिया ऊपर
absolutely
को
dead
घुस
to
के.
rights. He got put in a corner and he got put down.
अच्छा ऑफ नहीं वो.
And now they're going to get a plant, and now they've got
निकाल
CT
सकते हैं भाई.
control.
इसके
Yeah,
पास
I mean, it's an outlaw,
इसके
it's not
पास
maybe the
सारे
ideal weapon,
utils हैं.
you'll take
रेस
what's
के
given
पास.
here, right? Can they make something
वो
with
वॉट
it?
नेट
Yeah,
डाल
you
के
can
डबल
give them the
सैचुरेट
sheriff,
करे
it
घुस
seems.
जाओ.
Fitty playing on that corner, and a captain.
Come on.
A Turkish peek and play.
उसने dodge किया?
God, हाँ.
Handling all problems.
भाई
there.
ये
CT
में
not
dodge rate
a threat
100%
just
है.
yet, but the man of the moment, Nuki.
क्यों लेते हैं Sky पता नहीं.
Lethal before. Might just be again. Plenty of potential targets. Cloud's done well. The timing not going to be there. FUT.
सन वाला बंडल लिया मैंने, my favorite team. G वाला नहीं लिया तूने? और PRX?
दोनों इको में ना
Hater.
GIANTX.
Love you Pulkit भाई. भाई मेरे को player का sexy लगे यार, कुछ भी बोलो, मस्त बना है.
Once they get that spike planted, but again, those retake protocols, 4 out of the 5 round wins they've found have been off the success
My gift to you.
of playing a little bit more together, not looking to get
I'm
caught
gonna
out
have
into
it
the
all.
early
Don't
rounds.
be jealous. I'm gonna have it all.
Heading into this one, YTJ does have the Viper's Pit online.
Good
Her
deal.
positioning doesn't really give any hint to that being used early on. Might see it pop out of vents to just completely deny that mid-control over to GIANTX right off the
मैंने
gate.
बोला कि मैं नहीं दूंगा. That is मना कर दिया. मैंने बोला खुद लो.
Gonna have to handle
It's a positive. मना करना is negative. And positive.
Through middle, which might actually cause problems for GIANTX's plans, considering they do have a couple of players sitting
Player
towards
का
sewer,
LCD
but
चुप रहा थोड़ा ऊपर ले. हाँ क्या?
wait to see if there's any further aggression behind this. I'm looking at the 2 players over towards ramp. We're pushing much further than that, I can imagine. So this does put a conundrum towards GIANTX with what do they do with this now?
I mean, in the early round, FUT found so much space. The Viper's Pit in towards mid, like we can see with the trademark. Then you've also got the cycling of those one-ways over towards B main, where GIANTX haven't actually poked their heads in to see if that space has been claimed, with a threat of the operator on CNET on site as well.
आज का सुपर चैट रेवेन्यू पता है कितना है? 230 rupees.
They've not had information, right? You can see that's why the dog's coming out. Hoodie's going to invest his, which is kind of painting a false picture, a false narrative.
भाई गलत बेट हो गया वो लोग. गलत बेट हो गया.
You saw CNET lean
away. Okay, भाई घुस गए. कुछ नहीं कर सकते. रोकने के लिए कुछ नहीं है. घुस गए बे.
And a missed
कुछ नहीं है रोकने के लिए.
Missed a fallen. Very well. Coutinho, fantastic. Sight should be theirs here. Red Guard waiting in case anyone decides to get proactive. Not going to work out. And actually, a shot in the dark and you're dead. CNET falls and it's down to 3. With YTJ standing, there's a chance, but I mean, they don't have much of a step here.
फ्लाइट में बैठे हुए बंक से स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ.
Having control of the very least. Trapper broken. Great protocol with the paranoia coming through as well.
Oh, this is tough though. How do you clear out back site like this? They're trying to divide and conquer. You can see they're trying to slice up the site. That's one way to start it off, but they need more. They need a whole lot more.
Jord, bye, close हो गया था लेकिन.
Enough to get across the line. GIANTX playing that very well, and the smoke and mirrors, right? That little bit of utility coming out from Hoodie pulled them away from the site. It pulled CNET off the site. It pulled Mr. Fallen away from the site.
supported.
Attack में तो मारेंगे बे लोग.
Maybe that was enough. There's
Attack में तो मारेंगे.
going on. This has got to be where it is. Hold the rotation.
Lineup ही उनका पूरा
around back.
attack के लिए.
They've been so diligent on the side of GIANTX as well with their flash utility to ensure that CNET holding whichever angle will be forced to TP off. We're going to see the timeout to be called now here for, I believe it's on the side of FUT. And
timeout लेने की ज़रूरत था?
Has to be expected, right? Look at this economy situation. It's looking dire. You do have that op that might be forced up into the next round. We'll have to see how things do end up going there, Pansy.
Yeah, I mean, look, I'm the biggest CNET apologist. I always will be. When after seeing him in his heyday, it's hard to not always wish for that, right? To get those glimpses. Now, Chamber never sat comfortably with him. When we saw that initial change come in, it was never like that instant, okay, he looks fantastic. I think a lot of, the CNET fans will be looking at Icebox going, please, just give us the jet, God, please. But for now, I don't think
Battle Pass level complete नहीं करना तेरे को.
It hasn't quite been that, levying factor of getting in these rounds, but maybe able to bring something through here as coming into this round. I mean, there's not much else to report. Yeah, there's a judge, a share, a sting. I mean, it's odds and ends. It's that weird draw you have in the kitchen that's got bits of string and who knows what else. But on the other side, you're starting to see the ults coming through cycling.
Like करने वाला, guys, like करो. We are close to 6K likes. जल्दी से like कर दो.
As well. So they're starting to cycle through towards some nicer ults, and I'm a bit worried that this could spiral away. But for FUT, they've got to weather this. They've got to handle this, and a pressure change, a pace change. It looks like A is on a platter here.
आराम से भाई अल्ट है आराम से.
Has to reposition back towards the vent side though in case the drop is necessary.
कोई ना बिगड़ी अब से सुपर चैट आपके चैनल. Yes.
Heavy utility usage towards ramps there for GIANTX, but no commitment thus far. Nice dodge from Redgar away from that Trailblazer as well.
फिसल नहीं गए. सच्चाई दिखी सच्चाई.
No. Okay. Okay, that takes away, right? This kind of narrows in the opportunities, but Lucas on the side of the captain this time. Managed to make it away. What? Patino seems so confused. I thought he might have checked that. But now we're in troubling territory because look at the weapons. And a captain's got a rifle. So does CNET. And a captain's prowling. Gonna take down Cloud for the follow-up. CNET just gets himself on the side. Makes Hoodie reveal this position. And now a 1v2. Can he position this well enough? Can Hoodie somehow slice through both of them? I don't know. The spike is not to hand and it's a rough position to make it from.
गलत आवाज कर रहा है बे सीनेट गलत.
Creeping back around, gonna see the barrel, but can he take down a captain? That's the first fight. He waits for the response. He's not getting what he wants. Just teasing him now. Oh, it's perfect work from FUT. Started by CNET and closed by a captain.
A beautiful thrifty round coming in here. That dark cover on site, just allowing a captain to work his way around, isolate those 1v1s, find the backstab, and a lot of that was opened up, also canceling out that mid flank, that lurk coming out from Redgar with CNED's push come through. 2 rounds left into the half. GIANTX. They've got still that rolling thunder to work with. I mean, Cloud's been holding on to that for quite a while.
They have almost a full snowball round in hand, right? Like you'd imagine that this is the key, but at a captain is just the immovable force. So
क्या कर रहे हैं आजकल वो chill कर रहे हैं, जिम विम कर रहे हैं एकदम मस्त.
If he's gonna go down, he's going down kicking. But GIANTX
break लिया हुआ है, अभी आएंगे गेमिंग में वापस.
A high priority, it felt like, but all the rotations are in. Here comes the ult we were waiting for. Fatino just has to fly and blind, and Cracks was waiting, arms wide open, and yet a J's on the case. But here, they already an
चालू है भाई इस साइड पे.
He even gets away with his life.
ओमन किधर है लेकिन?
Down with just the SMG. Has Redgar a million miles
अबे उसने अल्टी मारा था, कुछ तो हो गया उसका अल्टी को मारा लॉल लूट हो गया था.
A minute is also a long time to try and
तब तक
save
सारे मर
this
गए.
rifle into the next round as well, because that
By FUT 2-0 baby, FUT 2-0.
लग रहा है. अब लग रहा है.
VCT चाइना का स्टेज खतरनाक तो था ब्रो. जेक्स कॉन्सेप्ट में जायंट.
अरे वो चाइना की टीम का कैसे नहीं, उनको नहीं लड़ना है. अच्छा उनको डायरेक्ट स्लॉट है ना?
नहीं वो लोग का चल रहा है, मैं देखने रहा हूँ.
चाइना का भी चालू है.
rounds of this game. I mean, they've been really good as far as ensuring that they're finding those 1-2-6.
मैं देख नहीं सकता भाई, मेरी आत्मा चली जाएगी. चारों रीजन क्या ना? मेरे को भाई अवार्ड चाहिए. ना 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 ना.
देख सकते हैं. I think you can do it.
I guess the flowers for the last couple
एक में गाली खाई थी भाई. एक का 3 कर दिया, चौथा ने ऊपर.
To my eyes, he has been outstanding. I mean,
कमजोर हो
गया. चाइना की टीम को भी देखते हैं
ना.
यहाँ से मैं कांग ओपी कर रहा हूँ ना.
Always so present. They're going to try and hunt down Redgar. They're even going to be able to close the gap in time, though. So he should be somewhat safe here.
I think you can.
Rifle going to be kept on forward because, I mean, that was meant to be the round, right? That was the heaviest one. Redgar did eventually get checked on, but it's fine. He's kept the rifle moving forward, so that's still in the hands of GIANTX. Don't worry. They have to just try and force up around it, right? Like, what can they get, though? Financially,
Anil bhai, come back, replacing T69 game match चाहिए चलो.
He's one away from that could be something to put, you know, look
come back कर
रहे हैं. Beyond that, I thought last round
पहले
was meant to be the one
T69 में
to really
खेलेंगे,
make
ठीक है. फिर लोग देखेंगे कि अनुज भाई का एम, अनुज भाई का गेम.
Even though they're not necessarily farming them themselves, just the extremity control to deny the opportunity to GIANTX.
इस बार मैं अनुज भाई का वो भी रखने वाला बाय आउट. जो मिलेगा 50-50 भेंचू.
Fully inside that pivot.
ना करो चेक, ना लिखो. चाइना का ना.
क्या लगता है कितना वैल्यू है तेरा बता?
For CNED, stalled out, just biding a bit of
50,000
that
तेरा 10 लाख रखता, 50
knowing
तो
that
रख
they're
लेना,
on
ठीक है?
these weaker weapons here on the side of GIANTX, FUT are more than happy to give up that having control on either side. Play.
कैसे बनाते कॉन्ट्रैक्ट? मैं रेडी हूँ भाई.
इजी रे. कोई लॉयर को पकड़ लो.
बाजू में पकड़ा और कितना पकड़ूं?
अरे हाँ 200 रुपए 200 फ्री में.
मैडम एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट.
Keep them arm's length here. Seeker's going to come through out of captain and cracks it.
भाई साहब, भाई कुत्ते ने मार दिया. कुत्ते ने काटा ना गलत. ये तो नाइफ से भी ज़्यादा बुरा लगता है.
What else are you meant to do? He's got very little to say about this matter. Maybe he can pull off the most, you know, miraculous.
अरे ऐसे तो कैसा बायर फिर बायर नहीं भाई.
ऐसे तो stabilized. They've looked fantastic off those early couple of rounds.
I think too. For GIANTX, they've been investing so many resources into those early engagements once they do decide to finally take some of that space on the map. But FUT, ever since they've livened up a little bit, being able to shut that down, hasn't even given Redguard that true opportunity to
अब
find
क्या
those
करोगे
looks, find
Giants?
those
अब
findings.
क्या
And
करोगे?
again, leaving him on an island, like we
Defense map
mentioned. But now we're swapping sides here.
ये लोग जो घुमा के रोटेशन करा के मारेंगे ना.
They're vibing.
पहला राउंड तो सीधा 5 मैन भी जा सकते हैं लोग.
And if we're going to talk bigger picture, let's roll our minds back to what the desk was
रोकने
talking
के लिए
about. I don't
कुछ
think they
नहीं
kind of
सीधा.
defined it as win conditions, but they certainly noted that a lot of the strong points of what we saw initially from FUT was that attacking side, right? When everything was hitting well for them, the confidence starting to get there, you started seeing them working well as a unit. For them to convert that very nicely on the defending side, this could be a really big boon for them going forward.
Return आए ना,
Giants
जा तो
no
रहे थे.
slouches. They have every chance here, and Hoodie's seen a pixel out of place. Absolutely.
Mara,
Noted
mara,
what's
ye
going
sky
on here,
oh.
but the swing is just exceptional from Hoodie. Oh, the crunch though, and it kept it a fallen and right back
भाई लेकिन कच्चा तो ना वो.
अच्छा play था flash.
भाई उसने मारा भी सेक्सी दूसरे वाले को.
Fully traded out here as well, back to a 3v3.
Crazy play था.
Attackers all split up, not willing to give up much more of that extremity control, but GIANTX
कितना सेक्सी प्ले
for
था.
a bit more information.
क्या हो गया दिन में क्या?
There's no longer that sky.
अभी बताइए लोग कहाँ continuous push है.
This is fine, right?
Oh,
Shot
if he
यार.
died then.
Furt
If he
जीता
went
बे.
down, that's the spike loss. They'd been screwed, but he
Furt
hits an
जीता.
absolute belter
Woman
of
की
shot.
posi.
Now they don't know too much about Redguard.
Dead,
Now
dead.
they do.
Woman
Mr.
की
Fallen is
posi
just
कल.
on fire this round.
भाई ट्रेड में ये लोग का बाप लगते रे बीच. एक जगह इन्फो मिल गया ना.
हाँ खत्म.
1v2.
मारेंगे
If anyone's gonna do it, it's gonna be Nookie.
Okay.
Hey, nice peli चिल्ला रहा.
Let's see. Creeping closer. Yeah, he's not got that one yet. A J on the case.
मतलब चिल्लाया तो फुट, चिल्लाया तो फुट, समझा? याद रखना.
Public पहली बता नहीं रही है कहाँ से आ रहे.
For Mr. Fallen as well, off the back of those picks, off
Let's
the
go
back,
for
off
it.
the back
Let's go
of getting
for
that
it.
spike
जिंजा
planted
मेरे
as
से
well. Already
अच्छा मारा था
halfway
यार.
charged up into the Seekers.
ये 15
So
15
early
मार देता था ना.
into the
खत्म. फिर
second
हो जाता
half.
था.
That pistol round was pivotal for GIANTX to try and find themselves back into split. We have to remember, this is GIANTX's first pick here.
रोर तो है, रोर तो
And on the
है.
horizon is Icebox, and then you go walking into CNED in prime, right? Like that's now
Foot
whether
coach
it
is
happens,
like
I
chilling,
feel
yeah.
like I'm just in like fan mentality where I'm just talking nonsense. But like the prospect is fun. Now we've got a little pinch set up here. This is nice. Oh, Fatinho still gets
अच्छा
the
था
pinch off
लेकिन,
the land.
not
and
bad.
CNED did punish Hoodie, so it wasn't as clean
Bridgestone,
as it could have been.
Grizznet.
But I like that little.
दो बुलेट मारने के बाद भी देखा क्या सीनेट को बेंचो आगे जाके क्लासिक मार रहा है मो पे. मतलब शर्म वरम कुछ है ही नहीं.
What are you meant to do?
Doesn't quite. Oh, he spotted out now though.
The captain's got to be careful to not lose that bulldog as well. Yeah, he's going to make a really quick run.
Heal दे दे प्लांट बाद में कर.
Caught there, and you
Heal दे.
अपना
अपना कॉल.
position as well, making sure they're not chasing through heaven, which actually is very indicative. It's going to be through CT. Smoke going to be invested. And it's just going to be very tough for GIANTX to make any more value out of it. So potentially going down to the spike to try and deny any of that further progress. I mean, Mr. Fallen, chase if you fancy it. Try and get in there. You've made fantastic work towards the Seekers already. Why not get a little bit more? Only a ghost if anything could go wrong. As it stands, you can see him starting to creep a little closer, right? He's getting a little interested.
Yeah.
He's like, well, you know, at 3 away, I could get it.
I might as well. Might as well charge
like,
it up.
Redguard's softened up. That's
Love
perfect.
it.
Okay, 2 away. This man's closing in. Might make much more of it. But
Oh.
yeah, Jay, come on. This guy's such a talent. And now Cloud. It is a formality.
चलेगा बे अच्छा है उसको
And he's
पॉइंट्स
gonna
मिल
go down
गया.
to the spike here, trying to keep that ultimate economy in the best place
Post
possible.
था ना.
But Ash
दो ही
still
गन
got
लिए
10
थे बे लोग.
rounds of FUT. I mean, bigger
Ghost थे
picture,
बाकी
yeah.
pistols.
That first cycle could be a snowball round. So, I mean, Mr. Fallen's one off.
That's the thing. One off. You have opportunity to find that orb, or even just a pick here towards B main, depending on how things do end up swinging. But this is getting scary here for GIANTX.
10-5 from venue. सच्ची?
For themselves again. This is an elimination match.
Yes. It's worrying, right?
Yeah,
it's
I
worrying.
mean, it's
Right, I love you.
but
क्या
It's
लिखा
their
था?
map pick. It's the map that they looked okay on. It was a close game. We kind of went, okay, you know, it's hard to tell pound for pound where people are, but you got to call it how you see it. 4 rounds ain't good enough.
ये round
From a
भाई
team that's
जीतना चाहिए,
kept
नहीं
the
तो
core, that if anything has had either a sideways or a direct
एक ने
upgrade, depending how
10-5
you see
लिखा है
Redguard,
किसी
right? That's
वहाँ
dealer's
से
choice.
करके.
But 4 rounds is not good enough here, and they're going to be feeling that
Sachin
pinch.
bhai bole.
They're going to lose all comfort, and we're going to see what they look like on Icebox into the, you know, unknown, and already cracks.
क्या
Starting
पक्का ना वहीं से वो
Hide do.
That's rough. Rough looks into this round. I think
हाँ.
Nuki has also had very passive
Dosto.
Cypher setups over towards the A side, so it's not like they've had much space
Binks bhai,
control
rumor hai
from the Sentinel
Fnatic join
utility
kar rahe ho
nonetheless.
coaching dene.
FUT, they continue
Mana
this
kiya
walk
tha
up
na,
towards
maine
mid,
leaks
the
dene.
two-person lurk over towards
Mana
the
kiya
A
tha na.
site looking for the crunch.
अभी नहीं बात हो रही है बोस्टर के साथ
Trouble's coming.
पता ही नहीं
He does have help.
प्रॉब्लम लैंग्वेज का प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है कि मेरा इंग्लिश का जो वोकैबुलरी ऑफ द फैंटास्टिकनिज्म है ना थोड़ा अंडरस्टैंडिंग में प्रॉब्लम हो रहा है
A couple of steps in, right? Yellow Jay gets the challenge a little, looks towards CT.
Like it's like unbelievable of fuck
Back
sake.
punch from heaven, but the gap's starting to get closed. Can the duo do it again?
कहाँ
Nuki with the
पे
fire for the second,
मारा
the third. Not just yet, but the spike's gone down. Yellow Jay trying,
Oh
but
भाई,
again this
बराबर है वो
duo,
बंदा वहीं से।
these two are digging their heels in. That was exceptional work from them. CNED, a 1v3, you're gonna roll back the years, Ross? Not right now.
भाई
Goody
क्या
gonna extend
डेडली
it
डोक
for
भाई है वो
here.
वहाँ से
For GIANTX and the
वहीं
start
से,
of the
वहीं से,
lineup.
sorry.
Those two really
Unhead करो भाई
lock that side down.
Absolutely. I mean, just being able to buy as much time
मैं
as possible
FUT fan
for
तो था ही
rotation
पहले
from
से।
B to come in. Just so
Let's
much
go
disruption,
FUT!
the chaos that's caused, and
बराबर है क्या हो
but
गया
now again they still have that momentum
नींद
from
आ रहा है
the first half.
बढ़ गई।
GIANTX, great for them
बताओ।
to steal that away.
Guys,
Can
अगर
they
they low
carry
पिटने पे क्यों नहीं जाते?
forward? Right now, again, you see that
Huh?
pro calling. Nobody home, really towards mid here, 4 foot, aside from CNED, who will have that opportunity to likely TP out if he does throw that back in towards the sewer side. But off the contact,
Same
off the
setup.
flash, the guiding light, expecting.
और प्लस स्टन के
Plus
साथ
Oh, he
stun,
doesn't
plus
have the
stun.
TP. Okay.
ए
Corner,
बट ये
but he could
चेंबर
still
है
get
सब
caught out
वेस्ट
if
हो
it's an aggressive
जाएगा
push from mid.
नहीं
I just love
उसके
this
मार
pinch.
सकते हैं
Cloud's going to try and set it up into motion. He's fortunate enough to not have been punished on this.
कैसे बचाओ
Does get to keep himself standing, but that got quite dicey. I like the idea from GIANTX.
कितने utils waste हो गए?
It's an early test.
बूमबॉट नेट
And
ब्लाइंड
again,
स्टन
this is something I also want to be seeing is something that we
इसलिए मिड प्रेजेंस दिखाने का
Oh,
ऊंचा
just deal
गावात
with that camera. If you looked at when Alpha was doing and other players, that it just allowed you freedom to not have to worry about rotations. Nice to see Yellow Jay dealing with that. You could already see a little bit of worry in the back of GIANTX's mind.
Yeah,
They've
body
lost
clips,
a player on one side, and now you can see them dipping back through here, forcing to respect this presence in heaven that they've noted from not only Cena, but we know where FUT are going. We can see where they're trying to aim towards, but Fatinho trying to get back the flood towards heaven, and now it's just on Redgar again. Look how isolated he is. That little bit of work from Yellow Jay was just gorgeous.
चलते
Going to Cena.
चलते
That is where the difference of this round happened in my mind, because Cloud and Nuki could not leave.
Yeah.
Spike planted.
Absolute
जीत
disruption
गए
towards the
भाई
right side of the
it's a
map.
clean
Now,
2-0 I feel
Spike
Yes, yes,
initiated,
yes.
planted
चलो
here.
खेलने जाते हैं बिंग्स भाई अभी नींद आ
GIANTX,
रही
they
है।
have
ऐसा
to
नहीं है
opt
भाई
for
हेलो
save.
लैंग्वेज
अच्छा
Their money situation. Fatinho has nothing to work with. Neither does
Haters,
Redgar.
bhai.
Hoodie
Giants
will be
mara
able to
comeback
afford into
to.
the next round. So these rifles are important to carry over. So Cloud can throw something over towards Fatinho.
फातिमा जी अगर
But
लाइफ
also is
में अनुज भाई ने
3
वॉच पार्टी
rounds
राइट्स
here.
मांगा
4 foot. With
ये
no
clip दे देना
intentions
एडिटर
of
भाई
those plans, as expected though.
ओह
At the very least.
क्या
Nice pick. Charge up a
भाई
little
क्या
bit
था
more so that
ये
rolling
क्या मार
thunder.
है एक और भाई डिजर्व करते हो वापस पीक लो
नीचे एम रख के ऊपर ड्रैग करके ऊपर ही पहुंचा दिया बेट पार्ट से
Raw
हेडशॉट
talent.
Yes.
Right?
एक
It's
ही
like
गोली
you see
चलाई है
glimpses of
उसने,
it, be it,
एक।
you know, maybe not throughout the entire game here, but the glimpses of what he can do certainly in play. But again, rolling back that round, taking that late mid control, keeping the attention there with the utility from
Good
Cena,
win, बराबर
the
है.
creep from Yellow Jay coming up. It forced the fact that
Looks like
basically
you already
could
met
not
your
pause two
भाभी
players away. Love
आते
this.
जाते
अब
मेंबरशिप
Binks,
गिफ्ट करती है
this
वो
was
ऑल्सियट का मतलब क्या
लॉन्ग
है
टाइम नो
red flag.
सी
They
कैसा है
pumped
Tempest
सच्ची
War
And I mean, scoreline's a problem. That
भाभी
round's a
जी थी
problem.
वो
So's their
Hello?
economy.
You have to start having
हाँ,
a
क्या बोला?
conversation because
हाँ
GIANTX
दो है ना
success
पॉजिट
has
चले
been
गए
found off of
टेम्पियस मॉर्ट और ऑजिएट
क्या चले गए
अरे टाइम आउट में जो लिख के आता है ना टाइम आउट में अलग अलग लैंग्वेज
हाँ
में
हाँ
दो चले गए
चले गए
नहीं कौन सी लैंग्वेज है चले गए
कौन सी लैंग्वेज में इंग्लिश में है
हाय हाय
रहने दे
ये देख
Time
टाइम
out
आउट
is
इंग्लिश
English.
हो गया
हाँ
ना
ये क्या है
दिस इज
Mexican.
या
ओके
No, I'm just saying.
One is Spanish. One is Mexican. One is Italian now.
Italian हो. Oregano भी बोल दे.
आयुष भाई, thank you for the 449. बाबूजी थी वो.
पकड़ा गया.
शर्म करो, बाबूजी ने ज्यादा गिफ्टेड दिया. शर्म करो आयुष भाई.
मैक्सिकन क्या होता है?
शर्म करो. मैक्सिकन बे टाको भाई, मैक्सिकन टाको सबसे बेस्ट लगता है यार मेरे को.
मैक्सिकन टाको.
एक बार जाऊंगा मैं मैक्सिकन में खाने को. सबसे बेस्ट.
मेक्सिको ना?
हाँ मैक्सिको में जाके टाको तो बनता है भाई. मैं सोच रहा हूँ अलग अलग जाके उनका स्पेशलिटी.
कुछ लैंग्वेज है भी क्या? मैक्सिकन क्या स्पेनिश है? मैक्सिकन किधर है कुछ?
मैक्सिकन लैंग्वेज है भाई.
स्पेनिश
कुछ भी. मैक्सिकन कब से लैंग्वेज हो गई? मैक्सिकन में जो इंडिया में से इंडियन है. Mexico से Mexican है. Mexican language होगी. Indian language.
Coutinho alone here towards A7 though.
हाँ भाई है Indian language. तेरी इंडियन के सब क्या है? Indian language है भाई.
Taking the wind out of the sails. So it's not a complete just pace.
ने मेरे को एक बात बता. ये कौन सा लैंग्वेज है?
कौन सा?
तेरे गांड में हाथी का लैंड लौड़े लैंड. सब बड़ा लैंड. बता.
Indian.
वही मैं बोल
You're
रहा
right.
हूँ.
You're right.
लैंग्वेज हो सकता है भाई मैक्सिकन की लैंग्वेज.
They're going to see if they can maybe catch it in its over extension. You could already see them checking
एग्जांपल देना पड़ता है यार आजकल के नौजवान को.
Anyone who got curious about that internal clock.
दो ही बंदे भी घुस गए.
Redguard to note there is problems coming my way. He's already called in for support. Hoodie could be the linchpin here.
But FUT, they look to pivot back over towards the
double
site.
Yeah, they're going back through. I mean, maybe they feel they've pulled enough over. Maybe they noticed on the utility. Surgical shot from CNED.
चिपकता है इसका, चिपकता है.
And then just back and forth. The seesaw every single time they get a pick, and now you know it. The
अरे
red
कहाँ red card?
on a plate.
क्या कर रहे हो भाई?
Just the timing, God. This guy.
क्या हुआ?
Left right हो गया.
भाई है ही नहीं, ऐसा लग रहा है कहाँ है? छोड़ो यार.
That's a man who's absolutely got it down to the T. And now Nookie and
12 fight is.
मैं क्या बोला था? अटैकिंग में देख ऐसे मारेंगे लोग घुमा घुमा के.
अरे
It looks like he's fated to
whoa. भाई क्लाउड
स्पिरिट्स हाई है.
क्लाउड भाई
स्पिरिट्स हाई है.
12 to 5. Ash, this one's looking done.
वैसे क्लाउड बाय कभी आप काली से मिले हो? वैसे मतलब जस्ट जनरल नॉलेज को.
यही है क्लाउड विद स्पेक्स.
आईडी पास चेंज करके खेल रहे काली.
काले का वो याद है जब उसको पता ही नहीं था कि एक और बंदा बाकी है राउंड में और फिर वो वाला. अरे कोई तो एक टूर्नामेंट में था उसका याद ही नहीं था एक और बंदा भी बाकी है करके थ्रो
isolate 1 to 2 players on those crunches.
लास्ट
बाय अल्टे बाय सीनेट के पास.
Different setup though. They're playing ahead of these.
कैसे नहीं दिख रहा उसको लेकिन कैमरा.
Because they were kind of working behind the curtain, right? When the Viper wall goes up, they didn't know what was happening, so they have to fight ahead of it, which is dangerous, but you got to back yourself. And this time they're winning it out. Cloud denies Cracks any control towards ramp. This will somewhat dissuade the plans of FUT, right? They don't have that free access push towards A. They can't pull those rotations.
स्प्लिट में ब्रीज अब भी ब्रीच लगता है क्या? अच्छा
अच्छा है 10 सेकंड में तो वो ले सकता है ना स्पेस बिना बीटी के.
10 seconds.
हाँ रैंप लड़ने गए तो सीधा पट से स्टन दे दिया, घुस गया. पीछे से स्काई ब्लाइंड आएगा. फिर क्या कंट्रोल रखो नाचो. मतलब बिना लड़े कंट्रोल रख सकते ना, बाद में एग्जीक्यूट कर सकते किधर करने गए तो. बीमेन चाहिए तो बीमेन करो, किधर भी कर सकते.
नहीं मैं वही तेरे को पूछ रहा हूँ. ब्रीच तेरे को अच्छा लगता है?
हाँ ब्रीच अच्छा लगता
है.
नाचो
okay, still going to use his utility. It's just testing, right? And so far, GIANTX are keeping up with the challenge. They're not overstepping. They're not being caught out. This could be the first problem of it. Coutinho's waiting.
भाई एक राउंड तो चाहिए यार. मत
He
जा विदाउट.
Timing's right. Good work from Coutinho.
Ah, nice.
Let it go.
और कहाँ उड़ के गए?
Chasing it down. Gorgeous. Could have been even better, but Cloud is there. The backline support system.
अब नेक्स्ट राउंड है ना, फुट के पास अल्टीज है. नेक्स्ट राउंड फुट जीतेगा. इनके पास कुछ नहीं अल्टीज. से मत मार.
Maybe 2 seconds to work with.
आगे इधर ही अल्टी मार दे.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that we talked about, right? They don't have the weapons, and the ones that have saved into the next rounds are stuck on a Spectre and a Bulldog.
ये भी ले लेगा रेस.
Seekers available
मैं
here
बोला था
for
फुट जीतेगा.
GIANTX, but same can be said here on the side of FUT. They did make
जीत
that
गए भाई, ये
adjustment that
जीत
you
गए, ये
mentioned,
जीत गए.
Pansy, in the last round, playing a little bit more forward, more for that control into the early round.
Next map
Information,
Askande.
but might just be too little.
हाँ,
Too
Asante होता है.
I just it strikes
भाई
me here
heavy
as
gaming
well.
करेगा
You
सुबह
look
तक.
at them having to try and juggle how they're going to play the utility out. I mean, I don't think Coutinho's going to be able to afford a great deal. You're going to be you're lacking a lot of areas. And
5
now
बजे
just
तक
done
तो हो
something
सकता
completely
है.
different.
ए
Right?
बाबा
फिर मेरे को
बाबा
जिम
I
जाना
don't
है.
know what's going on.
हाँ
But
तू जब तू चल अगर तू जिम गया मैं 5 बजे तक
Red
खेलूंगा.
Gar, no subtlety to where he's going to be, right? This is all
Done.
scary.
भाई ये देख mushroom.
The likes of Cloud over. I think that they
Viper
do, but look at what this is doing. This is causing them to over-rotate potentially.
Excuse me.
Secrets to come through here as well. And then you've also got now the showstopper up towards heaven.
Follow it through though. They close the gap here. GIANTX are on the site. You still got Red Guard.
अरे निकली नहीं.
Oh my god, but who
निकलती
needs
नहीं
it?
आज,
की जरूरत ही
निकलती
नहीं.
Sharp
नहीं
as
है.
ever, two towards CT, but CNED with his watchful eye
वही
above.
तो
They got
प्रॉब्लम
the
है
site
आज
so
तो
they can get
निकलती
the
नहीं है
plant.
भाई.
This
अल्टी
is already
इसने
going
बोल
so
रहा
well
बफ
for them.
करो बफ करो
They've
बफ
got
करो.
to try and make
कोई
something
सुने
work here.
तब.
Nuki is still on the A site. He's still
भाई वो अल्ट गिराएगा
No
प्लीज.
utility on the side of GIANTX either for this
फ्लैंक
retake.
भी नहीं है कोई. ओमेन
This
देखो कहाँ
Skyner's
पे है.
hurting right now here for a
the
hoodie.
timing. And a captain could just find the
What?
perfect timing.
क्यों है?
Actually, it's worked out well for Nuki here. But still, so much more work ahead of them.
चलो भाई जीजे.
So much space
Not
after
possible.
clear.
नहीं गिरा रहे
Not
क्या
able to take
सीन
that
क्या है?
front sight space either into the
अरे
retake due
कंट्रोल
to
कर
the
रहे हैं
pit.
ना वो एरिया क्यों गिराएंगे?
CNED putting himself nice and
वो
close
एरिया से
by.
कैसा
It's
रीटेक
Mr.
कर
Fall in
सकते हैं?
front.
इसे पाएंगे तो अब
Coutinho's
इधर से
down
आएंगे.
to just
Oh.
hoodie, and he's
GG
got
Khutm bhai.
this map
GG.
is done.
सीनेट भाई.
सीनेट
Well
भाई
played.
है.
That was an absolute clinic from
आटा
FUT.
कप्तान भाई ये लोग का
On
डुओ है.
GIANTX's
सीनेट और आटा
map
कप्तान.
pick nonetheless. Again, Cloud was the one for
ठंडा
GIANTX
सीनेट
मैच
और-
to keep them alive.
जाएगा
Nuki as well.
जाएगा.
ना
But
मेरे
doing
साथ
those
फोटो
numbers,
खिंचा
Cloud
है
very
बंदे ने मतलब क्या
consistently,
हुआ
but
ऐसे.
FUT has been
तूने
absolutely
खिंचवाया
immaculate.
उसके साथ.
Absolutely, let's get
वो
ready
भी बोल
for map
सकते
2.
हैं. गाइस 7K लाइक्स के हम बहुत क्लोज है. जो लोग स्ट्रीम पे नए आए लाइक कर दो. और जिसने मेरे को उधर फॉलो नहीं किया है उधर फॉलो कर दो. इसके बाद हम वैलो खेलने वाले डेडली डुओस. मैं और अनुज भाई डेडली डुओस एकदम
भाई
डेडली.
एवीए में हेवी कंपटीशन है फिर अभी का लिक्विड फैनाटिक हेरिटिक्स
खतरनाक है बे.
और कौन है? अच्छा लिक्विड फैनाटिक हेरिटिक्स और कोई है? नावी.
वाइटैलिटी.
नावी. नावी आउट है कि है अभी?
है अभी भी है.
चलो
वाइटैलिटी.
खत्म भाई.
चटक रहे हो आप.
आगे
What
आगे
you
तो क्या
playing
मैचेस
or
होने वाले हैं?
sleeping?
ये कैसे 26 तक खत्म होने वाला
हाँ
है?
स्लीपिंग्स. ओके गुड नाइट्स. इधर मत सो मेरे को भी नींद आएगा. एक्सक्यूरेट और फॉर्सेकन विल बी ऑसम. हाँ ना सुशांत ब्रदर्स.
Careful of the Andalusian crush.
भाई वो एक्टर के लिए दिखाया हुआ एक्टर ओपी है.
Hey
Antec कौन है? He is a very old
professional Counter-Strike player and
Amaterasu.
Valorant.
sports player.
Watch out for the
VNT
stage.
Playing since
Amaterasu.
very
You're
long
gonna be able to fight
time.
this.
पता लगा तो
क्या पता लगा?
पता लगा थोड़े टाइम में ना फोर्सेकन और ये साथ में आ जाए.
हो सकता है डेडली ब्रदर्स ना.
एक्सक्यूरेट.
हो सकता है. पॉसिबल है. एक्सक्यूरेट मारता तो है बे. उसका चेंबर ऑफ खड़ा कर दिया था उस दिन.
खतरनाक भाई. चेंबर से जो खेला है बंदे ने
भाई ऑफ 60
वो ऑफ
फुट और उसका वो
मिस ही नहीं करता.
हाँ.
मिस ही नहीं करता है भाई. कुछ भी करो मिस नहीं करो. बहुत काम प्लेयर है. सीएस के टाइम से जब से वो टाइलू वाइलू में था ना तब से खतरनाक.
में आता है ये में चल रहा है. सोच के बोलो. मतलब मैक्सिकन नहीं है क्या भाई? मेरा ज्योग्राफी बहुत खराब है.
उसका राइफल
भाई
भी बहुत अच्छा है.
म्यूजिक है बे.
स्टेज के नीचे
ठीक है. भाई म्यूजिक गलत म्यूजिक है ब्रो.
ये लास्ट मैच है ना
भाई म्यूजिक सुन यार.
सुन रहा हूँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये लास्ट मैच है ना.
हाँ लास्ट.
it'll all be worth it. One day it'll all be worth it. So I keep pushing through the pain.
भाई डांस करो भाई गलत म्यूजिक है भाई मजा आ गया ये में का म्यूजिक ऑन टॉप डबल गिफ्टिंग होगा 7 के लाइक्स पर 10 और लेट्स गो 7 के लाइक्स चैट
ओ भाई हार्ड म्यूजिक
बाप म्यूजिक बे लोग
हार्ड अरे लेकिन पहले तो वो लिख के आता था ना सॉन्ग वॉन्ग नेम वो किधर गया
वो चैंपियंस में आएगा सीधा
अभी क्या इसको ढूंढेंगे कैसे शज़ैम
हाँ साउंड हाउंड गलत है बे म्यूजिक ओ भाई सॉन्ग नेम नेफेक्स चेंज
ओ भाई इंसेन डेथ मैच में यही सॉन्ग अभी
बेला जी भाई चाइना किकऑफ के पहले मैच का लोकेशन चेक करो टिकबॉल के घर पे हो रहा है मतलब मेरे को पता है किधर हो रहा है
Empires that are buildings. I wanna leave a legacy of helping others finally feel things, of motivating and killing depression, exhaustion.
NCS है म्यूजिक मैं दिखाऊं क्या मेरा सारा स्ट्रीम्स रेड है मेरा सारा रेड येलो भी नहीं रेड
So I keep pushing through the pain, yeah. That's the only way to make a change, yeah. So I fight every day and train.
मेरे सारे स्ट्रीम्स रेड है एक में मोनेटाइज नहीं है एक जो ये गाना चिल करके सुनता रहता ना सबका मेल आया मेरे को गिव अवे बोल दे
live from one of the co-streamer booths where Alol from FUT is currently streaming the matches to her audience of thousands, no pressure on me. And we've got Baki, the general manager of FUT, who's going to be translating this interview for us as well.
Let's
Alol,
go,
we're going
Sinead!
to talk about splits. FUT took it by force. How did you find their performance and watching it?
Split'ten bahsedeceğiz. FUT çok net kazandı. Ne düşünüyorsun? Hadi Hakan.
Başlarda aslında birazcık korktum ilk 2-3 roundda ama ondan sonra devam çok güzel geldi. Zaten çok güveniyordum ondan. Her şey süperdi. Biliyorduk kazanacağımızı.
I was scared first because it was going a little iffy, but then we played really well and we won it quite clearly. So I'm very happy with it stuff. And I really trusted my team, so it's really going great.
And what about the stream? How are they enjoying your coverage of these games?
Çok eğleniyorlar tabii ki de. Hepimiz çok eğleniyoruz izlerken. Özellikle izleyicilerim. Çok mutlular.
It's really going great. Like like viewers are having a lot of fun and me as well. It's wonderful here and it's really going good.
भाई तेरा स्ट्रीम चालू होने से एंड होने वाला है मैं मजाक
अरे मैं चेक कर रहा हूँ मेरे पास कितना वाला है इसमें क्या गलत क्या बोला तू नहीं मार डाला है
ये क्या है
मेरे पास 2608057259 नंबर वाला वाला
bir takım daha var. Niye peki FUT en iyi Türk takımı?
Yani kim kazanan tarafta olmak istemez ki açıkçası.
गाइस अंडी मंडी इसमें मेरा कोई हाथ नहीं है ठीक है
सब चेक कर रहे हैं ना माल कितने उनके पास सबको कभी दे सबको भर तेरा ये गेम को भर
जितने भी लोग गाली देना चाहते हैं ये बंदा जल्दी स्ट्रीम करने वाला है कान मार
रुक मेरे कैमरा ऑन करता रुक ये ले आजा
क्या कर रहा है
कैमरा ऑन किया
ये इस दरिंदे को देखो गाइस यही है वो दरिंदा ठीक है
अभी हाँ ठीक है
थोड़ा घुमा था आहिस्ता थोड़ा सा ऐसा घुमा था थोड़ा सा
नहीं अब नहीं डर रहा है ना अच्छा खासा माल है अपने पास भी
ये उधर इन द पानी पी भी नहीं पा रहा ठीक है इडली आवाज पे करो ना मजा आएगा डन सीन आर यू रेडी फॉर सम डेडली डुओस आफ्टर दिस
लेट्स गो मैं रेडी हूं भाई तू स्टार्ट कर बस
मैं स्टार्ट किया मेरे पास 5 नए क्लासिक्स भी है क्लासिक में अटैक करेंगे
क्लासिक्स 5
हाँ तूने नहीं लिया
कौन सा भाई
ये गया तूने जी का नहीं लिया ना
नहीं
ये गया बेंचुत ये गया
क्या बता ऐसे के नहीं लिया मतलब कहाँ है कहाँ
भाई स्टोर देख
कुछ नया सीन है स्टोर में
सीन पूरा सीनियर ही आया है
ओ VCT टीम कैप्सूल्स
पूरा सीनियर ही आया है भाई सीनियर ही
ओ भाई सिर्फ क्लासिक है
क्लासिक और प्लेयर कार्ड और गन बडी और स्प्रे
We know all of the potential, not only the TP, but everything that you can do with the one ways from Omen. Now, are they going to be expecting this kind of twist?
By Icebox जैसे मैप में जेट नहीं है. Any comments?
Hear me out. You're already one map
Phoenix.
Up. If you had this crazy
old
this
memories.
is a competition that you want
Bye,
to run,
Phoenix.
आनुष भाई का खड़ा हो गया Binks.
भाई कब कितने सालों के बाद दिखे Phoenix पूरा वॉच पार्टी खत्म हो गया.
Also, I'm not the biggest fan of this
तो
Omen
यही
Icebox
जीतेगा
pick.
पहाड़ में की
I
कोई
get to see how it's gonna go. But more than that, Giants
favorite
they
team
have
by
to pull
Phoenix
a
होता है
little bit
बात
deeper if they
खत्म.
want to stay in this competition. Pansy and Ash,
Humble
we don't want
talented
to see
chill
them go
person
home
OG
just
है सा. हम humble नहीं है बेंच हम में टैलेंट नहीं है. हाँ?
Opportunity to get to see CNET.
बन जाएंगे यार OG थोड़ा टाइम दो.
So you know you can have solo cast. I'm out. I'm protesting.
Okay, but you're talking about Yedije too. I
The
mean,
Bund
Ryzen Star on the Phoenix,
संगा
see what he
the
can
Bund
do.
अच्छा वैसे
it's
ही
not
बोल
enough,
बोल
it's
रहे
not
थे
enough.
क्या
This
है
is
भगवान.
soul destroying. This is my
ये
one
game
chance
मेरा
to find
नींद खुल गया,
happiness,
पता है?
and it's just been
Phoenix
shattered.
अच्छी
Well,
बात है सुबह तक
it better be good on chain for CNET because I've been your. I feel like you apologize for someone long enough and then they just really let you down in that one moment. This is it. Anyway, into the game we go. We'll see if it actually works. Right, the proof's in the pudding, and maybe I don't know what they've been cooking up for dessert. This is a wild comp to my eye. What do you
वही
make?
है ना तूने मेरे को लोटस में Phoenix
I
खिलाया था
mean,
बोलते ट्रेंडिंग पे.
I genuinely don't even know what to say. I guess you do have the opportunity to try and
Nah,
flash through
latest
both
day.
इसको भी ऐसे
Captain's
ही बोला
wall
रहेगा.
and Yedije's wall as well, but when it comes down to that toxic screen,
ट्रेंडिंग में Phoenix ले ले भाई.
where the answer lies.
We sit and we wait. We see the value already cracks. I mean,
उसको कुछ कर ही नहीं रहे रे Phoenix को इन लोग ने ऐसा साइड में हटा दिया है मतलब तू दिखने में अच्छा है Valorant में हम लोग तेरे को वीडियोस में बनाएंगे
सबसे पहले जब ये लॉन्च हुआ तो सब यही खेल रहे थे मैं खुद खेलता था.
हाँ लेकिन क्या क्यों नहीं कर रहे उसको दो उसको डैश लीज दो Phoenix डैश करेगा
any of those moments capitalized on here, but big information revealed. CNET wants to
चाहिए यार.
springboard in. This is a big chance.
दो लो है जीत गए बे हो गया
Clean
रिटेक.
enough, really.
Phoenix जिंदा है ना
And hold
बस
on,
हाँ मोलोटोव में चला
बाप रे
Where did he just come from? It just flew down at them.
क्या
but
सीन.
It will be FUT with the first.
भाई चला के मारा
Snap
Phoenix
choice,
ने
and I don't think we've
मजा आ
quite seen the
गया.
method to the madness yet, but I
अब
mean,
क्या कैमरा भी लगा नहीं उसमें डिले डिस्कॉर्ड पे कर
Well,
रहा
with this
था.
composition, will there be a method? I don't know. No,
Heavy
I do think
scenes.
what is cool though is looking towards GIANTX.
मेरे को लग रहा है
13-4. The Omen there for Redgar. The Phoenix, yes,
13-4 for
is
FUT.
very good in just handling his own, going off and kind of doing his own thing. So I do see a lot of potential for him individually with those curveballs to just pop out of smokes.
Yeah, no, look. I love the way you're trying to like theory craft the way out. You're like they've done some weird stuff, and I'm desperately trying here. But the problem for GIANTX is this isn't the start they want, right? You end last game, a bit of a low point, probably frustrated.
bonus में ulti आ जाएगी.
Let's get that building for ourselves here.
एक फिर मर जाना है.
That's rough. So now we see the purchase coming out. Bulldogs are plenty. Outlaw on deck for CNET. And on the other side,
ये लोग भी तो combo कर सकते हैं वो hook और shock dart का.
It looks very simplistic for now. 4 players already in rotation.
एक को है ना इसलिए नहीं.
From FUT, so making no subtleties of this really. Oh, GIANTX.
Wait for the wall.
3,
Wait for the wall.
2,
Wait for the wall. Wall.
1,
Already.
go.
They are going to opt for the shorter fights here that you find on the side here for GIANTX.
3, अपना wall नहीं उठ रहा शायद. 3, 2, 1, अभी.
Yeah. Again, not enough time.
1 down, 2 down, 3 down.
Just FUT aren't allowing them any
4
further
down,
forward. This is lovely from Mr. Fallen.
मिला एक
That's
मिला.
some great work for result as well, leaning into that
अच्छा
nice
call
and
सुना
early. I mean,
अपना.
Yellow J's going to have that on deck every single time,
एक
it feels
नहीं
like,
मरी
right?
थी.
That's going to be cycled through so often. So again, bigger picture. Having Andalusia flawless at this point is only just, you know, adding to the boon of all of this, right? The benefit for
अब
FUT.
जिन्हें हो गया आप
Those
young
ults
and
coming up
sexy
nice
knowledge
and
love
quick,
ya.
working towards it. And I've got to say, I love seeing them pumped up on the stage.
OG मतलब
Kinda getting a
always
little bit more
gaming, समझ रहा
feisty about it.
always.
Seeing that come through, love a bit of it. Now, how much damage can they do, though, up against a full buy, right? A decent purchase coming in for GIANTX, and
अभी आ
they
सकता है
need to
combo.
stick.
नहीं आ सकता, Viper नहीं
I
है.
mean, they're fighting for it. Again, it's farming up this ultimate here for Yellow J. They're going to be punished for it, of course, this time around.
अरे B पे है ना बासुंडी की गांड.
अच्छा अच्छा.
ठीक है.
Okay, well, that's not doing much. I closed my eyes,
Trending
didn't see
पे
anything.
AP.
All good.
I heard laughter in the crowd. That's rough. That's
बाल बना.
Show me something. Make me a believer. I'm ready. I'm ready. I've read the pamphlet. I'm on. You know, I'm real close to signing up to this. You just gotta do something out there. Well, that's not really gonna help, is it? Gonna have to back away here.
Gotta reload the double pump too.
Yeah. Fatinho can take the space by Yellow. Gorgeous
shot,
catch from Hoodie as well. Out of captain.
Oh, ये चिपकने वाला था.
In the bin.
दूसरा वाला.
Cracks and Mr. Fallen. Gonna try and do some damage here, but this is a good response from
दूसरा
GIANTX.
वाला
Kind of at
headshot
least
था,
stemming
bro.
the bleeding on those first couple of rounds. It looked very one-sided.
Yeah, I like the denial that they did have over towards that A side initially as well. But it should be a clean and easy post-plants here for GIANTX. Not too much to work with still.
वो चल रहा है भाई. Very realistic. मेरा हो गया भाई.
Back up here for Mr. Fallen.
मेरा हो गया.
Yeah, not gonna happen. This is nice.
भाई उछला भाई.
Very difficult to break. Cracks. Yes, we'll take down Red Guard, but beyond that, a good round for GIANTX and a necessary one, right? Come into the gun round, you need to keep it in a really good spot moving forward. You want to keep as many of those rifles up as possible. Kind of got the feel of things.
भाई आज एक ने रेस की अल्ट डॉज की थी उछल के
Being
पता
a
है.
little fast and loose with it. Looks like Yellow J took a bit of a risk.
उछला उसके पैर के नीचे से झुक करके पीछे गया वो जिंदा और मार दिया उसने. मैं वाला बहस क्या
but we have to
देख
give credit there
रहा
to GIANTX to at least stabilize a bit because they've been struggling in the last couple of few.
Nonetheless, though, I feel like FUT will still try to find that.
Chat
ult
500
for
only for
Now
7k
still
likes.
one
Let's go,
off
let's go.
Of that running back, and nobody is home.
एक्टिव हो
for
जा भाई.
GIANTX.
रात
They'll
जवान है
punish
अभी.
that
इसके
towards
बाद
the
उधर भी
site.
जा रहे स्ट्रीम करने को. समझ रहे हो?
Drone, of course, to clear out.
भालो होएगी गेमिंग बहुत भयंकर रैंक पुश इमॉर्टल 5.
Now as a defender here.
ऐसे खेलेंगे अपन. क्या बोलते हो?
FUT, but also makes it a bit more comfortable to push in as an attacker. For that.
This instantly.
Pooja tried it before him.
Very, very quickly.
पूजा किधर है आजकल
GIANTX
पता
have
नहीं.
yet to pressure mid, right? Of course, you go.
Settle
You
हो
cover
गए
your
हो बाली में.
bases, you check back in. Deploying drone. But now the wall's up. The owl drone comes through, but with that one way, GIANTX still yet to push through.
Right here.
टांग दिखी है.
They've been sending prowlers on the other side of the map, right? So they've been checking. No one's pushed up. And you're going to hear this
Mid
going. Yellow J
बहुत
wants
tough है.
information. Yeah, how far can he get on this one? Again, the wall's still there.
दोनों-
He's seen very
दोनों
little,
हो
which
गया.
is the worrying part. They don't have the full information. No, it's lucky, but that's not going to tell him everything. There's still the paranoia of, is this still a late A?
वो प्लांट के टाइम सीधा वॉल करके
from cracks, just trying to make sure
करके
no one's
डैमेज दे
slowly
सकता
creeping
है.
the site. Now, fortunately for FUT, they have already kind of hard rotated four
पड़ता है
players
भाई.
here. Yes,
थोड़ा
moving out of
बहुत
captain
आवाज भी
towards
तो
keeping
आता
check
है.
on middle, but this is going to be GIANTX heading their way. CNED
ये
connects.
देख
That's
स्प्रे भी
Fatinho
मार रहा है
down.
मारते मारते.
And now this becomes a little bit trickier on the site because the time. This is getting real low on the clock.
A lot of respect was paid to that initial one-way there towards B main. Again,
CNED
mentioned
OP.
the time here. CNED with
CNED
a
OP.
wide angle.
It's just no time. They're going to be forced to plant here. The one bonus is the cracks is late on rotation. They do have the spike down and no challenge. But the timing wasn't pretty then in the
बचा
end,
लिया
but bailed
भाई.
out by Mr. Fallen. Taking down Red Guard,
Lift
leaving
कर
Nookie
दिया
at
था
1v2.
उसने.
This man can be monstrous though in these scenarios. And that's what I mean.
मेरा हो गया.
Nookie with a red
मेरा हो गया भाई.
Lineup बोलते हैं, lineup headshots.
alive in these situations.
मेरा हो गया.
Even after seeing some heroics from CNED there.
Wait, red guard कुछ
What a way
ज़्यादा
to
ही open में
turn
नहीं
the
था.
round back into the favor of GIANTX. Those are scrappy fights.
अरे वो प्लांट को बैकअप दे रहा था ना. प्लांट वाला बढ़ता तो क्या करता था?
Overcommitment to some of those angles that were
ये
being
देख,
held to just
सेक्सी करते ना.
deny that plant.
प्रोडक्शन तो है.
But GIANTX, I do worry about the fact that are we going to continue to see
मेरा
an
हो गया
iteration of them trying to stall
दे
out
रहा
on
भाई
that
chat
time
में.
because it's not going to work in their favor.
फिर मैं मीटअप हो सकता है क्या अगर नेक्स्ट टाइम में इंडिया में आया तो डन सी नहीं यार.
A very forward information found here by FUT on their eco round towards that A site. See nobody. Again,
They are so dead.
any sort of default. How can stack
मतलब पीछे भगा तो दिया था वो लोग को रीसेट होना पड़ा था देखा जाए तो.
kind of sense.
But क्या मतलब compare it to Jet, Trace.
Wow, that was really risky to run out like that. Oh,
shot!
Just takes the wind out of Fadinho's sails, but it is traded out by Hoodie.
बहुत गलत बंदा.
So somewhat no harm, no foul in the end, because they did get the plant down as well. So if anything, GIANTX kind of walking away with a little bit of a benefit here, considering they've only got Sheriff behind that. CNED was their one big factor of impact. A recovered rifle there for YedaJ could do something, but again, the post plant is potent. It's difficult to break. Redguard not forced away just yet, uncomfortable. Yes, but it's Nookie on the bailout again. Redguard falls, Nookie still firing. This guy will be the one to just completely keep this in check if he has to. YedaJ is there now. We start to keep notice of the time. He can't get that defuse. There's nothing he can do about this one. He's made a damn good go of it, YedaJ. But the post plant, these two players, Hoodie and Cloud, are just going to play to the clock perfectly. There is no more to be said or done here. Time to fall to the spike. And a valiant fight, yes, from FUT, but a round for GIANTX.
Keeping it tight on an eco there. Doing a lot of damage. Again, not really allowing GIANTX to scale up your economy that you would expect from them in that kind of situation to be able to carry over a couple more rifles. Looking over towards the ult economy this time around, though. GIANTX, they have Viper's Pit to work with. Could do well to help them actually find maybe the right side of A, or even just deny that screen's control if they do manage to find that space. But we're seeing a flip-flop here for FUT beforehand, looking for that aggressive peek over towards A, that early space and control. This time, a different look towards B main, denying the pressure of that Viper's toxic screen.
Yeah, I kind of like that they're trying to play ahead of this, and seeing or maybe even hearing some of that fade utility towards B should leave GIANTX scratching their heads, but I don't mind this.
Heavy sound है,
testing up tube, you know, have to deal with that chamber utility that will of course be in place. That's not a surprise, but will they expect this to fall? And he's so fortunate to be still breathing. He does get caught down by Redgar, actually punishing underneath tube, and now they've got middle control, right? Divide both of these players from either side of the map. It's going to be very difficult for them to handle now. You've basically put Adder Captain on an island here.
No charges. I mean, just looking to play disruption, right? Try and find that pinch towards A and isolate Adder Captain like you had mentioned.
That's the curious part. They didn't try and back around towards A. And actually CNED's found Hoodie. I don't know if I like this as much, because Adder Captain gets played in a little here. He's heard all of this. That's a catch on the cross. Adder Captain gonna know there's another player as well. Chip damage done. GIANTX had way more of an opportunity, but for now, does Cloud get affected by this? A little bit on the way out, but mostly going to keep his HP in a decent position.
This belt timing.
And that's what I was about to talk about here. YedaJ, the timing on his flank, but look at this from Nookie. Heads up work here. Who sees who first? But again, YedaJ maybe pursued, but he's certainly not prey. CNED, another step towards the site now. It's going to be the alarm bells ringing.
Oh shit!
Oh! Come on! How are you winning that?
Did he make a step there on the hop-up? That's the big question, but man,
इसका क्रॉसर थोड़ा लेफ्ट में था ना, वो जिससे थोड़ा दिखा उसी तो घूम गया.
Timing, Nookie, so diligent.
वो बेल्ट वाला पार्ट देख रहा था वो.
Someone could have wrapped around. We didn't have that flank wall. Now all tied up 3-3.
Sound नहीं.
Cycled back up again. Second one for the half here for YedaJ. We saw it being used much more proactively. GIANTX are trying to starve of that information.
अभी थोड़ा बेल्ट देखा वो देख रहा था.
GIANTX, I think,
लेफ्ट वाला विंडो. क्या बोलते हैं उसको? जुड़ने वाला.
That showstopper, if they can manage
कड़क ऐसा लगा कि भाई उसको कुछ तो सपना है एकदम से कि हाँ भाई है उधर पास
वही टाइम पे वो चेक कर रहा था और वही टाइम पे आ गया वही टाइम पे घूम के वही टाइम हो गया
has an army against him. He's seen the TP, he's seen the L drone, the paranoia is coming, like can he live? Fatinho on the hunt, he wants to gap close, he wants to get in their face, but for now he's got to respect it. Look at the utility just
ये राउंड तो भाई पॉसिबल ही नहीं है कि जायंट जीते.
He's got the sight, he's done his job.
चलो पट से जाओ फिनिक्स भाई जाओ.
You heard it, he's got the tag,
One down,
he's got the frag.
2 down.
Oh, Fatinho for free as well.
जाओ तुम भी जाओ.
That feels almost unfair.
खाली एक खाली.
They're trying to make a damn good go of this. Can they do anything in this post plant now?
Molly का है डाले पे.
He's still there. They've got opportunity to stall this.
क्या वो?
काय Molly डाले उधर?
Here 4 foot in the past.
They've got to break the back line. They've got to get in their faces. Hoodie stands and delivers, finding yet a J and C in it. They're now dwindling in numbers. They still haven't broken that back line. They've taken down Hoodie, but listen to it. You can hear it on the other side. Cloud going to send this downtown. They get it halfway. They still haven't got the full diffuse here. And look at the HP.
हो गया diffuse.
5 HP and time is not on his side. Cloud desperately trying to come first. Should be the end.
भाई सीधा करता तो हो जाता था.
Excellent work from GIANTX. That back
हाफ हो गया था.
Full.
भाई तूने ना
Incredible
तो बड़ा जिंक्स किया रे बिंग्स अभी घूमते ये राउंड कोई नहीं जीत सकता वो इको निकाल करके.
But at the same time, 4 foot, they managed.
नाम चेंज कर लेना बिंग्स.
Well, actually no, that's the other way around. I mean, that was the thrifty round. I was thinking about the fact that okay, they spent that showstopper, and they also force out so many of those ultimates from.
Anuj bhai, wish you a very happy married life यार. Love you.
ये भाई तेरी कांड में 10 हाथियों का लड़ने मत मेरे पे मत आप.
जिंक्स बुलाएगा लौड़े.
बाबा
शादी भी यही बोल रहा हूँ. डर पैदा हो जाएगा पता है पब्लिक में.
He's going to hear the vandal. He takes the fight, but he tees up the other teammates. That's what it's about.
Ata!
Just put in position to frag out, and he does the best he can. They had their rifle, they made something of it. It's down to 2v2 here. Still going to have the headhunter. Couldn't land it. Hoodie and Nuki keep cool, keep calm, and keep composure.
Not bad.
Clean and
तू
things
कर रही तो
up,
वापस
but
में मेरे
damage
तो
done
सच में गांड
nonetheless
पड़ रही
there
है.
by FUT. GIANTX is in the advantage that they want to start finding themselves in. They need these rounds again. They're down a map off the back of their map pick. And we're on FUT's playground right
Happy birthday
now.
to
Available here
you.
for GIANTX. Last time we saw it, it was
अगर guys एक साल में मेरी कुछ न्यूज़ है सिंगल
अवार्ड
अवार्ड.
they had that stack. They didn't
कितने
have that
खुशी से
mid
देख रहे हो
control
सिंगल
like
अवार्ड बोला ये
in a
क्या है
different
भाई बाबी जी.
this time around to
वो
guarantee
पकड़ लो भाई
really
इसके
catch
घर
off
पे
the
आके
defenders that are looking to fall
खत्म.
back.
Yeah, and Nuki with that lockdown is it's just that in the back pocket is such a
गजब आ रहा
factor.
है.
Early investment from the Vipers.
पूरी
Right,
दुनिया
that's
को
just a,
चस्का लग
you
गया
know what
सिंगल
comes
अवार्ड
away,
का.
you know, just go elsewhere. Which is why they've stacked obviously the rest of the team towards that B long side. They're going to leave Mr. Fallen towards top middle. They're willing to take such scraps early on. So big information, yes. But Mr. Fallen's going to feel this pressure. That's an issue. He can't control all of this. Depending on the utility invested early from CNED to keep tube safe, but he just drifted across middle. That felt...
Ada captain's in danger.
Yeah, Ada captain's screwed because of the lockdown. Again,
Oh,
he's got
shit.
the wrap coming in from CT. Mr. Fallen really made a mistake on that one. Good attempt
Chalega,
from Ada
chalega,
captain,
not
but
bad.
this round is absolutely
Winnable,
looking
winnable.
GIANTX's way.
3v4 न्यूकी के
No
HP
way.
बहुत कम.
To pivot over towards that A
भाई
site.
लेकिन ये लोग का लाइनअप इतना है ना.
At the very least, and
जो
looking
उधर
towards
अंडा
FUT.
फेंक
Krax
रहा है
has
वहाँ
all
पर
of his
थूक
utility
फेंक रहा है.
available into this retake.
अरे दो थूक
But
के दो
again, you've
शॉट
got
डाट
Cloud,
है.
you've got Hoodie, both there, both with that ability to kind of play this post plant, but see what FUT can do. If Yeta J is still alive,
Volley
maybe
there.
there's still something to be said. Crack still has a little bit of kit to play with, sure, but this is really hard to break now. They're not getting many chances. Look at this, look at the damage. Just get towards the site. See that with a valiant attempt, but it really feels good for naught. Just want to push down a bit. Cracks, yes, gonna make a go of it. Nuki's still standing, and you just can't break these final players. Cracks not going to find him on the side. Cloud waiting
भाई 1-1 हो रहा क्या? Hello.
Playing with those expectations of where these players would be in the post plant, but
भाई
again,
मेरी गांड सूज गई
curious
बैठ के.
why Mr. Fulham was drifting like that after he lost sight on middle. Maybe he felt he had more time to play with. He certainly didn't.
No, I think after that initial tag on towards Redgar, I believe, who had to TP back down towards
First time देखा
mid.
मैंने.
Didn't expect that walk up to have been so early underneath Boiler. In fact, maybe a bit more of that kitchen presence.
आइए वो भी कैसा वहाँ पे लड़ लूट के बी पे ऐसा नहीं कि आए वरना भाई अपना कॉल सुन के
usage of those mollies, not just saving them for the post plant, but just to completely deny that backside control, make it very uncomfortable into the retake. But now a timeout to come in here again.
क्या लगता है comeback होएगा?
They are onto an eco. Not really much we're looking for.
But वही है Phoenix का यार पता नहीं.
And again.
100% इसने अभी जो बोला है ना क्या कर रहे हो तुम लोग तुम्हारी माँ ऐसा सब कमबैक है 3-6 से अभी 4-6 फिर 5-6 फिर 6-6
ये क्या लिखा है बता
जीतेंगे अरबिक ये स्पेनिश
बस दो का पता लग गया
चलो
on that role as well, so good to see him back in that hoodie, having a great performance as well. I mean,
विश्राम क्या कुछ तो आता था ना टाइम आउट का अपना इंडियन
विश्राम
नहीं रे कुछ तो आता था विश्राम तो स्टैंडर्डीज और वो अटेंशन वाला हो गया बे रुक टाइम आउट इन हिंदी
क्या था
समय समाप्त ये बे
उर्दू में आता था शायद
अरे नहीं रे हिंदी में भी मैंने
टेक केयर ऑफ सेफ चैनल बंक्स बाय वी लव यू
कभी नहीं देखा है कुछ तो
दिव्या जी
तो समय समाप्त
to get away.
I am married.
This positioning this time for both sides is looking
thank you for the 40
that we saw here on Icebox.
विश्राम में आता था ना
Positioning, you talked about the flanks. On the eco, Yedajay looking to deliver, pushing the way out.
पूर्ण विराम
One was still denying.
Perfect.
Line of sight here.
अल्प विराम नहीं आता था पूर्ण विराम
correct
Yeah, Nuki just started
अल्प विराम is full stop ना
by the
ये एक्सीलेटर मार सब भूल गया रे बेचक कोई मेरे को स्कूल भेजो
now that should be maybe one recoverable rifle. I don't know about any others, but seen it so low.
भाई इतना लो फिर भी मारा है
Got himself the rifle right because that was dropped from I imagine Nuki. And he knows that. Look at this post plant though; they're just instantly going to the other side. They're like, right, we'll just sit on the other side of this. But do they have the same utility? Do they go for a long walk around? They don't. They've lost a little bit of a track on where he is. So that's a shoulder he might have spotted. Yeah, definitely called from his teammates.
अल्प विराम एक्सीलेटर मार के ना
Still got the molly. Does have ult, but they're double stacking this. There's the flash and the swing. Oh, he's caught hoodie. That's an issue. Yeah, it's ult time. He's running it down. Cloud up for it, trying to close the gap. Does he get back in time? Cloud stands. And he falls!
Phoenix!
What a monster!
Phoenix bolte!
You can see smiles on stage here for Yedajay, the bright star, the rookie, on the side of FUT with a Red Bull clutch to come in off the back of an eco. So not just a clutch,
memories आ गया पहले कितना टाइम पहले पड़ा था इसे
that's great momentum for them to continue forward with GIANTX, comfortable knowing that they go into the next half at minimum even at this 4-6.
लोग हर डॉज करते हैं ये फ्लैश कैसे डॉज नहीं
हुआ now online.
Phoenix का डॉज नहीं होता
It's been a while since we've seen it. Okay. But just taking a replay, a look back at this situation.
Sky का होता है पंचे आके बात बोलता है ना कि मैं आ रहा हूँ.
It cycles up so quickly. The only ult to have not gotten that nerf of needing one more orb.
3 ulti है, Giant जीता.
The survivor. For now, it looks like GIANTX kind of going back to what was their bread and butter somewhat, and that might be a big cracks over there. Oh, has he got moves? He absolutely does. Nice to evade, but Yedajay gets played in here on this angle. That's gorgeous from him. Easy to get overwhelmed, but he can stall out with a util. Look at this.
Nice wall.
Gives him a way out of danger. Perfect work. Big damage.
मेरे जैसा खेला बे.
Same.
मार के reposition.
अभी तो ult आ रहा है.
At least get the rifle back, but again, they've lost a lot of the spring to the step.
इन लोग को mid है ना थोड़ा वो करना चाहिए था बे expose. नहीं क्या बोलते हैं?
Exploit.
हाँ exploit.
Viper's Pit is available to cut off half.
He is in chamber है ना एक की समझ लो.
Explode भी सही है.
Gives information that GIANTX have not backed off.
Expose बोला था मैंने.
Oh, that's a little too far.
से भी आगे.
क्या अभी कैसा फ्लैश नहीं हुए फिनिक्स का फ्लैश डॉज नहीं होते देखा कि मुंह पे मारा
उसने बोला था जीतेगा.
You don't want to get into the post plants again. That's the biggest issue. Mr. Fallen not allowing them to do it. It's Nuki, the one to try and trailblaze further forward.
30 seconds left.
Players close to the side though. They have to get away from us. There is still a captain nearby, and he's going to try and get around the corner. He's done it. That's Nuki gone. It's all on Hoodie. 1v2.
क्या हो रहा है भाई मेरी ब्रेन लैग हो रहा है क्या लाइन अप
he's not oh my god
no
oh my god oh my god oh my god what an absolute
भाई क्या
travesty of an end of a round
स्मोक किधर डाला उसने किधर लेकिन स्मोक तो डाल देता एटलीस्ट स्पाइक पे.
I have no words. I mean, a pixel off, I think,
अरे
on the
वो
timing there for Hoodie, but
अच्छा क्वेश्चन है लेकिन
afford here.
हो सकता है.
बाजू में अल्टी है वाइपर
Every
की.
round
देख
you
देख
can
देख
take knowing you're
एक क्या हो सकता है पता है कि किलजॉय के पास वहां का लाइनअप से और वो पीछे जाके फ्लैंक देखने वाला फिर लाइनअप खेलने वाला और वाइपर को वहां पे खेलने देगा. ठीक है ये एक हो
अंदर ही
सकता
खेल
है.
लेते दोनों.
ये एक हो सकता है. दूसरा जो है वो ये है कि मेन उसने स्मोक क्यों नहीं डाला. अगर वो स्मोक डालता तो उसको थोड़ा इजी होता वहां से निकलने को. पोस्ट प्लांट वाइपर का स्मोक वाज मेन. प्लांट तो फिर भी ठीक है. मैं फिर से जिंक्स किया. बेस्ट ऑफ लक कह रहा था.
नहीं भाई मैं तू करवा लिया.
Mr. Fallen just going to post
Aye.
it down. Does he get any connection?
आइए.
Absolutely not. Close, but no cigar.
मैं तेरा तू बेटर होना चाहिए.
Two big snipers here that FUT are working with to lock down.
Now I'm
long
feeling
angles.
sad for Anuj
That was a
bhai.
very comfortable stack here towards this A site, knowing that
नहीं भाई
they
लोग
have
साइड
mid
में
and
फील
B
करो.
main
तू
online.
करवाया मैंने.
It's a lockdown now. Massive.
ऐसा करते हैं ना कुछ बोल दिया तो.
Facilitating the plant. Looks like he's going to hop up. There we go. Cross and sorted. Do need
जब
to be
ये
careful that
जैसा
corner. It
प्लेयर
can
ना
be
बच
covered
पाया.
if they want to, but I don't think FUT are going to sit around for that anyway, so we have to respect this.
You just play the full
वो
retake. in
बेचारा
this
आज भी
situation,
परेशान है
right?
कि
You do
मेरे
have that
एंगल्स
backup
खराब
assist
कैसे हो
right
गए.
there for CNED, and Krax has his entire kit to work with as well, plus a flash there from
Nice
Yetajay.
nade bhai.
Still looking to delay here.
सर पे फिनिक्स.
Yetajay's in trouble. Yeah, that paint shot was fantastic. It's going to be tricky to kind of make this work, actually, considering FUT are working with two SMGs.
वो
It's not
window छोटी करी
exactly
क्या?
what the
Screens
doctor
की जहाँ पे
ordered.
spam पड़ता
Patino
था
going to
पहले.
find his first there. The captain going to go down. Yetajay does find damage, so it's all traded back. Now we look towards the back line. Hoodie and Nuki. Nuki going to put himself forward.
भाई
Try and play
सबसे
ahead of this.
खतरनाक
Krax
आर्ट
takes him
लगता है
down.
मेरे को
Now
बहरा
down to
करने
the
वाला.
final few, but time is going to be
मैं
on their
रहूंगा ना
side. They're
हेडफोन
gonna be
निकाल के
working this
खेलूंगा.
as far as they can. Cloud with it all to prove it all
Oh!
to do. And all of the shots. Cloud is the exception to every single rule. This kid's nuts.
A red bull clutch from
Clutch
Cloud coming out once
Marnies.
again. The savior
Sheriff
in their
ka shots very
matchup
satisfying.
yesterday.
Holy
2 days
shit.
ago.
One
I
of
keep
the
saying yesterday
best
because these
fucking
days have been going by
clutches.
so quickly.
Classy,
That match
man.
against Carmine Core, Cloud with the
Classy.
saving grace. We're seeing him pull it off once
इतना
again.
सेक्सी रिटेक की बुंड मार
It
दी
is
इसने.
maddening how good he is at this game.
बाप रे.
He's kind of saved this half of them. I've got a feel in my mind that was going to be tied up. It felt like you're really close by.
भाई दुखा रहेगा रे 3v1 शेरिफ के अगेंस्ट एक ही
Wow.
बंदा.
I mean, I think we've all seen it before. I think a lot of people,
You
even in the
were
previous
close,
game, were saying,
Binks.
you know,
So
Cloud,
सकता
you know,
था
this
उसका.
guy is a talent. We've seen it and we've said it for years, but every now and then you catch those glimpses of
अब
it so
देखते
clearly,
ना
and it's
अटैक में
just
फिनिक्स बार मचा दो.
fantastic to witness. However,
तो अच्छा दिखा दो.
FUT managed
अच्छा, हम भी
5
फिनिक्स खेले.
on the defending side. GIANTX managed to scrape through with 7 in the end. Feels like they snagged that one away just at the very end, thanks to Cloud's work. But still, they do have a lead here.
A little bit of scouting there towards mid.
देख ना मिड कंट्रोल लिया पूरा टीम फपल जाता है.
Now Hoodie.
इधर क्या सीन है
It's time
किधर भी
to
हो सकता है
follow
इधर हो
up.
सकता है.
But look to creep up.
कुछ
Not
करना
making
पड़ता है
a peep
एक्सट्रीमिटीज
thus far.
जो कर रहे हो लोग.
Hoodie
परफेक्ट
actually pushed back
प्रोटोकॉल्स.
on.
They're following the perfect protocols of Iceberg.
Standing ahead.
मिड लिया एक्सट्रीमिटीज.
It's a flash, there's a
Buddy.
swing. Good connection, but didn't actually catch the body off the back of it. Hoodie going to try and punish CNED.
Buddy,
The
bro.
response in kind is actually very, very strong from FUT, who've taken over a large portion of the site now, and Nuki going to feel
दाड़ दूड़ करके आवाज आ रहा है सिर्फ यूके को. मैं तो परेशान हो गया हूँ.
Animal almost, but they're just working around as this Deadpool. Speaking of Fatinho,
Winnable,
Red Guard,
winnable,
look
guys.
at the kit on Fatinho. He's still got the paint shell.
वो दिखा उसको.
Which almost freely clear some of these
भाई
corners.
फिनिक्स.
I mean, you've got two super low, in Mr. Fallen and Krax as well.
फिनिक्स
Paranoia.
आर्मर भी है.
Opportunity here.
Can spot one, there's the paint shell, but I mean, not going to get the value we were imagining
सेक्सी
out of it.
रिकॉन में नेड का वो हो गया.
Paranoia could
Lol,
be actually
dude.
very good. I wonder if that caught 2 or 3.
किधर
It
से
doesn't
मारा?
matter. Mr. Fallen
Oh,
catching the
smoke
cross.
left, right हुआ.
Sharp. Needs more. Not going to get more. Okay.
Bye.
I'm the first in the second.
फुट खत्म बे
I
फुट
think
खत्म.
GIANTX sticking
फुट खत्म ब्रो.
around a little too long there towards the back
फुट
of
खत्म
A.
ब्रो.
Just
फुट
swarmed
खत्म.
around and
It's over.
taking those 1vx's. Now,
फुट is over bro. I mean foot is GG well played bro.
by CNED.
गलत जीता फुट.
The Outlaw has been what he's been fancying on those ecos.
Best team,
Or
best
on
team,
those
best team.
anti-ecos as well into the second round
नहीं
of
बेस्ट
half.
टीम तो नहीं. फुट नहीं जीती.
मतलब ये ग्रुप में ये.
Curious to see the method that they choose to
इतना
approach.
भी
खाने में क्या खाया? मैंने खाया चने
और खतरनाक खेल रहे हैं
और grilled
Towards that
chicken.
A site, maybe try and farm up some sort of orb. I think it is going to be
मैं
Clouds
washroom
that they're
जाके
looking to
bonus
try and
तो
get
नहीं
that
जीतने
Hunter's
वाले।
Fury up into the future.
देख रहे हो haters को?
That makes sense.
Guys, 300 remaining for 7 likes. जिसने like नहीं किया पट से कर दो.
You're imagining you're getting away with much, so you almost take what you're given. Yeah, the Jay looking to maybe farm up the opponents instead. As Edgar's going to be ringing the dinner bell for him here. Oh dear,
गलत.
way further ahead than Redgar expected, so that's going to be a point to the good for him and that ult. He's secured basically the entirety of B, and they've left A.
इसमें भी भाई साहब मैं रहता छोड़ देता अभी.
The spike is going to be so late.
मैं रहता तो
GIANTX
छोड़
not
देता था भाई.
hearing much towards that B site.
मैं रहता तो छोड़ देता. इसमें ऐसा ट्राई ना.
You got to play those numbers, try and guarantee.
छोड़ दो भाई. VCT खेल रहा है ऐसा
get
लग
those
रहा है.
trades down at the very least, playing so careful.
हाँ?
In that kind of sense.
Yeah.
Fulvio just
आना तो पड़ेगा नजदीक. फटके मारना है तो.
I do imagine the J will be on the case, but again, you don't want to go too far if you do have that rifle, right? It's like there is that fine balance. So.
भाई आना तो पड़ेगा ये लोग अगर फटना है तो.
Oh, good. Fall in once in.
किधर भाग?
Just,
आना तो पड़ेगा.
Season really. And Hoodie, Cloud just trying to keep their lives as long as they can, but they are the days are numbered here.
Save
I mean,
करके
I've
क्या
got to
करना
imagine
मिलेगा?
that the call to just have 4 completely just try and save and die to that spike later on was probably to try and avoid
इधर
J
घुस के मारा
just
भाई.
cycling.
Vegetarian हो ना मैं नहीं हूँ
running
vegetarian
back.
यार मैं सब खाता हूँ.
Halfway there again. And Luthia flawless coming out here for FUT. 7-7. GIANTX anti-eco coming through. The FUT, very comfortable bonus.
And if I'm not mistaken, that is a FUT timeout as well, so maybe you want to come up with some sort of concept for this, considering they are on
तीन
that
और
side.
मिला अभी एक
So maybe just
उठाएगा.
check in
एक मारेगा
for
एक
this
मरेगा.
half, really, if
Next on
anything.
ult.
So why not
GG
pump the
babe.
brakes for a second, it looked like, but tell a lie, we're back underway. So
बीच में plan भी
I'm
ले
interested
लेने
to see
का.
what they go for. I don't know how these two teams fare at this point. The GIANTX, it's a little scary because they are the ones who are going to be facing elimination here at this point, because FUT do have that map under the belt, so they get a little more respite
Okay,
and a
अभी
very
पकड़ गया
quick
take.
challenge up middle and intent behind it.
हो गया.
Nice, and a captain just walking mid, dealing with utility, no fear from it. And look what he's done. Redgar and Fatinho are so uncomfy now.
Yeah, still maintaining this
ये
snow
जा
pile
सकते हैं
control
वापस.
here. Nuki, what a flick!
जो shot
Has
मारा
ahead
है
of
खतरनाक
Captain.
मारा है देखना चाहिए.
Site,
देखो.
free for the taking. No cover available though, no longer on this B site. Great paranoia to push off that spike plant as well.
बड़ा पड़ता है लोगों ये वापस
have to
रोटेट
revisit
करना
over
था.
towards A.
ये बहुत भाई टरेट तोड़ के बच गया मतलब भाई second life मिल
the
गया.
utility that lower mid side, so that's still feeling safe. And you can see the run back already happening. Cloud's the one to start leaning back towards that A site, but he will be behind the curve slightly, I think, as Mr. Fallen should be able to get, if he wanted to, straight towards site. Obviously, he didn't know it was completely sparse of players, so I would just slow down just a touch, but
30
Fallen
seconds
will
left.
find out very soon. And he is free to plant.
As expected, I mean, you're up 5-3 here for GIANTX. You're going to play for that retake protocol. Cloud has the recon to work with.
मतलब निकलने तो नहीं वाला.
And you also have the maze toxic screen here for GIANTX as well.
Just want to see if it gets costly. That's it. CNED.
Individual place चाहिए.
He ain't going to get it. Hoodie.
एक गया individual.
Quick. And now down to Mr. Fallen and Cracks. Nookie. Making himself noted. Yeah, taking down Cracks and Mr. Fallen.
भाई Giant जीत सकता है bro.
From GIANTX, love that, love
हाँ,
what I'm seeing.
Giants, I think,
Considering the pressure that
जीत
Anna
सकता है.
Captain was willing to put
Sexy
by
खेल
just
तो रहा है.
flying up tube, getting towards middle, putting Redgar really on a
फिर भी,
platter
it
right
was
next
not
to
a nice
Fatinho,
bonus.
but they handle it
Planned मिल गया
perfectly.
वैसे.
If you were missing it, it wasn't Andalusia flawless, so they'll be happy with that.
जीत तो सकता है.
Stabilize the money, keep those rifles up.
Short.
Answer back after
ये
all
लोग
those are
बार-बार अगर
solid.
mid लेके गए ना ये
Pad
ऐसा.
Captain, the one that we're looking towards as well. I mean, those lurk timings, very strong. The positioning, the disruption. But again, if that Viper is the first to fall in a composition like FUT is running
इधर भी
with,
space creation
and you're
कैसे
leaning
करेगा?
towards that B site, you are going to have to pivot.
वही है एक smoke भी चाहिए यार.
No cover to be provided in that kind of sense. But we'll see how they decide to cook up into this round. Your standard drone coming out. No one spotted thus far. CNED walking up towards pipes. Cloud right on the other side, but he's going to play a bit more passively. Just try and keep this space in case FUT do need to find themselves elsewhere.
I mean, you've got Mr. Fallen one away. DeathAdder one away. Fatinho just handing out fades though. Mr. Fallen's gone, so that's the ult out of this round potentially for Mr. Fallen. That could have been an opportunity for him, but so they've lost all the surprise to this round. DeathAdder does have the ult ready to go, so they could depend upon that to clear that B site a little more if they fancy it, but this is scary times now, losing out Mr. Fallen.
I like that dark cover thrown out by Redgar as well. Just makes it a little bit more difficult and forces out the run it back from DeathAdder to clear out these angles, push past these smokes.
A lot of information off that though. Should see a whole lot of players back
निकल
there
लिया
by
भाई,
CT.
sexy plan दिया.
Now for the post plan, what do we have really? At a captain with a little bit of kit, but with Mr. Fallen down, they don't have the same sort of effect, right? They can't depend on all of that utility, so they will need to posture up, they will need to take a fight, and that'll, well, that'll certainly help out matters. Just a shot in the dark and it works. Look at DeathAdder, this guy is so confident. He's such a nasty little player. Look at him. They had no idea. He was so ready for the follow-up. But great work from Ada Captain in the backlines as well. Down to 2 apiece. For the HP lower, dwindling. Ada Captain down to 8, but still alive. Still enough for them to tie this scoreline even closer.
गलत players है
Neck and neck here on the second map
गलत
of this best of 3.
भाई उधर का plant मतलब 99% success rate पता है, sexy plant position
has been though since we
उधर तो करने ही देने
despite the fact that it has been FUT for 3 rounds into the second half. GIANTX have made it uncomfy. They made it them fight for it.
Shot
so
bhai.
haven't been able to get quite comfortable in building up that economy for either
क्या
team.
खेला बे सीनेट भी ओ
Fatinho though, showstopper is available. We're seeing a lot more proactivity.
Massive paranoia Sen, you can see him just running straight down. He wants to either hurt them forward, but look who's just cowering in spawn. It is Mr. Fallen, he didn't want to be caught there, but Cloud actually delivered the fatal blow towards Ada Captain. That was down middle if I'm not mistaken. You'll take that, but how far does DeathAdder get? No, they are very much aware of you now. He's an audacious player. He is being just hunted out. Cloud had enough of that mischief. And losing out on Ada Captain and DeathAdder, that has really taken a lot of the viability out of this round.
Creeping up towards tube here. Nikki's been watching underneath. The timing. Mr. Fallen will be able to use that new window to look in towards spawn. But great re-clear coming out from Fatinho. Covering all bases here on the side of GIANTX. This round, 45 seconds left. Just about done and dusted here though for FUT. Would require heroics to be able to bring them back in. Again, leaning back towards this B site. They're going to have to, if they want to get that spike plant down, they have to clear so deep into B. GIANTX happy to give it up though. They know that they have the numbers advantage.
No need to risk anything here. It will need
ऊपर का प्लान देना चाहिए, मजा आएगा.
something monumental.
आधे जन ऊपर नीचे झूलते रहेंगे.
Plants in. Right, CNED cracks. I mean, these two mechanically talented. That's a lot of targets.
A lot of targets, a lot of space that they've given up as well. You would expect maybe CNED to be playing a bit further up in this 2v5.
They got to be clean on this. They need at least a freebie. They're not getting it. Cracks. He didn't take much damage, though. That is one benefit. But again, look at this utility, forcing him deeper and further away. So difficult to try and be that difference maker now. Diffuse is inevitable. He admits that now. It's time to back off from this GIANTX. That early work, the pivotal aspect.
So much space had been found by GIANTX on the extremities.
FUT जीतेगा बे, Giant जीत सकता है बे. FUT जीतेगा. 200 more likes for 7K. Let's go.
Semi-eco to come through. Just try and bolster that by just a little bit alongside the hero rifle into the hands of Cracks. Looking at what else they have to work with here. Mr. Fallen does have the Hunter's Fury in hand as well. One away also from a couple of these ultimates. CNED could try to get the tool false online.
I mean, we're clutching at straws, right? You're just like, maybe, but In my mind, it's on YellowJ having a pop-off round, on
भाई
Cracks having massive
वही मैं
impact.
सोचा मैं तो रिवील होके भी बैठ के उधर से ड्रोन कर रहा है
Expectation. On the other side, also very close to a couple of ults. Cloud's almost there, Hoodie's almost there, Nookie's very nearby. So they've just rang the dinner bell right in the crowd. So clean, CNED falling to his death there. And this is just going their way. Yeah, Fatinho having none of it. Back online, he used it just a moment ago, but he's farming with every single kill he gets as Mr. Fallen. He's got plenty of targets and not many chances. So that's GIANTX now, double digits. This is big from them.
ये राउंड है, ये राउंड जायंट जीतेगा और इसके बाद सारे फुट जीतेगा.
Momentum was going to go, but after they lost 6-13 on their map pick.
भाई जो भी वेन्यू में वो डालो, बंक्स भाई चड्डी कोलो करके. मैं नहीं मानता तुम.
Has looked very solid thus far here for GIANTX. FUT though, massive snowball round coming in for them. With the ultimate cycling up, you've got the Nightfall, the execution. Deny any of that auditory, any of those auditory cues. This is bold. That is extremely bold. I mean, you play retake protocol now. For GIANTX, getting that lockdown could be the round for them.
It could potentially, but this is really risky. Okay, Fatinho was able to turn in time to at least deny YellowJ further impact. Now you're going to hear all of these ults coming through. Right? The one fine Hoodie, the markets come in though. Look towards that spike. Look towards what Fatinho is doing. Finding both of them despite that falls.
Clean 11-8
heavy invested round.
कभी भी ऐसा बैठना नहीं चाहिए, बस सिनेट को और वो लेना
चाहिए. This is dire straits. This is down to one man and it is wrapped
भाई,
up. Fatinho.
और कवर पीछे बैक साइड कुछ ना कुछ ऐसा बैठे रहेगा ना तो वो लोग को फ्री वो मिलता है
already got that showstopper back in hand here as well. But we saw the ideas.
अभी सारा ये जीता.
The fact that it's all on the back of the duelist.
That is 11.
The tide there was looking a little bit dodgy. We saw the lockdown came out very early. GIANTX wanted to fight forward, not even give that opportunity for FUT to find the plant instead of playing a bit more of a clean retake protocol. But absolute heroics to come out. Second time out now here for FUT on Icebox. And
Tempo muerto.
Until you're on match point, then in that case, FUT have 4 rounds to go try and take it overtime.
Yeah, if you kind of talk bigger picture, once we've gone for this half, yes, it was a good start.
8-12 bugs भाई सीधा वेन्यू से. मेरे को कैसे नहीं दिख रहा आप?
But once we go into the gun rounds, once we go into the buy rounds, it has been GIANTX really in control. And it's been very well handled, kind of playing a lot of the strengths of Icebox. Really. It's a reminder of how good these teams are, these players are.
सीन ऐसा कि ये मैप के बाद शायद मेरे को जानना तो पड़ेगा शायद.
You know, it's been a moment since we got to enjoy Icebox, and there is
मेरे को उधर स्ट्रीम करने के मेरा बैकलॉग बहुत क्रेजी है वहाँ पे.
From GIANTX, the way they've been approaching it is just fantastic. Again,
जहाँ पे तुम लोग सब मुझे रूट करते हो यार. Love you. समझ रहे हो?
तो स्ट्रीम तेरे को खेलना ही पड़ेगा मतलब तू बोल रहा है.
हाँ.
नहीं खेलेंगे तो सही अब भी नींद आ रहा है भाई पेट मैच देखते देखते.
खेलेगा तो उड़ेगा बता.
Phoenix में जितना जोश है उतना जोश चला गया.
This has been GIANTX running away with this half.
Let's play.
Impact बहुत कम है वो एजेंट का.
Looking to peek alongside
क्या कर सकते चेंज भाई सीनेट आ तू ही एंट्री कर सीनेट भाई ये बेटर
है. कमबैक था.
Could already be up in there in yellow.
कमबैक था.
Don't even talk about it. It like breaks my heart. But
जा रहा ऊपर देख रहा था.
He's a little screwed here. I don't know how much he can really do. Whoa! Nothing. Okay. Nothing. You know, it was a good try.
गन मिल गया बे.
Any more information?
He
knows where it's coming from, but Fatinho is always going to find some impact here. Mr. Fallen's gone down. But this time they've got the Viper's Pit to depend upon as well, so that should facilitate somewhat of a safer plant. And I say that, Fatinho couldn't find out a captain. This guy is just immovable in this. And this is going to be, again, another problem. YellowJ's gone down. Now it's really on CNED, who has the rifle, maybe cracks with that advanced positioning. But no, Fatinho is on fire.
इसके क्रॉस में करना चाहिए. इसके पास गन है, किसको दे देता. ना
to match point here for GIANTX. 45 health here for CNED. Nothing he can really.
सबसे पहले मार के गन इसने उठाया है.
Spike drops so
मैंने मारा
far
करके अपना वाला रहता ना.
B site as well.
मैं मारा भाई. हेलो मैं मारा बीच साइड में.
Fair fight here. It's first contact and then a swing from the other.
जीत गया. जायंट जीत गया.
Trying, and And he's failing.
इतना
It's
जल्दी
Nuki.
है?
And the icing on the cake here, but I've got to say, in my mind,
Patine जी
Coutinho
भाई
is
तुम लोग
finding
सच्ची
form,
वहाँ पे
and
हो?
it is wondrous to see.
एक ने वो ने डाला ना
Match
चड्डी
point
को लो
here
बंक्स
for
में करके बोर्ड
GIANTX, and so much invested into that round by FUT. No ultimates to work
क्या
with
करूँ
now.
यार
That was the
देखने का
last
भी है
three
मेरे को वो भी करने का है
remaining for them, and now
कसम
I
कसम
think
हूँ
what's
मैं
interesting
कसम
is also
कस
comparing these compositions a little bit. I think GIANTX, they're a little bit more measured in their utility
कसम कस में हूँ मैं
FUT, it feels like they're really relying on Ada Captain being able to find those positionings on the lurk, and then Yedajay just being so scrappy and just throwing off some of those timings. But if they're not winning on those engagements, they don't really
क्या
have
वाह
much
बात
more to
मानो
work off of.
क्योंकि कल तो नहीं कर पाएगा कल तो तीन लंबा स्ट्रीम्स है भाई
And we're seeing some vintage Nuki, some classic Coutinho.
गेम प्ले हो जाएगा यार
Seeing them really find that, and it's nice to see. So it has been the cloud
उधर
show for
watch
a
party
while,
नहीं कर
right? When you're talking about GIANTX, but we're seeing some of those pillars of strength that this side used to depend on. Yeah, the Jay unable to really kick into that high-level gear. He's been great, to be fair, but not quite enough to secure the rounds. And it looks like again this BP is going to be coming.
पालन नहीं भाई वैलो खेलेंगे बहुत मूड में आ गया मैं वैलो का इतना देख के ना वैलो मूड में आ गया भाई वैलो मूड में आ गया फिर मैं
Yeah, he's going to get it. Red Guard unable to escape, and that should at least allow access towards yellow, but there's the response.
Great Viper's pick coming in, denies so
चलेगा let's go
much of this site.
आइए
Still a sliver
7 के लाइक्स
to
हो
work
गए
on here, though, for FUT.
But Nuki just not allowing them any further, and Yedajay completely dialed in towards where Nuki was, looking to maybe, I don't know, get a trade on that, but he loses his life, and now numbers advantage. This is scary. Cloud still has kit to play with too, as does Coutinho. So
रोटेट करेगा तो भी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि किलजॉय का एक नेट बीटी देने वाला वो भी है अभी भी
But look at Ada Captain looking to find something
Oh,
on the
shit.
rotation. Alarm bot to give away his location though.
कप्तान मर गया तो
Rose
खत्म
has given up.
100 मारेगा भाई 100% वो देख
खत्म Plant भी होएगा कि नहीं पता
T-Net and cracks.
10 seconds left.
Is there any recovery here? Any chance? It feels like it's fading by the second as the HP bars get chipped away at. T-Net, if there's a time to come alive, it would be
सब
now.
आ चुके हैं एक फ्लैंक पे आ चुका है
That's
फिर
not
भी जंपिंग का फिर भी मतलब 4-on-2 है फिर भी शर्म नहीं है जंपिंग कर रहे
Stay alive more than anything, trying the best they can, and digging in deep here.
Oh,
but it's not
खत्म
going to be
खत्म
enough.
खत्म जी
GIANTX live to fight another map. They bring us the distance.
Phoenix failed again.
Phoenix failed. तो गाइस इसी के साथ देखो एज अ वॉच पार्टी स्ट्रीमर ना कभी भी मेरे को एक विनर डिसाइड करना नहीं होता समझ रहे हो 1-1 हो गया इट्स अ ड्रॉ ठीक है आज के लिए कोई विनर नहीं है लव यू यार बोथ टीम्स इट्स अ ड्रॉ ठीक है ट्रॉफी का एक हैंडल तुम लेके जाओ दूसरा तुम लेके जाओ बीच वाला मेरा चलो उधर मिलते हैं मॉड स्पैम कर दो उधर मेरा और अनुज भाई का डेडली डुओ गेम प्ले जहाँ पे मैं कुत्ते जैसा कैरी करूंगा अनुज भाई को
हाँ सही मैं नींद में वैसे भी लेट्स गो तो
मैं बड़ा शेर बन के वो रहूंगा ना
तेरे को ही खेलने का एकदम
1 घंटा सोया मैं गांडू 1 घंटा शर्म नहीं आता इसको बैंक
सो जा फिर
नहीं ना कल मैं नहीं कर सकता कल मेरे को 3 वॉच पार्टी तीनों रीजन का
अरे बाप रे
कल शाम को EMEA चालू होएगा फिर रात को वो चालू होएगा अमेरिकास फिर सुबह फिर से पैसिफिक कल तो मेरे लोड 4 होने वाले 4
तो कल पहले पैसिफिक नहीं है
नहीं कल पहले हुआ है EMEA
अच्छा मतलब कल पैसिफिक सुबह है ही नहीं सीधा 24th को है पैसिफिक ऐसा बोल रहा है
करेक्ट
ओके
बग्स भाई कोई वेन्यू पे नहीं है सब क्या टाइम आउट ही छूत टाइम आउट लोगड़े को छी भाई टाइम आउट शर्म करो शर्म चलो गाइस मिलते हैं 2 मिनट में आ रहा हूं मैं 2 मिनट में आ रहा हूं चलो बाय 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 आदियोस चडी में पादियोस गेम प्ले देखने आ जाओ बाय बाय गाइस लेकिन जिसको सच्ची मन है ये मैचेस देखने हैं प्लीज ऑफिशियल साइट पे जाके देखो मैं भी मेरे मोबाइल में देखने वाला हूँ इधर ही है फॉलो करने वाले अपन पूरा सीन ठीक है चलो बाय बाय सिया टेक केयर गुड नाइट आदियोस चडवे पादियोस ऑल टीम्स आर इक्वल यार वेरी नाइस ड्रॉ बेस्ट ऑफ 2 था ये मिलते हैं